Why do I get so nervous still? I feel like I should be used to this. I feel like I should be used to it by now. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Hello. I'm up so early today. I've been on a normal schedule for like a week or something. Even though I go to bed and wake up at different times, I'm still awake during the day. It feels unnatural. It still feels weird. I don't know why. I guess it's because for like, I want to say like 90% of my time streaming on Twitch, I stream during the night. I don't know. What's the maybe about? I don't even know what you're talking about. Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Yippee! Walk away for 5 seconds? That's right. I pop up when you're most vulnerable and least expecting it, chat. Hello. The title isn't a I may be stupid. I may be stupid. You've been on a normal schedule? Yeah. I don't know. I don't like being awake during the day. Well, I can tell you why. So, this week was fucking weird. No! Okay. I don't know how many details I can say, because I don't know if this is, like, a normal thing in the States, or if it's, like, specific to, where I live, or whatever. But basically, the people who own this building, like, there's, like, mandatory, like, inspections for the building as a whole to make sure that it's, like, in compliance with the law, you know, like, every unit has to have, like, certain working amenities, and there can't be fire hazards, and all that. But it's a huge building, like, huge, like, it's a fucking giga building of hell, so they don't, like, inspect every unit. They just are like, okay, we're just gonna randomly inspect this many units. I don't know how many out of the building. That only happens in Mega City Villa. Oh, fuck. But, so what the landlady did, she just put a note under everybody's door that said, yeah, Wednesday and Thursday? Tuesday and Wednesday? Wednesday and Thursday. My brain doesn't work. Whatever. 2 days this week. I don't remember if it was Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. Hold on. Why is my mouth dry? I can't remember. I can't remember anything. Things that happened like 10 months ago feel like yesterday. Things that happened yesterday, I forgot they happened. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. How's my tummy today? It's funny you ask. I slept 6 whole hours, full of energy. I wake up, I'm like, I have to eat to take my meds. As soon as I started cooking, I started feeling super nauseous from the smell of the food. So I did not eat the food that I cooked. Instead, I had... Look, it's pure sugar. I don't care, but it's still Ow! Sweet. Come here. Ow. Ow! He just clawed the shit out of my back. Oh my goodness. He tried to jump up onto the back of my chair, but he's so heavy. He, like, missed, and then when he was trying to, like, stop himself from falling, he dug his claws into the middle of my back. Jesus Christ. That hurt, buddy. What do you have to say for yourself? I do have chitin massacre, but I don't have... My whole body isn't chitin. My back is vulnerable. It's really fun. Wait, okay, chat. No wonder, like, they didn't keep up with these experiments. Imagine you're trying to make, like, a super soldier bug people, and the chitin protects the limbs, and not, like, like, my middle is just completely fleshy and squishy and easily... Who designed this? Who made this? All of my vulnerable organs completely still vulnerable. No chitin protection. What the fuck? Is it bleeding? I don't know. I can't see the middle of my back. Let me get in bed. Let me feel. It does hurt. Ew. Yes, sweetie. No, it's not bleeding, but it did rip some skin off. Wow. Who wants to be mailed the piece of skin that Sweeney flayed off of my back? Bidding starts at $1 trillion. I don't remember what I was talking about, dude. I can't believe you fucking mauled me. Why did you do that? No thanks. You're gonna clone your own Vesper with my DNA. Pat, you don't want a Vesper clone. Trust me. I have to live with this bitch every single day. Trust me, you do not. Ow. Want a Vesper clone. Oh, yeah, I got nauseous while I was cooking. So I had bought, you know, those cheap cans. It's literally just all sugar, the fucking Arizona iced teas, but they have juice. Cause I'm a bug and I love juice and sweets and fruit especially. I bought 2 cans. I bought a watermelon one and I bought a mango one. So I was like, whatever. I had a can of mango Arizona juice for breakfast instead of the eggs I was cooking. Cause the eggs made me feel sick. Just smelling them. Vesper, I am a bug. I'm gonna skitter. Along your wall and under your bed. Dude, that fucking hurt. Can you drink milkshakes? I'm pretty sure I would die. I could... Do they make... Like, I could make my own milkshake, probably. But, like, at like, a restaurant, can you be like, yeah, can I have a milkshake with fat-free ice cream? Wouldn't I think you're a fucking weirdo freak of hell? But to be honest, I don't really like dairy. How many calories am I? Doesn't chitin have a lot of sugar in it? I'm pretty sure I'd be pretty caloric because of all the sugar in my chitin. You'd probably get diabetes if you ate me. I do hate cheese. I was actually talking to Syfy about how much I hate cheese, like, 2 days ago or something. I was telling her that I think it's fucking disgusting. It smells bad. Dude, no, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm okay. Dude, my grandma bug, we used to go to this, like, fancy grocery store, like, once a year when I was a teenager. Cause, it's... It's where I would ask to go for my birthday. Cause they had, like, it was like a fancy, like, international, like, grocery store where they had, like, aisles themed after different, countries and stuff. So, you know, me going through both my weeboo and Koreaboo phases as a teenager, I was like, oh my god, I want to go and get really epic and cool Japanese and Korean snacks. Please, please, please. So she would take me. But they had, like, other stuff, too. They had, like, I don't know, artisan stuff, like a cool bakery and cheese and stuff. She loved going through the cheese aisle, but dude, it smells so fucking bad in there. How do you go? Oh god, it's been years since I've gone. Oh god, it's just, Oh, it's so gross to even think about. Yuck. You weren't the bug I saw running around in my bathroom last night, were you? I refuse to answer without my lawyer present. Zero, thank you for being here for 2 years. Thank you so much. Imco, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And Soko, thank you for being here for 13 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yippee. You're awake, you swear. Yeah, sorry about my sleep. I mean, I apologize all the time. You guys are probably sick of hearing me apologize. I feel like at this point, you know I'm going to go live at random times, and you know I don't have this guy. I need to change my Discord post because my schedule. I'm sorry this week was so fucked. But like, oh yeah, the fucking maintenance. So they're like, yeah. Slides a note under my door. She's like, the note's basically, yeah, between these 2 days, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., some buggy could just come in and inspect your unit. And I don't like people being in my space. I don't like not knowing. Dude, I literally was just like, I was playing my Switch in bed, but I was like curled up in a ball by the wall. And every time dude, my window sometimes creaks. Sometimes the fridge makes weird. I was like, just for those 2 days, I was like a super giga hyper aware of every sound in my apartment. And I was just like jumping out of my skin at like every little sound that I heard. Cause I was like, oh my god, this is it. They're gonna invade my space. Think you should kill any buggy that approaches your property? I wish I could, man. I wish I could. And all of that, chat, all of that, so I could quickly unlock the door, skitter into the bathroom, yell out, the door is open, and then just hide in my bathroom while they inspect, and I just sit in there and wait for them to fucking leave. I told you what I do, because they do mandatory pest control. I tell you my pest control strat, right? Because I'm, like, horrified of interacting with those people. Not because, I mean, I've never even met them. I don't know if they're bad people or not. I just don't want to be seen. What if they need to go in the bathroom? If they can't, I'll turn on the shower. I'll pretend I'm taking a shower or something. They won't wait. I'll leave. That's my strat. That's my strat. If I have maintenance or pest control or something, I go into the bathroom, I lock the door, and I won't even really take a shower because I am not about to get nude while there are strangers in my apartment for a shower. I will put the toilet seat down, I will sit there, I will turn the shower on so it sounds like I'm taking a shower, and I'll just wait. I'll just wait and listen for the door to open and close so I can hear the sound. I just want to be left alone. What if they take a really long time? Dude, do you buggies remember when they had to replace the windows in my unit? I think I posted a video and some pictures. I made a little nest in front of the bathroom sink with some blankets and stuff. And then I took myself and Sweeney and we just sat in the bathroom while I'm pretty sure I told this story. Cause like I told my landlady ahead of time that I was gonna be hiding in the bathroom for this cause they were gonna be there for a few hours. And like they said something. They said something like, is she really gonna stay in there? Like I heard them gossip about me. And the answer is yes. I did stay in there. I did not see those two people face to face. No fucking way. You hid in a closet once, haiku! Yeah, I don't have closets that I can hide in. My closets are like, slidey. They're not walk-in. Can't you just leave? One? No. Because going out is even worse? If I leave my apartment, there's even more people out there. Where am I gonna go? What am I gonna do with Sweetie? What if somebody kidnaps my cat? He's so beautiful and fat. There's nobody would be able to resist his charm. Ow. I have to become the inspector? Am I agoraphobic? What gave it away? Apartment managers discovering people with anxiety. I know, dude. My very first apartment, because I didn't go outside very much, I missed a notice that there was going to be an inspection, and I heard like rustling at my door. Like I woke up to it. Like I woke up to like rustling at my door, and I spazzed the fuck out. I was so fucking scared. I literally, with as much, like my entire body weight and as much strength as I could muster, I like threw myself against the door and they couldn't open the door. So they left. They didn't come in. Again, I didn't know. I just woke up confused to like the sound of somebody trying to enter my apartment. I was so scared. Later, I got like a notice that I had like, you know, missed it, and it was like a violation for my lease. So I had to walk to the office, because it was in a different building. No, they didn't knock, they just can't. I mean, maybe they did. I was asleep, so maybe I just didn't hear the knock. I had to walk to the office. It was a woman that worked there at the time, which was nice. Fucking just like full on crying, trying to explode. I'm like shaking too, because I have to leave my, like I was a mess. Like shaking and crying and trying to explain to this lady that I have like really bad anxiety, and like I just didn't know what was going on, and like we can reschedule. Like she was super understanding, and like they did reschedule and everything, but like that might be one of the most embarrassing things I've ever had to do because of my anxiety, dude. Ever since then though, I'm a little bit more what's the word? Vigilant? I'm good about checking my door for notices. I try to check at least once a day. But the landlady here, she's been here for a while now. So she kinda gets it. She usually slides my notices under my door. So it's easier for me to notice it. Oh. Exeter, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. I appreciate that. That's really kind. Have you thought about indoor cameras? Somebody suggested a throne gift for Sweden. Like a camera where I can watch him. What are we doing today? I'm not sure yet, actually. So this won't be a long stream because I kinda cause after the two maintenance days, it was Wednesday and Thursday. Tuesday didn't have anything. Then Wednesday and Thursday were the maintenance days, and then yesterday I just I don't really have a good excuse. I was having really bad brain worms. You ever just have a day where you're just like insane and you feel bad and you feel sad, and like the most littlest thing just makes you cry? I was feeling really bad yesterday, so I was like, I'm not gonna. You don't want to deal with me when I'm like that. Whatever. So I just kind of chilled, and then Sophie hung out with me last night, and we had chat. We were looking for like amusement parks and stuff. Dude, do you know how many microplastics I have in my brain? When I die and they autopsy me, chat, it's gonna be like, I'm gonna be like the poster child for what happens to your brain when you have too many microplastics. Like it's gonna be my brain. It's gonna be like at least 80% microplastic. I swear. You don't know, chat, because we used to buy paper plates, like the styrofoam ones, my family, and we microwave our food on those. And like sometimes the food would like melt into the fucking styrofoam plate, and they would just feed that to us. Chat, there are microplastics everywhere in my body. I promise you. What if that's why my brain memory issues are so bad? You evolved. Yeah, my chitin isn't actually chitin, it's just all the plastics. Miss Buggy doesn't even peel her candy bars? Black. Pantera, Corval, Yijok, and Bricklayerman. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in. Yeah, my core memories just have been replaced entirely with plastic. An entire Lego. Yeah. What were those girl Legos? Why were Legos a boy thing? You know, boys got like the cool like core color, like primary color, like little Legos where you could build like cool things, and then girls. What were the girl? Where's my mouse? Oh. Do you know what I'm talking? Am I? Maybe you don't. They weren't. They were like knockoff, and they were big. I can't find them. I guess they were like more for toddlers, cause like I guess you don't want to give a toddler Legos, cause they like might eat them and choke to death. But they were like, they sucked. Don't bother. Thank you, Ravier. I appreciate it. I need to schedule a movie night. We haven't done one in a while. Duplo? Gotta go. No worries, Go Man. Thanks for hanging out. Good morning, Daughterface. Me playing with my Legos? Girl Legos smoking a glunt. A girl blunt. You really always said it. Thank you. Girls have Barbies, boys have Bionicles. I remember when, oh my god. I wonder if I can find it. I think this. Wait, is Bionicle by Lego? Is it this? I remember when Bionicles were a thing. Chat, do you remember CD-ROMs? Wasn't there, when Bionicles were like becoming a thing, didn't they have like a promotional Bionicle CD-ROM? And I swear when Bionicles were like, no, I clicked on AI. No, Google. Oh my god. I just wasted like 10,000 years of energy fucking having Google generate information about Bionicle's promo CD-ROM. Whoops. 100 acres of rainforest gone by a single misclick. God fucking damn it. There's people online who don't even know what a fucking VHS tape is or like how they were. Dude, we're living in different times. I get kind of like sad. What's the title about? I couldn't think of anything. So I just typed the first thing. There's kids who don't know what a DVD is. This is probably like saying too much about my age, but I don't actually care because I've actually... If you've watched my stream, you probably already know how old I am. It's not that hard to figure out. I really like... Because like, I feel like I grew up right perfectly where I'm old enough to remember. Like, I grew up with like VHS and dial-up and like those kinds of things. But like, as I was like turning a certain age, like smartphones and things also started. Because your house is dated? No. This is a very common phenomenon for people my age. You're like right perfectly in the middle where you remember both like analog stuff and then digital stuff. I actually miss the aesthetic of digital stuff. Youngest millennial, oldest zoomer. I'm technically a zoomer, I think. First smartphone was in high school. Yeah. I'm old enough to where in middle school. I had a flip phone. Zoomer. I'm pretty sure a zoomer. Oh, okay. If the older zoomers are pushing in their 30s, yeah, I'm a zoomer. My very first phone, my very first cell phone was a black flip phone with like white stars in like sparkly white paint. And then I had like, I was one of those, you know, have you ever seen that pose, chat? It's a picture of a flip phone with like a billion charms like tied to it. And then the comment is like, that's what they use to whip Jesus. Pretty much that's what my phone looked like. I had so many fucking charms and stuff attached to it, dude. No, dude, I love that pose. It's so fucking funny. Amazing and play. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in. Did I bejewel my phone? No, I just had a million charms. You're not older than me, but your elementary school is so behind. Computers had DOS on them? Really? We had those, no, I'm not a millennial. My siblings are millennial. Like yeah, I think. My oldest sister is. You remember using floppy? Okay, well, I'm not that old. I know our computers had, well, you guys told me it last time. What's that weird browser that literally only schools use? No offense if you used it outside of school. What's the weird browser that was on, like, every school PC? Safari, yeah. All the computers had Safari, and whenever we had computer lab, they'd be like, Apple? Safari is Mac. Oh, it might have been. I mean, school computers were weird. School computers were like a weird. That's the standard Mac, bro. Do I look like I know what a fucking Apple Mac bullshit is? I had an iPhone, other than the one I used for streaming. I had an iPhone once. I had an iPhone. I think I had. Let me see. Yeah, I had an iPhone 6S. Back when iPhones actually had the home button physically on the phone. And then when I was moving into my first apartment, I bought my first phone by myself. I bought an Android. I don't think I could ever go back, because I feel like Android is a lot more user-friendly. I have a lot more control over the shit I put on my phone. I don't like iPhones. Literally, the phone I use for streaming, I don't use for anything but streaming. It has one singular. How is my iPhone doing? Dude, this thing is a piece of shit. But I bought it secondhand, so it's fine. And if I used it for something else, there was a time where I was like kind of considering upgrade, because like I finally paid off my phone like last year or something. My current one, and I was thinking, because I can upgrade again if I wanted to. And like, I'm not literally. Is it the blankie? Does the blankie make me look like a roach? I don't understand. Look at these mandibles. I'm not a roach, I'm a beetle, and this is what happens if you call me a roach. Bruh, I get you. Meow, 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 meow. What was I talking? Oh, I was thinking about upgrading to a better iPhone, because the main reason I would want, well, one day, a billion years from now, I am gonna upgrade my model, and when I upgrade my model, I would like to get better rigging. Which means like a better iPhone will have slightly better tracking. It's really not like an insane difference. Like iPhone is better than webcam, but like then like iPhone bigger than You'll miss this one. I don't think I'm ever going to replace fully. I think I'm just going to get updates to this model. I don't. There's little things about it that just need a little extra touch. I don't think a viewer would notice them as much. No, Lavelle's done with VTuber stuff. Lavelle's moved on. She does other stuff now. Sorry, I'm stretching. No. It won't be a fully new model, but cause like I would like other outfits. Like one of the main problems is my dress. You know how well, maybe you don't. A lot of VTubers will have like a Barbie doll base, like a nude base. Not like that's not like, you know, rendered or anything. It's just like a nude like baby doll or Barbie doll base. I don't have that, so I can't get new outfits. I would need somebody to help me. Maybe I could do it myself. I would actually need my dress to be separated to a different layer. And an actual like Barbie doll base drawn underneath. Cause yeah, my dress, like this whole section, this top section above the bow, not the sleeves, just like this top. This is literally like grafted. It's grafted onto my, yeah, and I have, you can't see them at all. Dude, my artist is so funny. She, like, look all you want, chat, look all you want. It's all, you know, my innocence is preserved. There is actual bloomers under there. Like, they're on my model. Like, they're drawn. Like, they're there. They're there. It's so funny to me that Lavelle drew them. As if being naked underneath. I know, what the hell? Nice eyes, thanks. How did I manage to get this many viewers? Is that mean to say? Is that mean? I don't know. I don't know, that came off mean. Maybe you don't mean it in a mean way. Who are you people? I don't know. These are all my friends. How did you, of all people, I don't know, just stream and get lucky? I feel like I got raids and then people decided to stick around. I don't know. I also don't look at my viewers. I think it's in my rules not to talk about it. I don't like knowing. It freaks me out. Garvey, thank you for the follow. You're just here because of the bug? Hi. Oh, okay, no, I shouldn't have taken it so sensitively. I mean, it's hard because, like, okay, you're forgiven, it's okay. Advice for new streamers. One, you probably shouldn't ask me because like my stream title says, I'm fucking stupid. What did I do? I don't really know. Just, like, I'm much more approachable. Why are you so hurt? Okay. Everybody, did you know one of the reasons I was like, for a lot for a lot of years, one of the reasons I was really scared to stream is because everybody always says, oh, you have to have really thick skin to stream. Like, you have to have really thick skin to be a streamer or, like, a content creator and stuff. And it's true. People might say things that hurt your feelings. And, like, you're gonna read some things that you don't wanna hear or see. I don't have thick skin. I still have thin skin. So sorry. Sorry if I took that as, like, rude. It's me, your only viewer. Okay, chat. Okay, I get it. What's my zodiac sign? I'm a Virgo. I'm a Virgo. Just got here. What happened, chat, is they're bullying me. I'm trying to think. I feel like I can't give you any advice. I don't even know if you're still here, sorry. I don't know if I can give you any more advice than like other like YouTube. There's like a lot of YouTube videos that like cover like advices for streaming and stuff. And when I first started, I actually did. I actually did like just tips for VTubing, tips for streaming, how to be a VTuber. Literally, my autistic ass would just YouTube that stuff. And I just sit there in front of my monitor with my notebook and my pen and pencil, and I just like write different. I actually probably still have the very first page. And then when I started streaming, I think at least for me, once you start doing it and you start getting more comfortable with it, you like get a lot more of an idea of what you like to do. I wouldn't force yourself to do anything you're not comfortable with, and I wouldn't like force yourself to like chase any kind of like algorithm or like flavor of the month. I think a lot of people might fall into that, like, oh, this thing is really popular, or this really popular streamer's doing this thing, so I have to do that too. I think viewers like it better when you're doing your own thing. And you're like, because like when I'm watching somebody, I can kind of feel like if they're not into it, if they're not being genuine, you kind of get that feeling as a viewer. You know what I mean? So I think like just being comfortable and doing what you like to do will draw people in. Some sections are very good for random clicks. Sincerity, she's an empath, yeah. Me seeing a woman breaking down crying. Guys, I think she might be sad. Because when I very first started streaming again, I remember one of my very first streams back to streaming, I played a Charizard game. And the very first thing was, I don't really like talking, I don't know what to say, so, we're just, gonna start the game. I can't even imagine. I cannot even remember. When is the last time we've started stream with a game? Like, what? It's just like a foreign concept to me. I don't know. There's a reason you don't like a lot of the... Yeah, and there is an audience. There is an audience for, like, you know, polished and kayfabe and, you know, all of those kinds of things. Don't get me wrong. But this is what works for me. This is what I did. I feel so stupid. Be yourself. Just do what you like. And the more you do it, the better you'll get at it. 'Cause I feel like, I mean, just watching old clips, I feel like things have improved. Just the way I carry myself and even like little things like my audio setup and like it's so weird watching old clips where I don't have chat visible. Just like little things. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll put together like oh, chat. I was wondering, how weird would it be if I like put a script together for like a stream? Not like a script I would super follow, but like instead of doing a YouTube video, what if we did like, what if we like talked about stuff on stream and I had like a list and research already done before stream? Is that something that would be like interesting? Like, yeah, cause like I like what? Well, stuff I'm nerdy about, so it'd be really cool to teach chat about like I don't know, like Project Moon and stuff. But like I feel like I'm so scatterbrained and I am so like forgetful and I get brain fog that it'd be really hard for me to do something like that without researching and like having like notes ahead of time. But I don't think I'm quite ready to jump into like YouTube video content yet. So I think doing it live with you guys first would be better. Yeah, and it could be edited down into a video. There's a lot of streamers. It seems, yeah, I think for Yoro, didn't she do a PowerPoint on, the characters she's a Yume for? I'm pretty sure I saw, didn't she do a PowerPoint on her Yume her Yume characters, because I think I saw that. I was like, oh, I want to do that too. That seems like a lot of fun. She's done multiple. I think that'd be fun. I know Para's done some like deep dive stuff too. I know Agachimuchi. There's one VTuber that has a massive multi-hour long PowerPoint for Guilty Gear. My best friend, she plays Guilty Gear. Not the new one. She plays one of the old ones. I think she plays Plus R or something. And sometimes she'll go on these like, dude, I'll like open Discord and I'll have like 10 paragraphs of her like talking about the moveset for like her main, and I'm just like, ole. I don't know what to say. I've never played a fighting game in my life. Who's her main? Who does she main? Ino? The big titty guitar lady? She talks about how... Did you know? I don't think the design was used too much in my final design. But one of the characters that I linked to Laval when we were designing my design... I'm so good at words. Was ABBA from Guilty Gear. And not the fucking shit. Okay, look, I like the OST for Strive. I really don't like a lot of the character redesigns for Strive. I don't. What? One, she's not a roach. Two, my design was like a multiple. Like, an amalgamation of, characters. Hold on. Why is everything a WebP these days? Who's the mastermind behind this dog shit? I don't understand. Oh my god, I have to find a different image. I don't want the fucking teal one. I don't want fan art either. Is this one? Oh, I used to have an add-on, but it broke. How do I download this shit? Creator who, like, is it really just one guy that made... Why is it used, like, everywhere? I don't understand these things. It doesn't make any sense to me. This character. This character was one of the characters that, was the one that I sent. And I don't think it shows too much, other than maybe the bandages. But I fucking love Abba. She's so fucking cool. Can you read Kafka? I woke up offline. We should read. Chat, if I read any Franz Kafka stuff though, I'm gonna be so obnoxious. You know how I say everything reminds me of Silent Hill? You guys are good. Everybody's gonna unfollow and never watch my stream again because every stream I'm gonna be like, yes, very Kafkaesque. You guys are gonna... I can see it. Dude, you guys are gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me. Like, you don't want me to read any Kafka. It's gonna happen. I'm Kafkaesque a little bit, actually. What if you did? I can see it. I can see it happening. Kafka thinking everybody hated him and found him gross is... I know! Wasn't Kafka... I don't know, actually. What about... There's Silent Hill novels? Really? I only know there's Silent Hill comics, but the Silent Hill comics are dog shit. They were like made by like the people that made them. I feel like didn't understand what Silent Hill was, and the comics read very like Resident Evil-y, like, which is fine, you know, like action horror, zombie shit. But I don't get it. Why not just make a Resident Evil comic? Yeah, I saw. Also, when I hang out with Cypher, we sometimes show each other like clips and like pieces of our streams, right? When we talk about stream, and don't tell anybody, but sometimes Sometimes we talk about you guys. Sometimes we'll like pull up a comment from our chat that stood out and we'll be like, look what this guy said. Isn't that so cute or isn't that so silly? And we laugh. Sometimes we even like, sometimes I'll like say, hey, do you know this buggy? And she'll either be like, yeah, or she'll be like, no. And then like in my head, I have like a little checklist on if you're a catechist as well as a buggy. We haven't gotten to the point where we have a spreadsheet. Though we were talking about making a shared Gmail account for sharing files for something. So, who knows, chat? Who knows? Maybe one day. Oh yeah, I want to play a Siren. Also, Waka Flocka Fool, I like your name. I want to play Siren. It looks really hard though. I'm not much of a gamer. I'm kind of bad at video games. Dude, I love sci-fi. I've been feeling like streaming helps and I like hanging out with you guys, but sometimes I just like, I don't know, I get so brainwormy and sad and like Insane Cat. And she's been very kind and hanging out with me a lot. I appreciate her so much. We played VR Chat last night too. Oh yeah, dude, chat. We were looking for amusement parks. What, me and Syfy? Me and Syfy have been friends for years now. Yeah, yes, we're friends. Hold on. I don't have a command for just Syfy. You should, actually, while we're talking about her chat, you should go follow her. Because, later. So I'm gonna stream for a little while today. Then I have to go. I have to go do some stuff. And then I'm streaming with her on her channel tonight. We're gonna play VR Chat together. So, you technically get 2 Vesper streams today. Did I see your question? I did not. I need to make my chat box bigger. You can repost it if you want to. I scrolled up and I didn't see it. Streaming in this week? Probably. Bad at video games? She's just like me for... Dude, if you... Thank you, Waka Flocka Fool, for the follow. I appreciate it. Have I played? No, I'm not a human. So I play. You guys are asking so many questions. Oh shit. I'm not. Oh god. My persona. You guys already thought. You guys thought it was really cool and like put together, right? Before this, and now I'm like, oh my god. Everybody's asking stuff. This. Oh god. Insane Cat. They're gonna know I'm a sham. It's a Phantom. Thank you for the follow. What's your favorite color? Rainbow. Dude, you guys are, the first time I asked if rainbow could be my favorite color, you were like, haha, yeah, Vesper, that's so true and real. And then I asked it another time and you all told me I was fucking stupid and that I can't have rainbow as my favorite color. That's how I know Chad's gotten more comfortable with me, cause... No! Why does it pop up too? Hold on. Whenever you like permit a term, it like pops up in chat. It's so it like pops up in chat that it just lets you. That you're like, yeah, you're allowed to say this in the chat. It's so stupid. It makes me laugh every time. Wait, I got held for that guy. That's so fucking funny. I feel so bad. That buggy probably reposted their question. I didn't see it again. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Secret of the Mimic? I don't know what that is. Okay. First thing. Yes, I played No, I'm Not a Human in the VHS collection that it's a part of. I haven't played the demo, and Oh, Universal Studios. Oh, were you asking, is there like a VR chat word, or were you asking if I... No, I like talking to you guys, don't apologize. I would tell you to stop if you needed to stop doing something. I'm not playing the demo, I'll play the full release. I don't really like playing, I don't really like. What do you prefer? Chat. I've never been to a Giga amusement park in real life. I don't think I can tell you the one I have been to, but it's not like a Giga well, because it's not a Giga famous one, I can't tell you. Jamie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What will happen to your body when we strap you to a roller coaster? I actually had the realization last night. I don't think I could ever ride a roller coaster ever again in my life. I am fairly certain I would have a panic attack into a heart attack and die if I went on a roller coaster. I'm pretty sure I would not survive because I get scared. It's so fun because we were visiting amusement parks and stuff in VR chat last night. And I get so scared on the rides in VR. Where I'm literally sitting on my bed, like I like put my hands down onto the mattress and I'm like in my head like, you're fine, you're sitting in your bed, you're like here, you're grounded. It doesn't matter. I get so fucking scared in these rides. She's like, we went on this one that spun us like upside down a million times. And she was like having the time of her life. She's like, Vesper, this is the best ride we've been on. My eyes were closed for 90% of it because I couldn't do it. It was so scary. I couldn't. She was like, dude, that was so awesome. This is the best one that we've been on so far. I was like, yeah, haha. I didn't see like most of it at all. SpongeBob go. I know, I'm such a baby. Have you seen the videos of grandmas in VR losing balance with roller coasters? No. Roller coasters are super fun. They are, but like, we were also looking at some like 360 like skybox views, like videos in VR, and I felt bad. I felt bad for it because she was trying to find one so we could like look at 360 views of like roller coasters and stuff. But the first world she brought us to test to see like if the video player worked had a video that was all around us, right? We're in the middle of fucking outer space with zooming in on a fucking giga planet of hell. Dude, I was almost in tears. And she's like fumbling, trying to like guide me through how to like pause the video and all of this. And I'm just like melting down because I was like so freaked out. They drop Vesper in the atmosphere of Jupiter. I can't do heights in space. And it's weird because like water doesn't make me feel the same way. We went to one that brought us into the water and that was awesome. It is. If you have like VR and you can go to like a skybox, like I think the one we went to is literally 360 skybox. Watching like some of these videos like in VR is really cool. I will say the quality is really bad on a lot of them, especially if it gets dark for whatever reason because the cameras struggle. When you were a small buggy, you went to this park in Kentucky. They had this insane gravity ride called the Quake, and you literally lived through. You know those rides that like lift you up really high and then they drop you. Is that a gravity ride? Cause I went on one of those as a baby bug with my best friend at the time, the one that I had a giga crush on, and it knocked the wind out of me. Like I felt like I couldn't breathe. It was so scary. I should play Biotrauma. Isn't that when you have to play with friends? Can you play that one by yourself? That's you when you get me? No. You hate those? Yeah. I remember... I think my favorite roller coasters that I've ever... Have you... Chat... Does anybody remember? Oh, you have an AI crew. Interesting. I never played. You play by yourself, help by modding? I like the aesthetic of bar trauma. But, like... I don't know. Yeah. Do you think... I mean, this isn't even a real hypothetical. There really are people who get mad at any mention of AI. They don't differentiate, like, generative AI from other types of AI. They just hear the word AI, and they're like, AI. This was made with AI. I'm so fucking mad right now. There's just no thought whatsoever. They don't even ask for context. They're just pissed. Nibbin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. AI in video games? You're telling me an AI fried this rice? Partially because the term is so overused? Yeah, that's true. That do be true. Pavlov's to hate. I don't know. The state of the internet is people, like, dogpiling on something without actually knowing what they're mad about. They just like being mad. Jack Girl, thank you for the follow. I feel like some people get like this feeling of like moral superiority when I feel like it's why like cancel culture is so like prevalent, because they like hear somebody did something, doesn't matter how severe it is, they're just like, oh, this person fucked up, time to dogpile on them and ruin their life forever. Bring back forums. You want to have a sick signature on the Vesper forum? I wish we had forums. I wish we had chat rooms. I wish we had just cool stuff. People love dogpile. It's the same people who don't know how to like independently like things. Like, I always get like, I'm always afraid of like a creator, like a big creator, making like a piece, like an essay, especially if it's like bad, opinion on, like something I like, because I've noticed this, where if a big creator makes like an essay on something and they have a bad opinion of it, suddenly there's just a billion people who also have that opinion. They don't know how to think for themselves. They don't know how to do it. We need to get on Space Hay? Dude, Space Hay's insane, cat, because there's like a bunch of people on... There's like people who use it like how it's intended to be used, like a replacement for MySpace and like Nostalgia Pill. And then there's like... I guess the high school drama kind of fits, but it's still like crazy. It's crazy to see people who never used MySpace because they're too young making a Space Hay and like using it like they would like another like modern social media. There's a lot of slop opinion videos, yeah. There's probably some buggies who always felt that way. That is also true. That is also true. People crave community and acceptance, so bandwagons in an era of rage bait. I don't get it. Why is rage bait? It's like more popular to hate something than to like something. It feels like. I played Godzilla by Blue Oyster Cult. My MySpace. I was pretty young. So I was. MySpace was only around for, I want to say, a couple years before Facebook is what everybody used. My MySpace, I was obsessed with... I literally have some kind of fucking brain damage because I don't remember anything about this anime or this manga. I was obsessed with Vampire Knight. I don't remember the story. I just know the like silver-haired vampire's name is Zero, and I actually have a plushie of him. I don't remember. I can't tell you what that fucking anime is about, other than it's probably shoujo, romance, vampire shit. And my MySpace was just all these gifs and it was just so very like it was very like 2000s anime core, just like shoujo edgy anime stuff. You know, and you know that one image? Oh, I bet I can find her. 2000s blonde anime girl. Hold on. Lisa from Death Note. There she is! second row. Second row. So easy. Easiest Google search in my life. It was literally Vampire Night and shit like this. Hold on. I need to find a Vampire Night photo. So, but in case you don't know what it is. Yeah, okay. My entire MySpace was just like... Shit. Yeah, it was just this aesthetic. It was just pictures like this. It was just, yes, and glittery gifs and everything. Yeah, this was my MySpace. Yeah, they do have yaoi hands. You're right. So shoujo, so 2000s. Yeah, exactly. But like 2Ks was such a wild time because like 80% of the anime we got was like unsuccessful trash nobody liked in Japan. Received a license. I wish I remembered anything about Vampire Night, but I just don't. I just don't. And proof chat, proof. Hold on. I have the picture. I showed it recently actually. Sorry, this is Demix and Hidan. It's crazy because I don't care for any of these characters anymore. Fucking, there he is! Right there with his fucking little gun, that little guy right there. The silver hair one. That's my zero. That's my zero plushie that I've had. I still have all of these plushies. These plushies? These plushies are like 16 years old. These plushies are 15 or 16 years old. Like, what the fuck? That's so fucking crazy. They did survive the moldening. They did. Hope they're preparing for college. I'm a horrible mother. I have not put them through school. So I don't have any pictures of my cursed doll collection on my computer for some reason. I thought I did. What anime have I watched recently? I actually don't watch anime that much anymore. I think the most recent thing I watched was Dungeon Meshi, which I actually really liked. I was surprised. I won't spoil Dungeon Meshi, but if you're like me and you were like, oh, it's probably gonna just be like slice of life or whatever, which is fine. I do like slice of life, but I just wasn't in the mood. And then that's why you didn't want. It's not. It's actually pretty good. I quite liked it a lot. Seasonal sucks and only 1 or 2 shows a year are really worth watching. I've been being told by both friends and buggies that I should watch Rieren? I don't know how to pronounce it. The white-haired elf anime. I keep being told to watch that, so perhaps Rieren? Okay, yeah, I've been told to watch that. Is it sad? Shadow, thank you for the follow. Irish, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello, Bag Stealer. Yours and ironically one of the best shows you've watched in a solid decade. It's so cute. I like anime. I like anime that either makes me cry or is just shonen slop. I used to really be into shoujo. I don't really watch shoujo anymore. I like shonen slop and I like things that I'm gonna be traumatized by. Beginning said y'all get so mad at the first episode. That is true. I'm really... Did you know, like, I love Overlord. But did you know I almost didn't watch it because of the first episode? I don't like harem stuff in anime. I find it extremely giga cringe of hell. I'm sorry if you like it, like, more power to you. It seems really popular, so, you know, it must, like... It might be more appealing as a man to watch as well, I'm not sure. I don't personally like it. So, the first episode of Overlord has the shit with Albedo and, oh, what's the little vampire bitch's name? I don't remember her name. Whatever. They made me cringe. They made me cringe so hard. I was like, I'm never watching this. And then I ended up really liking Overlord. Shelter, yeah, Shelter. Do you have a lot of vampire anime? Vampire Hunter D. I never watched Hellsing, though I bet I would like Hellsing. Do I like any psychological thriller anime? I didn't finish Monster, but I did like Monster. Overlord CGI is tough. So, I have friends who watch, who have read the light novel. I have multiple friends who have watched, I keep saying watch, who have read the, like, light novel for Overlord. I'm gonna talk about spoilers, so sorry. But, they were really, 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 really hyping up the part where he summons, like, the goats or whatever, like the Giga Spell of Hell. To me, because I didn't mind spoilers, I, like, asked about stuff that happened in the novel all the time. So it was being really hyped up for me. And then I wonder if I can find a gif of it. Okay, it doesn't hit. Okay, here. I'll just show you. Of course it would have been hard to animate this. Like here's the art from the light novel. Right, like this is sick. I love Sobin, right? Is that the artist Sobin? I love Sobin's art. Like, this is a sick piece. This looks fucking cool. Like, this is awesome. And, like, it's all this build-up. It's all this fucking build-up. I wish I could find a GIF that I could show you guys, because they look so horrible animated. Are these also... Dark, young... Oh, fuck. Please don't be a WebP. Okay. I think the reason it fucked with me so bad is because it was hyped up so much for me. And then this... it's fucking same. Like, oh, Jesus Christ. It's just so... oh, God. Oh, it's so fucking stupid and ugly and horrible. It's so lame. And oh god, it sucked so bad. You loved how bad it was? It was hyped up for... I was watching weekly. This was hyped up for so long for me. And then it happened and it's like the most lamest shit I ever saw in my life. You know what anime had CG that I actually thought looked good? Like, I feel like CG and animation always looks a bit uncanny. Kaiju number 8. Kaiju number 8 actually had, CG for some of the action scenes that I actually thought looked fine. I actually thought it looked good, actually. I thought it looked fine in Kaiju number 8. I talked about that? I don't remember. I never use it. Kaiju number 8 is one of those shows that I'm probably only ever going to watch the first season of. I won't spoil it in case, because it's more recent. Oh, I guess that's also a recent one that I watched. I just didn't like the way it ended. I didn't like the way the first season ended, and I'm not really interested in seeing where the story goes from there. I liked the original premise better. Chainsaw Man? Oh yeah, I did. I don't read Chainsaw Man, but I did like the first season of Chainsaw Man. I also watched Reach. I was told, Person Searching for the Fall. I was told. Have I read Dorohedoro? No, I want to watch Dorohedoro. Is Dorohedoro the one with the I Heart Hole of Skeleton Girl? Yeah. I've been told by at least 3 people that character reminds them of me. Ebisu, yeah, I've been told by like 3 different people that Ebisu reminds them of me, which I actually, yeah, I like Lane a lot. Lane is probably one of my favorite anime. Lane is one of the few media that was like really hyped up and is like really popular and famous that I actually think holds up. There's been a few things where I was like Akira. Akira was super hyped up, and don't get me wrong, Akira has like banger music and animation, but the story fucking sucks and the movie's not that great because of it. Akira was like giga hyped for me. I don't like Akira very much, so it's also why I'm afraid to. I've never watched Evangelion. Is it Evangelion or Evangelion? Evangelion? Which one is it? I've never watched that shit. Okay, it is Evangelion. Okay. I haven't watched that one. I don't know if I would like it. I don't know. I do. The LP. You love Eva? You would. That does seem like a Kamino thing. It's also. Maybe one day I'll watch it. The protagonist so. Oh, I already know I won't like. His name is Shinji, right? I already know I won't like Shinji. I'm also pretty sure I won't like the red-haired girl. If I had to guess, I'll probably like the blue-haired girl. Question mark, perhaps. But I've also seen. Yeah, I don't think I'll like Asuka. I think I won't like her. I know I won't like Shinji. It's one that really depends on which stage of life you watch it in. I'm in the most normal stage of my life. Tyrnix, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You think I would like Asuka if I... Oh, maybe. Cause I really... The only things I know about Eva are, like, out-of-context clips. And then, like, fandom memes. You know? Like... I mean, everybody and their fucking mom has seen the meme of Shinji sitting in the chair. I don't know what that means. I don't know the context, but I know I see the meme everywhere. The thing about Eva is it's not actually a show about giant robots and aliens. I do know that it's like one of those that's supposed to be like deeper than how it looks on the surface. I understand that too. They have reasons for being irritating? Yeah. I think I have trouble with... I don't know. We'll see. Because, like, I have notoriously dropped lots of shows for having pro tags I couldn't handle. Like, I dropped ReZero because I hate the fucking main character so... Okay, one, I said I hate Harem. And 2, the ReZero guy, I don't know what his fucking name... God, I fucking hate that guy. I hate that anime. It sucks, too. Because doesn't Myth and Royd make music for ReZero? I'm pretty sure they do some of the openings and endings. Subaru, yeah, I fucking hate that guy. I couldn't get through I'm pretty sure I couldn't even get through the first episode. The twin maids are also really, really cute. But I can't deal with Subaru. I also dropped, which I am gonna try again because it's been so long. But I dropped, Soul Eater because, the sword and Death the Kid were like... Oh my god. I also don't like isekai. I think Overlord is the only isekai anime I actually like. I did watch the first season of Konosuba. Funnily enough, it wasn't even the MC of Konosuba that really put me off. It was the supporting characters. I didn't like the women in Konosuba at all. They were so irritating. Oh god. But like Konosuba was supposed, like, that one was kind of like poking fun, I think, at isekai. So it got, I think that's why I was able to watch like the first season of Konosuba. Because I was like, okay, well, it's like making fun. It's allowed to do it, but I still didn't like it very much. Isekai in general. Well, Tanya the Evil. I like Tanya the Evil. Tanya the Evil is really cool. Have I read Witch Hat Atelier? No, I haven't. Subaru isn't the main character? Yeah, I don't know. I just couldn't. I don't know. I didn't like ReZero. But then I do music for Tanya. You're right, they do. Dude, it was so crazy to me when Millie did a song collab with the lead vocalist for Myth and Roid. That was the craziest crossover. I never in a million years expected that. That was so cool. I will never get over the fact that song. And then they did a second, like, I don't know what you would call it, like a reprise. Like they like slightly different version of it too. So fucking good. A lot of people get really caught up on Subaru and end up hating it. I don't know. You haven't kept up. You missed a time when there was a lot more grounded anime. Lament, yes, that one. And How We Lament or whatever. Mealy's my favorite band, chat. You can play some Modern City rather than some fantasy thing. I don't know. Which actually is wonderful, and you're afraid of its anime. I wish more. I don't know. I wish more manga stayed manga. I feel like there's a lot of adaptations that really obliterate like what was beautiful manga art. I feel like very few times have I like looked. Like there are some that actually do it well. Like I didn't. It's so weird. I feel like with my personality and the things I enjoy, I would have liked Made in Abyss. I just didn't. I wish I did. I wish I liked Made in Abyss, but I did not. I will say that the adaptation was quite wonderful though. Especially the background arts and the fucking music. Holy fuck. I think the Made in Abyss anime was quite good. I also think the first season of One Punch Man was like pretty good. Yeah, Rich and I did a watch along for Main Abyss. Why didn't I like it? If you just started it, Stellar, I'm not gonna tell you why. Cause it's Omega Giga spoilers of hell. Yeah, I guess to just go off what Sardini is saying, the vibes were rancid. Yeah, I don't know. Too dark. I feel like I've liked media that was darker than Made in Abyss. It's just... I think it's the fact that it's children. I'm okay with, like, horror covering topics that are, like, taboo. I've said this before. I think that they that's exactly it, Sardini. Like, it's a beautiful art style, and, like, I love the world building, and some of the like, a lot of it is very cool, but it does come off very fetishistic and just, like, gross and, like, almost meaningless. Like, some of the things that happen feel like they just happen to just... I don't know. It just feels, like, purposeless a lot of the time. And Made in Abyss, I think the characters all being children just, I don't know. You're more interested in the world of I know, the world of Made in Abyss. I would love to see more. I remember Lavelle did like a Minecraft, like there was like a Minecraft server that was like all the different layers, which is really cool. Also, Riku, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Hi, we're just chatting. We're just hanging out and chatting about anime. What were you guys up to? Oh, were you painting? Were you painting miniatures? One of my friends recently got into painting minis. It looks really relaxing. Oh, you're building a Gundam model. Ooh, fun. I hope you had a really good time. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. The Maid in Abyss manga is incomplete, right? I have no idea. You're really surprised you got so popular, considering the context? You hear the anime? Yeah, I haven't read the manga entirely. I just have seen, like, certain panels and how they compare to the anime. How much? I watched the first 2 seasons and the movie? Or maybe I just watched the movie and the 2nd season. I don't remember. I will say, okay, so Maiden Abyss was for, like, a Virtuera watch-along. Like, I don't know if Saifu was there. I can't remember. I was there. Nim was there. Lavelle was there. I think Diz and maybe Camino. I don't remember. I don't remember how many. Lavelle hosted. Yeah, Lavelle hosted it. It's one of her favorite anime, which makes me feel so bad that I don't like it. But it was like at a time. It was at a time where my sleep schedule was completely fucked. So I was pulling like 24-hour like awakes twice in a row to watch this shit. So I was tired out of my mind. I was like slightly annoyed, and then so like my mood was already kind of bad and I was just tired, and then like to be assaulted with fucking Maiden Abyss. I don't think it helped with like my physical and mental, you know, abilities at the time. Also, hi Bunny! Hi, it's good to see you. I hope you're well. Do you recommend the manga? If you're going to go through Maiden Abyss, I would probably watch the more toned down version, which is apparently the anime. I don't know. It is like really, like whenever I see VTubers do like their favorite anime lists, I feel like Maiden Abyss is always on there. It always surprises me. I know, Sardini! The anime is the light version. Yeah, and the manga is still ongoing. I think the way we watched it, I think we watched the first season as a movie. Then there was like a movie in between, like some movie, and then we watched this. I think I watched all the animated material for Maiden Abyss. The Maiden Abyss movie really hurt you. It was too brutal even compared to the movie was so fucked. And like I understand horror covers like really horrible things, like that's part of the genre, but I don't know. I just didn't like the way Maiden Abyss did it. Just not for me. Stick to Naruto, kid. Naruto sucks. It's just Eroguro at that point. I guess so. I guess you're right. Movie is just the story of the first season, right? I thought the Bondrewd stuff was a separate movie. I might be misremembering. I mean, I'm so glad. I mean, I'm sorry that you were uncomfortable, Bunny, but I'm so glad I'm not the only horror girly that feels that way. Because I feel like I love disturbing stuff, and I've, like, consumed stuff that just, just is, by definition, like, covers just grosser, more horrible, like, things. But something about Maiden Abyss is just, I don't know. The Bone Tradition. Okay, it is a separate movie. Okay. You can't stand Naruto? I'm gonna say it. The first season of Naruto is actually pretty good. I love the ending of the first season. It makes me cry every single time. The fucking Haku's is of peak cinema. It's so good. The first season is so good. And then it nosedives completely. It's just irredeemable after that. It is so bad. It seems to be a pretty common theme with a lot of shonen, though. I feel the same way about Bleach. I like Bleach way more than I like Naruto. But, like, after this first season of Bleach, it feels like a struggle. Like, there's some cool stuff, but I don't know. It's so crazy because Bleach season 1, I'm like a huge Rukia fan. I love Rukia. And then they season 2 turn into this most annoying, awful damsel in distress piece. Oh god, Rukia. They ruin her. You and your friends love Naruto until Rock Lee got cheesed out of a rifle in victories, cause yeah, I don't like that kind of stuff either. Have I seen Kakai Sensen? I don't think so. I know, Rukia is so cute. And the same thing happened with Orihime, cause I really liked Orihime, and then they do the same fucking shit again that they did to Rukia. We go to Hueco Mundo, and then they pull the fucking bullshit damsel in distress dog water with her as well. Yes, the world building is like the only it's mean to say. It's one of the best parts of Main Abyss. The world building and the music for the anime. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Giselle. I feel like Main Abyss almost comes across as something that kind of like escaped containment. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Sartini. I think the other stuff is a lot more niche. And Maiden Abyss is like just supremely fucking popular for whatever reason. It almost comes across like again, it's beautifully made. I think the art direction is amazing and the world building is amazing, the music is amazing, but it also sometimes comes across as this piece of media that people will make their friends watch the first season of just to be like, haha, I got you. It's like one of those shock anime. I remember that being really popular. Like telling your yes, not to the same extreme as Boku no Pico, but like similar, yeah. Exactly like that. Elfen Lied was the same way as well. That was another one that like, oh dude, you gotta watch this anime, it's so fucked up, and people are just like watching because it's fucked up. Like, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Did you know Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, like, turned into an actual show? Like, I like the original, like, YouTube videos for Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, but it has, like, actual, like, long-ass episodes. Yeah, it has, like, lore, like, it's like an actual little, like, show. I had no idea. Character design. Who's the black-haired lady with the black and white hair? I love her design too, in Maiden Abyss. And like the monster designs are really good. And Nenichi, is that her name? I like Nenichi a lot. Ozin, yeah, Ozin's design is sick. There's a lot of good character designs. I teased Lavelle. Nanachi, not Nenichi. Nanachi. I teased Lavelle for this. Cause I think it's just a coincidence, but it is funny because it's one of her favorite shows. Let me see if I can find a good image. This one works. I teased that her Maiden Abyss influence bled through when she was making my design, cause it's hard to tell with her hat on, but it's so funny cause Nanachi has the like long bangs in the front, like the long hair strands with the short in the back, and also it's hard to see. Oh, I clicked the wrong window. She also gave me the vertical goat pupils. That Nanachi has as well. So when I was first watching Maiden Abyss, I was like, oh my god. Nanachi possessed Lavelle temporarily. You guys always do this shit. You turn my eyes into bulbas when I'm trying to show something. God damn it. Looks like her legs got chopped off in that picture. I think she was just sitting on her knees. When I was little, I used to sit in a W shape, you know? You like sit on your knees, but then you put like your bottom leggies like out. Like, you sit in a W. And my grandma bug always told me not to sit like that. She told me if I sit like that, my legs would lock up and I wouldn't be able to stand anymore. I don't know what. Every time, dude, I feel like my grandma bug was always telling me so many fucked up things, like don't do this, Vesper, or something horrible will happen. That guy says hello, thank you for the follow, welcome in. You were so easy to trick. I just believed everything an adult told me when I was a kid. It's a webcomic that only comes out when the author feels... Oh, interesting, Giselle. I know, doesn't Hunter x Hunter also go on like giga-long hiatuses of hell? I'll probably never finish. I think... Cause... Sorry, this is spoilers, but Hunter x Hunter's old. Didn't they say that like Hunter x Hunter isn't even like focusing on Gon and Killua anymore? Oh, is he sick? That's sad. Has he even returned? I think I saw a post talking about it, but I don't know. I don't know if that was real. I don't keep up with the manga. I'm not really... Dude, the main reason I don't rewatch Hunter x Hunter... I don't care if you hate me for this or whatever. I cannot fucking stand Kurapika. I hate him so fucking much. He is like the worst character ever. Leorio's not as bad, but he's like always in relation to Kurapika. So like, I don't want to have to sit through the long arcs with fucking Kurapika and Leorio. Oh my god, it's so, I just want the Gon and Killua stuff. It's like the best part. It's the best part. Cringe take? Dude, Kurapika sucks. He's just Sasuke. I will say, I love that part where he's got, I love the, there's like a screen. Let me see if I can find it. This is slight spoilers, but whatever, who cares? You don't know the context, so it doesn't count as spoilers. I love this fucking screen cap. It's one of my fucking favorites. It's just so stupid. I see. Bob, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Man, I hate this guy. Boo. Yeah, no, girl, you do not. Half Goofa? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Kekai Sensen is severely underrated for how funny and good it is overall. Interesting. It's very rare for me. Watching new stuff is really hard for me, cause like, you know, it's not even just watching new things, it's just doing new things in general. I'm so picky, and I'm so, like, my brain has this, like, blockade. It's like, there's a reason I watch SpongeBob, like, every single day for, like, an unspecified amount of years now. You know, I have to... You're wrong. Oh, you're right, friends. You're actually right, because the Hunter x Hunter manga would be older than Naruto. You're right, Sasuke's the copycat. I just don't like the Sasuke trope, okay? I just don't like the trope that, like, edgy, like, vengeance-fueled character. The comfort of John's bung fry cookie. Exactly. Your pet rats don't like novelty either. Is that what I am to you? Am I your pet bug that lives in your monitor chat? He has to avenge his clan. I just don't like it. It's just so lame. I have to be in a very specific... I have to be in a very, very specific mood to watch something new. It'll happen one day. But that's also why my, like, playlist and my watch list, they get so massive. And then I have a hard time... Like, I was watching Creepcast a ton, and then one day I was like, you know what, I'm done with this. And I stopped. So I couldn't stand Attack on Titan. Eren's just a petulant child, and the whole plot revolves around vindicating him. I will say... Dude... Imagine, I'm spoiling the first season of Attack on Titan, but that shit's old as fuck. Imagine if Attack on Titan actually did just kill their main character. That'd be so cool. It would have been like they should have just done that and like not dragged it on. Dude, it would have been awesome. I wish he just met with a gruesome death and like the whole story was nihilistic and just, sad and depressing and like there's just no hope. It would have been cool. I don't know. I felt like Attack on Titan like devolves into this weird, edgy political bullshit that was just like not fun whatsoever to watch. It just sucked. I think it's based on another character, but it's also by the Hunter x Hunter author. Wait! Is he... Hold on. Is he based off of, what's that guy's name? What is his fucking... Kurama? Hiei! Yes, it's Hiei. Is he based off of Hiei? There's no way. I told you, I watched Yu Yu Hakusho. I watched Yu Yu Hakusho in, English? Who? Okay, chat. In Dragon Ball Super, who are the three from... They're the villain. They're some of the villains from the original Dragon Ball, and they're just little baby guys in Super. And we occasionally see them doing little baby guy stuff. Like, they just want to, like, eat food and be babies. What? There's May, there's the dog, and then there's Pilaf. Emperor Pilaf. Yes, Pilaf, Mai, and Shu. Pilaf has this... He is voiced by Emperor Pilaf in English, and it's so fucking funny. I actually really like the English dub for Yu Yu Hakusho. And Kuwabara is Vegeta as well. And it's so funny because you can hear the Vegeta in his voice sometimes. I like watching stuff in English. Sometimes I'll watch the Japanese, like, with English sub first, and then when I rewatch... Dude, I had an Overwatch phase. And it was so funny. It was so funny watching JoJo's Part 3 in English for the first time, because I watched it in Japanese first. But I like watching stuff in English after, so that I can, like, not pay full attention. And Jotaro is literally just that voice actor. And I know that voice actor has, like, other voices he can do, but he just uses his McCree voice for Jotaro. It's... Oh, weird. Why does he use the fucking McCree voice for Jotaro? I don't get it. Cause, God, what's that voice actor's name? I'm really bad with names. Thank you, Catherine. That's very sweet. English Jotaro is literally Matthew Mercer. Cassidy. I don't care. I stopped playing before they changed it, so he's still McCree to me. Okay, guy, if you're not... Cassidy, whatever. And, he uses the same fucking... And it's so weird. Has anybody in chat ever played, Pillars of Eternity? God, I can't... What is his name? Aloth. Did you know? Wait. Yes! Okay, if you've ever played Pillars of Eternity, there's two characters that are your companions. There's one called Adair, who does sound very much like McCree, but he's like he's like a farmer, just kind of like a, you know, The accent like fits the type of character that Adair is, and honestly, it's real nice. I really like Adair. I think Adair is just awesome. He's one of my meow meows for sure. But he also voices Aeloth, and if I hadn't like been told that Aeloth and Adair have the same voice actor, I would have never known. He doesn't. Did you know one of the reasons I haven't played Pillars of Eternity 2? Okay, so I played Pillars of Eternity 2 when it was still really early, and there was a bug that literally broke my game. But then, after all that happened, I actually learned that Adair is not one of the romanceable characters, because he has his own thing, and that's part of the reason I don't want to play Pillars of Eternity 2, because I'm mad that Adair doesn't like you. He has, like, his ex-girlfriend that he's obsessed with or whatever. God, it's so... I do not want to deal with that, dude. I have no interest in that whatsoever. No, thank you. Treating it like a dating sim. I was excited! And then the first companion you get is also annoying. Like, they have voice lines they say if they get something wrong. She fucking about as useful as a bump on a pickle. She says it like 50 billion times every fight. And yeah, I could just turn voices off, but whatever, I'm not going to. Pillars of Eternity 2. It was really bad when it came out. I've heard really good things about it now that it's fixed and stuff, but people were quite harsh on it when it first came out. I really liked the first one though. Pillars of Eternity 1. Such a good... When am I playing Avowed? I am not playing Avowed. I am never! Dude, how... They, like, none of it makes any fucking sense! None of it makes any fucking sense. Like, the timeline's all fucked. Like... The godlike shit is all fucked. I don't hate Pillars of Eternity. I hate when... This happens all the time. I hate when a really cool game is made. Awesome lore and story and game mechanic. Like, Pillars of Eternity is a fucking awesome game. Cool concept. I love... The world is one of the coolest. Everything about like the reincarnation cycle and the gods and the origins of the god, like all of it is so fucking sick. Pillars of Eternity is so cool. It is so fucking cool. And then the company goes bankrupt, loses money, gets bought out, which is insane because like they made a good game and then it just doesn't pop off. Like, oh, that's horrible. And then they get acquired by, like, a giga company of hell that doesn't understand anything about the original appeal of the game, and then just makes Skyrim clone slop shit, and, like, picks, like, the worst parts of the game without really understanding. I'm pretty sure Avowed, like, story was made by people who didn't play. They, like, must have wrote, like, a wiki page on Pillars or something. There's no way they actually played. Shit doesn't make any sense. You liked everything about Pillars except playing. That's how I feel about Tyranny. Is Tyranny by the same people? I think so. It's by Obsidian at least. Tyranny is a game that's similar to Pillars of Eternity. And like I really like the concept where instead of like playing like a hero character trying to save the world, you're literally like working for the giga evil like horrible guy of hell, and like you like rank up and like you get to make decisions and you get to be the big bad guy, and I really like that aspect of Tyranny. But Tyranny is like, I think it's a bit older than Pillars, and I think it was the combat that really filtered me. You liked Avowed? Yeah, but Camino, have you played Pillars of Eternity 1 or 2? Do you even know where it comes from? Do you even understand? You liked Wanzen, okay. I guess Avowed might be fine as somebody who has no idea the origin. Gatekeeping is good, actually. Gatekeeping is good, actually. It'd be a small miracle if the Divinity original sins popped off like it did. I actually don't like Divinity. And I don't have any interest in, what's the one? Baldur's Gate 3? I would be down to try the original Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate 3, it doesn't help that anybody I know that ever talks about Baldur's Gate 3 is just horny ladies that really like the dating and the sex stuff. I don't actually know how prevalent that stuff is, but like, anytime anybody has ever talked to me about Baldur's Gate 3 seriously, it's always just a woman who's like really, really, really like hot and bothered for some Baldur's Gate 3 character. And I'm like, you know what? I don't know about all this. It's just your friend. It's not even just my friend group. I think it's just VTubers. There's horny men. There probably are, but I don't really talk to. Sarah annoys the absolute fuck out of you. It's always the white-haired anime vampire. Fuck. Oh, you know what? There are guys who are obsessed with. Isn't there like a goth lady? Isn't there like a goth lady? I think people like her too. The Goblin Girl? Baldur's Gate. Shadowheart, yeah, I see people thirsty for Shadowheart. It didn't help that when I opened the character creator for Baldur's Gate 3, I spent like 2 hours in there, and then why do I need to like be able to customize my hoo-ha? I don't understand. I don't know. I was like, okay, whatever. This was not made for me. Literally, I spent like 2 hours in the character creator, and after spending that time, I was like, okay. I literally closed the game and refunded it. I was just like, okay. I'm pretty sure this was not made for me. Gimp is a wild wolf and I see man baby. Thank you for the follows. Welcome in. I remember when Cyberpunk came out, because streamers were like, am I gonna get banned for showing this on stream? I'm pretty sure the answer is no, right? Or is there like a mod? Because like, I was able to play Outlast, and even though I did try to censor it, there was lots of weenies in Outlast. I think you're allowed to play those games as long as you don't like, you know, zoom your camera in all the way on the sus parts, and are like, oh my god, chat, check that, like you just go AFK. While it's zoomed in on it. Yeah, as long as it's not the main focus, you can stream that stuff. It's so funny. It's so fun. I remember when me and Syphie played a lot of Outlast Trials, Syphie wanted me to host my POV because there's like these mannequins in the Outlast Trials where it looks like they like cut the chest off of a woman, like a real like chest, and took the boobas and attached them to like a mannequin. So it's like a mannequin with like real flesh titties. And Syphie is like, Vesper, I can't help but look at them. She literally told me how relieving it was when I was the one that was streaming instead of her, because she didn't have to like make sure she wasn't like staring at all the boobs in the game. I know, and they're everywhere. There's lots of weenies in Outlast too. That sounds like her. I understand though. I think there's like a Silent Hill. There's like a Silent Hill interview where one of the people who worked on the game, I wish I knew who, talked about like sex and horror going like really well together. Just like, cause like lust and sex is like, you know, like a really human experience, so it's like, it's just something that plays really well with horror. Which blows my mind, because like since the Silent Hill 2 remake, I've seen people arguing whether, you know the scene with Pyramid Head and the mannequins? I've seen people, horror and sex are linked because the women are scary. True. I've seen people argue that that scene wasn't intended to be sexual, and I'm like, we play the same fucking game, like, Are you sure? Like, what? They did censor it, and I hate that they censored it because... I don't know. Are they, for one, are we getting a Silent Hill 1 remake? No, that would have been blown up at hell. That's literally James... I know, it's like a big part of this story, and for... He said I saw... Oh! I thought you were talking about Silent Hill F! Wait! Hold on. What? Whoa! Shit! Holy shit! We're getting a Silent Hill 1 Holy shit! I thought you were talking about Silent Hill F! I was like, yeah? I was confused why you were asking me about Silent Hill F, because I was like, yeah, I've already talked about that. God, Chad, don't you keep tabs on everything I say? I was like, there, she doesn't give a fuck. I thought you were talking about Silent Hill F. Holy fuck. Silent Hill 1 has a lot more combat and less story. I actually think Silent Hill 1 has a lot more room to add story to. See, the thing with Silent Hill 2 that I didn't like is that they tried to, like, change bits of the story here and there. And I don't feel like it really worked because Silent Hill 2 felt so fleshed out. I didn't like the censoring, and I really did not like what they did with Angela. Like, at all. Silent Hill 1, I could see a remake actually doing quite well. I feel like they get more freedom. It's good but different. Different is bad. Angela's completely what she was. She really fucking was. They kind of suck at subtlety. Tessie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, I think. Don't understand. Eddie must have pizza and eat. Why did they make Eddie eat? Dude was literally scooping that shit out with his hands and oh, dude. But, like, they made the puking scene, like, less visceral. I don't get it, man. Do I have Baldur's Gate 1 and 2? I have no idea. I'd have to check Steam. 2 is modern enough that a remake isn't even that interesting. Why do games like, Why do games like The Last of Us get remakes? Who the fuck is looking at a game made in 2015 and we're like, yes. This game needs a remake. Like, why? I don't understand. Money? This shit pisses me off. Yeah, I'm not as concerned about the Silent Hill 1 remake being bad as I was with Silent Hill 2. I guess the only thing that worries me is the only scene that had, like, a deep impact on me from Silent Hill 1. Like, the fear that they might fuck up Lisa's story worries me just a bit, I suppose. But if anything, maybe we'll actually get to see more of her and have her fleshed out a bit more. That would be cool. I really like Lisa, and her scene still makes me tear up whenever I hear her song. Lisa was the best part of Silent Hill 1. That's like name of the fellow. Welcome in. When will they remake your favorite game, Silent Hill 4? Silent Hill 4 would be a fucking amazing candidate for a remake, actually, because it could all be improved. Okay, you can like Silent Hill 4. I would love to see a Silent Hill 4 remake where they actually make it a real game. I would love a Silent Hill 4 that's a real game. And I feel like they could have so much fun with the apartment mechanic, with all the haunts and stuff. And hey, it's not like they could make that story any worse. There's no way they could make that shit any worse. That Memories is nostalgic for you? Yeah, you told me about that, Sardini. That's fucking crazy. Have you played Crow Country? I have. I really liked Crow Country. Crow Country is probably one of my favorite, indie horror games, like recent Crow Country and Signalis. Look Outside is also very good. We just have to actually beat it. If they focus more on the hauntings and less on the combat, it'd be cool. A little bit would add more RE4 style combat. Daily Silent Hill 4 hate. I will admit, Silent Hill 4 has some cool concepts. I just cannot stand the way it was executed, and I fucking hate the story. That's all. So you have to remember, I played that shit freshly off the high of Silent Hill 2 and 3. Alternator, thank you for the follow. I don't have the nostalgia. I don't have the whatever gap there was between 3 and 4 of like waiting pumped up for a new exciting Silent Hill game. We all, that's true. But some of you like already had nostalgia and shit for it, so I still feel so bad for the buggies who were so excited to see me play it. First 3.5 Silent Hill games are great. Got good story beats and gameplay concepts. Yeah. Chow, when you think about, do you not remember the fucking ghosts? Like, that should, I see like some criticism about the inventory and stuff. I actually like the limited inventory. I like that it forces you back to the safe room. I wish it focused more on, cause it to me, I guess this is me projecting onto the story as an agoraphobic. Like, Henry? Was that his name? Fucking horrible main character, by the way. Henry sucks. They don't do a good job painting him as an agoraphobic, even though it feels like that was what they were trying to go with. I mean, like, the fucking, like, it has to be. But, like, we're talking Silent Hill 4. Yeah, because we were talking about the Silent Hill 1 remake, and then I'm talking about games that need to be remade. Okay, you're like, if the doll was a new game. I'm more shocked that nobody even told me about the doll. You were all, you know the little, what's that little cat, that shit-eating face cat? Type it, the XDD, that cat. You know what I'm talking about? I just introduced him with a block of that cat. You were all sitting there staring at me like that as I pick up the fucking doll on the staircase. Nobody says anything. You're all just looking at me like that as I go to pick it up. So fucked. So fucked. Shonen, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Alternator, thank you for the follow. I'll be honest, Steel Shield, I don't even remember how Henry was introduced. I just remember him being very bland. What else are we supposed to do? I don't know. I mean, I beat the game. Twitch has unfollowed you again. Does Twitch really make people unfollow? I don't know. I'm worried. What if it made me unfollow somebody and I didn't mean to? I'm glad I played Silent Hill 4. But I will never say it's a good game. I will concede and say it has its good parts. For some people, the good parts make them like the game. For me, the good parts weren't enough to make up for the bad parts. It's just different opinions. Telling Zerma you unfollow. Chat, is it true that Deltarune isn't even complete? There's more chapters? He just released new chapters? The way everybody was talking is I thought the game was done. Is it done or no? Is it like finished? 4 out of 7. I feel so betrayed. Everybody was like, I swear, you guys made it seem like it was done. All the hype. I thought it was like, oh my god, finally Deltarune's over. No! There's 3 more chapters. What the hell? No, I'm not playing that shit until it's done. The fuck? I had no idea. I literally had no idea. You weren't even gonna play it? Well, now I'm double never gonna play it. The bad parts are will ensure that there's never a remake of Silent Hill 4. Yeah, but imagine if, like, money wasn't the only goal and making something cool and awesome is the goal. What if... what if somebody just made... What if I... That's a double negative. Read my stream title. Just read my stream title, okay? What if somebody just made a spiritual successor to Silent Hill 4 and just took the cool concepts? I need to learn game development and make my own version of Silent Hill 4. That's PT. I will say, PT is Shattered Memories? No, isn't Shattered Memories... Silent Hill 1 got a lot of, spiritual successors and just, like, taking the lore. Cause, well, I told this story about, is Shattered Memories the ice one? Yeah. So the devs of Shattered Memories wanted to make an original Silent Hill storyline. Like, it was still gonna be connected to Silent Hill, but they wanted to, like, do an original story. And Konami kept rejecting their ideas. We don't know what they were, so maybe they were genuinely ass. But it was getting closer and closer to their deadline, and they didn't know what to do. So they actually pitched the reimagining of Silent Hill 1, knowing that Konami wouldn't deny that idea, because Konami was so dead set on reliving the success that Silent Hill 1 had. That's why there's so many... That's why the PSP one is also set in Silent Hill 1. Because Konami had the idea, well, Silent Hill 1 was such a success, we need to recreate it. How do we do that? Oh, I know. Just copy-paste bits of Silent Hill 1, like the characters and stuff. And just like just by name, like their personality and stories are completely different, especially with Shadow. It's just fucking weird. That's what you're saying? We got so much shit with Cyberpunk taking Jet Set Pizza. Yeah, exactly. The Mitch one was Homecoming? I think Origins is the PSP one. Isn't Homecoming the jail one? No, that's Downpour. Wait. No, Silent Hill Homecoming is the... Oh, Homecoming's the one that... Homecoming is the one that ripped off the scene... Homecoming ripped off the Jacob's Ladder scene. If you've ever seen Jacob's Ladder, do you know the scene where he's going to... He's in the hospital? And like we get the cool like bed like scene, like the cool camera angle as it follows him being pushed through the hospital, and there's all like the fucked up monsters and stuff. They like copy that entire sequence as the opening for Homecoming. Renee, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Prison is Downpour. Homecoming sucks. Downpour sucks. Yeah, I don't know. They basically fucking rotoscoped it. They did! It's like insane. It's so funny because part of the charm of the OG Silent Hills for me is it's a Western horror story made from the perspective of Japanese devs. But then we start getting Western devs making Silent Hill games, so it's Western devs making a Western style horror game, but trying to kind of mimic what that would be like through the lens of a Japanese dev. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it kind of loses some of that like charm it had. You know what I mean? Like they just can't recapture. They just can't recapture like that charm. It is extremely uninspired. And it's even more obvious, like with that Jacob's Ladder scene just being like fucking completely ripped from. It's like they knew what the inspirations for Silent Hill were, and they just didn't know how to implement that creatively. Derivative and shallow, exactly. It's so sad. Also, Fumitsu, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Travis, thank you for the follow. Another problem is Konami forcing Pyramid Head into everything. Doesn't the creator of Pyramid Head hate Pyramid Head because people just like it's like the poster of Silent Hill now and just like lost all of its meaning? They can never compare to the magic of having to map out an entire school of kindergarten cop footage. That is so fucking funny. It's one of my favorite Silent Hill trivias. Did you know there's a pachinko machine that's like a Silent Hill pachinko machine, and it had models, like updated models for like Pyramid Head and other characters that were just like completely exclusive, never used in any game, only made for the fucking pachinko machine? Like, what in the goddamn? And then they made like a Diablo style game. They made like a Diablo style fucking Silent Hill game. What was it called? What was it called? Book of Memories! Yes, Book of Memories. Like, what the hell? How do you take Silent Hill and be like, you know what would be really funny? Is if this was a top-down action RPG dungeon crawl. Like, what? Pachinko has you pinned by the balls. It's so sad. It's a whole fucking universe of insanity. Wasn't there also Metal Gear Solid 3 pachinko machine that was like also notorious? The soundtrack for it goes kind of hard. Yeah, it was only on the Vita. I'm pretty sure there was also a Silent Hill like mobile game that was mobile only, and it's like unrecoverable because it was never backed up, and it was like for like flip phone era of video game. Or like what? Flip phone era of phones. Remember Konami saying that the horror of Book of Memories comes from potentially losing all of your loot. They made a live streamed AI generated what's CYOA? Reality show of Silent Hill where you could pay real money to overrule viewer voting? What? Oh, choose your own adventure. Is that real? None of them can compare to the absolute cinema that was pay to win TV show they made. It won a what? Bro, what the fuck? I'm glad I didn't grow up with Silent Hill because I think all of my optimism and light would have been gone if I had to like grow up waiting for more Silent Hill just to Google and find this shit instead. What the hell? You grew up with Konami games? I really wasn't a gamer when I grew up. Like, my siblings had consoles, so when I used to visit my siblings, we had Donkey Kong and Mario. And then I didn't really play that much. I was pretty bad at them. I liked Donkey Kong though. I had a Game Boy that I had this Disney Princess game on. I also had a Crash Bandicoot game on my Game Boy, and I remember I didn't really play it because it was hard. Okay, you know how in Crash Bandicoot you collect apples? I think they're apples. They were apples to me. They're still apples to me. What I would do is I would go through the levels looking for all of the Wumpas fruits. Okay, well, to baby Vesper they were apples, and I was pretending that I was grocery shopping. Okay, fine, the Wumpa fruits. Well, no, because that's not true. Apples. They were apples, chat. I would pretend I was grocery shopping for the apples, and then I had to go and take them home for my wife and my kids. So that's how I played Crash Bandicoot on my Game Boy. And then briefly I had a PlayStation 1, and I had... Okay. So I had... Ape Escape, which was my favorite. I fucking loved Ape Escape. I had Crash Bash. I had Crash Bandicoot, which I played them. I liked Crash Bash more than Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot was a bit hard for me. I had Tomb Raider, which was so scary. I have very few... This sounds depressing, but it doesn't actually bother me. I have very few, like, actual, like, fond memories of my mother. I don't get along with her. One of the only, like, actual, like, good memories I have of that woman is she came to visit us at Grandma Buck's when I had my PlayStation 1. And she played Tomb Raider for me and my little sister because it was too hard and too scary for us. So she actually, like, played and got really far for me and my little sister. Because when I would play Tomb Raider by myself, you know how, there was, like, the mansion, like, the tutorial mansion that had, like, the pool and stuff? I used to like to go swimming in the pool and just walk around the house. Oh, and there was a fucking demo. There was a demo for Tomb Raider 2. There was a demo for Tomb Raider 2. And I remember being stuck in it for forever, okay? Holy shit, Perry the Platypus? Thank you for the follow, welcome in. Not trying to offend, but that's not offensive. Caroline's cool. I will take that as a compliment. There was a demo on the Tomb Raider 1 disc for Tomb Raider 2. And there was a scene with, like, glass. And I couldn't go anywhere. And I was so confused. I was stuck there. I felt like I was stuck there for months. And then I shot the glass with my gun in the demo, and the glass broke. And to me at the time, I must have been like 8 or 9, I think. To me at the time, I was like, the environment is interactable? Dude, it blew my mind. I could not believe that I could interact with the environment in such a way that items were breakable. That was unheard of before. It literally popped my mind. Like, I was like rape and it exploded. I could not believe it. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I had a Frogger as well, but I didn't like Frogger. And then we had, okay. I had the first disc of Final Fantasy VII. And you know the intro of Final Fantasy VII where you're supposed to jump on the train? On top of the train and then it plays a cutscene? It's like really early. It's like really, really early into the game. The train never came. Like, the character was still movable. I could still run around on that screen. And I remember there was like a window, like in like the apartments or like the big building behind you, like in the background. And you could like see the window like blinking. But the train never came, so I never got to play the Final Fantasy VII disc that we had. And I don't know, okay, so I don't know if this is just another bullshit thing I was told as a kid, probably. We would buy toothpaste that's just like pure white toothpaste, like nothing else in it, just like plain white, doesn't have like the gel or whatever. And we would rub the toothpaste on the like side of the side of the disc that gets red. Like you would just rub the toothpaste into it, then you would rinse it off, and that was supposed to like clean the disc. So you have no idea, chat, how many times I toothpasted the Final Fantasy VII disc trying to get it to work. Because I wanted it to work so bad. It never did. I covered that shit in toothpaste. Have I played it in Mario Kart? No, I don't have a Switch 2. Why the fuck do you have to pay for Switch 2 versions of games? Like, if I buy a Switch 2 and I want to play Final Fantasy Life on my Switch 2, I have to pay $2.50. Why? Like, what is the point? It's like a microtransaction. Like, what the fuck? Nintendo has always been greedy fuckers. I fear if emulation for the Switch 2 isn't up to snuff by the time Tomodachi Life comes out, I'm going to snap and break. But I don't really want to buy the Switch 2. Why can't... Is it confirmed Switch 2 only? Like, are they still making games that will be, like, Switch and Switch 2? Like, is there hope that I can play Tomodachi Life on my Switch? Yes? Oh, I hope, because I don't want to buy a Switch 2. That seems like a waste. It seems so shit. And, like, they didn't say it. I really hope that I can just play it. Oh, Tomodachi, yeah, it's gonna be a new game. It's gonna be new. It comes out, next year. I hope. I don't want to buy it. Like, didn't Breath of the Wild come out on Wii U and the Switch? They should just do that. Didn't they tell you they'll remotely destroy your Switch 2? Yeah, they're being extremely horrible about people being able to modify their Switches, which is, I think, is fucked up. I understand it's to stop piracy, but, like, there's plenty of homebrew that isn't piracy, and, like, stopping people from, like, using their, like, the console, like, in the way that they want is just extremely anti-consumer, and I fucking hate that shit so much. Fox, thank you for being here for 4 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You fucking despise Nintendo as a company and the way they sit on their IPs. You would kill to make a Zelda game. I don't even like what they're doing with Zelda. I feel like one of the few people. I don't like Breath of the Wild at all. I've tried twice to play it. Apparently it's gonna be out for... Really? Yippee! Oh, Con, thank you for the follow. Come on. Breath of the Wild isn't even a Zelda game. It isn't! I really don't like it. What is the... Okay, I am not anti-open world. Like, I really liked Elden Ring. Granted, I have not played other Souls games, but when I'm playing Elden Ring, the open world feels like it serves a purpose. I know there's a lot of copy-pasted bosses and stuff, but it still is... Oh, look at that over there. I can go over there. Oh, I can go over there. Oh, that giant thing over there. I can go there. Elden Ring felt awesome because the open world felt like it was filled. I could go somewhere and I was almost guaranteed to find something. It felt very rewarding to explore the world in Elden Ring. Breath of the Wild is just nothing. It's just so empty. I'm like running for like 10 minutes in game and like I've come across some trees, I guess. like what is the purpose of this shit? And then the fucking dungeons are the worst dog shit I've ever played in my fucking life. And the stupid fucking motion control to roll the ball. Oh, dude, I'm getting mad just thinking about it. I fucking hated Breath of the Wild. I fucking hated Breath of the Wild. That shit sucked so bad. What's my favorite game? What's my favorite game? I don't know. Ditzy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. Whoops. I didn't repeat. I didn't mean to kill her. I meant to do this. Do you still think I'm cute? Boo! I have too many things that I love. Chai, you always call me a hater, and I am kind of a hater, but I'm also a lover. See, look, you guys can name like a billion games that I love. I don't think I have a favorite. I just like all sorts of shit. I love horror games. Silent Hill 2 is probably my favorite horror game. I love simulation games. Animal Crossing, like as a series, is awesome. My favorite Animal Crossing game is New Leaf, though. New Leaf is sick. I love Wobble Dogs. Yeah, Wobble Dogs is awesome. I feel like Animal Crossing just... If we're going by time played, do I like you? No. I love you. Cool, thank you. Did I draw the one with lemons? No, that was actually my model artist. She retired from VTubing and stuff, but my model artist, she drew the pillbug. Where did that fucking cupcake come from? It just flew out of nowhere. A problem with super well-established IPs is that their design inevitably is only held up in constant reference to itself. You know, it kind of reminds me of Scream, the movie franchise, how it just like cannibalized itself. I do feel like games... I mean, this level... I don't think so. I can link her Twitter. It's just, she doesn't use that account anymore, and I'm pretty sure she has no intentions to return to it. And I don't think she wants, like, anything she's doing currently to, like, I think she wants it all separated. So I stopped funneling people over there to, like, respect that, but this is her Twitter. That's my model mama. And Papa, cause she also raped this model. Dude, Lavelle's genuinely a fucking machine. I still remember. I know her art is awesome. I still remember when she made all of our models. She did it so fast. I think cause she did my whole gen. There were how many of us? There was me. I'm missing somebody. Oh. 4. I think there were 4 of us. When I was still part of Richard, my Jin, she drew and rigged 4 models of this quality in a month or something. Like, she went insane. Thank you, Colt, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Yeah, she pumped them out. She, like, when she sets her mind to working on something, she is like a machine. Yeah, machine. Get it? Cause she's a robot girl. Must have been doing 6 hours. Dude, I watched her. She's a fast worker. I feel like it's like, cause like being able to like turn out something of that quality that fast is just like holy shit. I just feel like it's like a good testament to how good of an artist she is. This is your background. So this background is actually, so if I remember correctly, Lavelle put this background together in an old software that was meant for making visual novels. I could probably find it. I could probably ask her. She might remember. I don't remember. I just know it was like a really old visual novel maker, and she made me and the other girls. Rinpy! Yes! Yes, she made me, Sophie, Nim, and herself. I think she made all 4 of the girls' backgrounds in Rinpy. And then she hand drew. Sorry, I have to take the cognition filter off. You might want to shield your eyes to protect your psyche. She also hand drew this one. Except for these 3, where my antennas are. These 3 were by me. These 3 drawings were by me, but the rest of the room was by Lavelle. Yeah, sorry. For your sanity, I'll put the filter back on. There you go. Was she a visual novel creator? No, but before the group fell apart, we were actually talking. I think what the plan was we wanted to do a visual novel that had all the rich rare girls, and it was gonna be a dating sim, and you could go like there was gonna be a route where we each like helped write our own our own route in the visual novel. It was something we talked about quite a bit, but it just never ended up happening. That would have been so much fun. Why does the bug thing have an eye? This is you guys. And it's because I hugged you so hard that your eye popped out. Sorry. Teehee. Teehee, you're just so cute and lovable. You have a virtual post-apocalypse IU. You even made a super rust. That sounds so cool. That's you. Yeah, that's you guys. You're little buggies. You guys are little buggies. You can even make your own little guy. Oh shit. I dropped my bottle. I mean my cap. What did you do in the previous life to be reincarnated as a one-eyed bug? Well, depending on your opinion of me, either something really horrible or something really good. Jamie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What time is the Safety collab? The Safety collab will be in 8.5 hours. 8.5 hours. She has work today. So, I think her start time... I think she said her start time was 8:30 p.m. her time, which is 11:30 p.m. for me. Collab? Yeah. Yeah, I'm playing VR chat with Sophie on her channel tonight. Your ass will be sleeping? What about the rest of you? I just... I imagine half the chat just like groaning and the other half closing the tab. You started streaming 2 hours ago. Why didn't you notify me personally? Oh, Tad, I'm gonna try and reprise the Discord rules. I'm gonna make a... I might rename the role that's for stream right now, because it's so stupid of me, because it's like my server and you like consented to getting pinged with that role. But I'm like, oh well, if I'm just gonna tell them I can't stream today, or if I have like something to do or whatever, I feel bad pinging that role. So I'm gonna make a separate role for like general updates, and then I'm gonna make a role for YouTube uploads because I'm gonna start uploading clips. At everybody? No. Hey, enjoy your lurk. Talk on our thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What's lurking? It's just for me to know that you're here, but you're not gonna be chatting or whatever. I just have it set so that I don't know. Some buggies like it. Some buggies like to be perceived. You didn't know? That's okay. It's okay. It was only 10 points. You're scared to use the update channel for updates? Oh, I post updates in there, but then I don't want to add any buggy because it feels rude to like ping you. And then I'm in other servers, like I'm in a few streamer servers. I'm in other servers where I get pinged on God 3 different times with like 3 different roles to like be like they're streaming, which I think is so funny. Just like the difference in like personality. Like I'm shaking in my boots to ping you even one time. Other VTubers ping you like 5 billion times for one stream. I just think it's funny. Yeah. I gotta do hellos. Where's the ping? I've not seen that one. Did you know I'm streaming? Wake up, wake up, wake up. If I get one ping, you start giving birth in the VC. You're in a server where if you're not in chat, the streamer will at you? That's funny. What for a big ass? I gotta do a raid. I gotta do hellos now. It's so funny. Before I started stream today, I was like, I'm gonna say hi to everybody at the start so that I'm on top of it. And then I forgot. I got distracted. Okay. Hello, Burzen. Hello, Augie. Hello, Strong-Willed Pig. Hello, Thickneck. Hello, Nunya. Hello, Arkiton. Or Arkindens. I feel like I call you something different. I forget. Hello, Minko. Oh, don't make me register. Hello, Rivier. Hello, Honor Blend. Hello, Comfy Rat. Hello, Zacharias. Hello, Glachungle. Holy shit. Hello, Terramundi. Hello, Captain Brainless. Hello, Stellar Fox. Hello, Bishop Leech. Hello, Kaboom. Hello, Seven Sins. Hello, Anti-Rockin'. Hello, New Ones. Hello, Noimon. Hello, Flea. Hello, Jevline. Hello, Rainman. Hello, Sardini. Hello, Arca. Hello, Zombified. Hello, Prismatic. Hello, Nitro. Hello, Sad Research. Holy shit, I've been playing TFT, by the way. Prismatic made me think of it. Hello, Frog and Toast. Hello, Veronica. Hello, Smasher. Hello, Crowl. Hello, Chrono. Hello, Chojiku. Hello, Bagel. Hello, Flop. Hello, Snooey. Hello, Mr. Fugishibe. Hello, Bottled Water. Hello, Depressa Hagel. Hello, Merkin. Hello, Goman. Hello, Nasty. Anasta. Hello, Chitin. Hello, Looney. Hello, Lucy. Hello, Barnaby. Hello, Sansa. Hello, Verk. Hello, Revotosker. Hello, Arturia. Hello, Itzk. Hello, Daughter. Hello, Numbers. Hello, Sinan. Hello, Small Cat. Hello, Suka. Hello, Sheepishly. Hello, Parker. Is it weird that I like TFT? Dude, I love TFT. Chat, how do you feel that I'm in playing on mobile? Hello, Skippy. Hello, Giga My Goddess. Hello, Cat Catch. Hello, Captain Moose. Hello, Tenshi. Hello, Royal Joker. Hello, Corvus. Hello, Raplin. Hello, Corn. Hello, Giselle. Hello, Leo. Hello, Onion Champ. Hello, Buggy. Hello, Grimbo. Hello, Suhu. Hello, Emperor. Hello, Zarthon. Hello, Joxfox. Hello, Ed. Hello, Imperium. Hello, Skull Legion. Hello, DB42. Hello, Hayman. Hello, Crimson. Hello, Gigashell. Hello, Harlow. Hello, Brew Kaiser. Hello, Big Bean Burrito. Holy shit, burrito. Hello, Neutrino. Hello, Hoovy. Hello, Batty. Hello, Nick Dwyers. Hello, Val. Hello, Perry. Hello, Sun. Hello, Lil Tart. Hello, Cookie Sumi. Hello, Orai Hot Dog. Hello, Lurkers. Hello, VOD Watchers. I hope everybody's having a wonderful hovering over the day to see what day is. Saturday. Totally knew what day it was. Yes. Hello, Leechuismo. Hello, just some goblins. Hello, Rizik. Wait. Oh, shit. Wait. There's a whole nother page. Okay. Hello, Marcy. Hello, Saito. Hello, Greedy Core. Hello, Scooty. Hello, Rizik. Goblins. 2 goblins. Holy shit. Hello, Leechulia. Okay, I'm caught up. Hi. I can't. I do not sound like Gura. There. What the fuck? We live in a simulation. Which buggy said that? Which buggy said to do hellos before we get a raid? As soon as we finish, we get raided. What is the fucking odds of that? That is crazy. What the hell? We live in a simulation. Hi, Cliffoth. Hi. How was your stream? What were you up to? What the fuck? Ooh, you're playing Super Mario 64? What if I told you? What if I told you I've never ever played Super Mario 64 in my fucking life? It's your birthday? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cliffoth. Happy birthday to you. Yippee! Super Cliffoth. Oh, do you have like a low poly model? That's awesome. I should play it? Yeah, I'm scared to play it though. Isn't that the one that everybody like giga speedruns of hell? Do I have to like stream it in not the Super Mario category? Am I gonna get like Super Mario speedrun watchers in my chat going like, do this insane controller input to do this? And I'm just like, Dope Peep, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It's so fun, but if you're bad, we're gonna kill you. Yeah, I don't know anything about Super Mario. The only thing I know about Super Mario 64 is sometimes I would watch Clint Stevens play it. They do some really wacky stuff. Parallel world nonsense, backwards long jump. Yeah, fuck that. So long, Bowser. That's also, I know that part. Look, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Play Odyssey? I have actually already played Odyssey. Odyssey is a good baby Mario game. No worries, Cliffa. Thank you again for the raid. I hope you have a wonderful dinner. Thank you. Sky has the Mario Kaizo Hyper. Is Kaizo the ones where like the whole purpose is just like pulling off a really difficult set of inputs? That's what the Mario like the shell jumps and the other crazy shit, right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I'm not built for doing things like that. Twiggy, thank you for the follow. Hello, Streamer Psychosis. Hello, Redum. Hello. Oh, enjoy your lurk water bottle. One sec. Oh, they're the insane cat. Dude, I'm only familiar with the Kaizo term because of Mario Maker. Some of the Mario Maker levels are called Kaizo levels, and I just know that you have to know how to like shell jump and stuff to do them. Fun to watch. Is it like Bossy like level of difficult where it's just like insane cat stuff that you have to do? Or I want to be the guy? Like that type of shit? Ooh. Well, Tat, do you like rage games? I feel like rage games are only for streamers, and then you just like laugh at the streamer being horrible. Like, what's the one where you're the guy in the pot? It kind of reminds me of Baba Yaga. Like, the guy in the pot with the hoe, he kind of looks like Baba Yaga. Getting over it! Yeah. That one. Alice, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. She just built the front. Her comfort came for long. Really? There's a golden pot and can clear it in under 4 minutes. Holy shit. Oh, really? Really? I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't like rage games. They're not for me. They're funny to watch sometimes. Mostly, Northern Lion is funny because I feel like I've never seen him get mad at a rage game. He's just like... I don't know. He's just like... He's like possessed by the soul of like a gamer while he yaps about going to the grocery store. I remember watching him... The Sisyphus game? He gets it twisted. the Sisyphus game where he just pushes the boulder. There was a Jump King arc for a while for VTubers. You have fun watching those. Yeah, I don't think I would play Jump King. I don't think I would like. I don't know. I'm just not good at those kinds of games. And I know you don't have to be good at something to like it, but for like a rage game, the entire stream, like if I played Getting Over It, you do realize the entire stream would just be me at the very beginning trying to get over like the first hurdle. Canadian Warlock, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Like it would be horrible. Have I seen FNAF Secret of the Mimic? Is there a new FNAF game? What is this that you guys keep asking about? I don't play FNAF. One day I want to play Chat, do I have to play them in order, or can I just play whatever FNAF game I want? Does it matter? I've seen all the lore YouTube videos. Mimic. $40 fucking dollars? Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that, chat. Yeah, the Secret of the Mimic is $40. You have to play them in order and read the books and watch the map videos. No, God, no. I want to play... If I can figure out... Chat was... Raska, thank you so much for the bit. I appreciate it. Do I have to, Okay, if I didn't have face tracking, but I had a 3D model on screen, so there was at least some kind of visual for me... Hello, Raska. Would you watch me play VR games? It, like, I'm pretty sure it would still track, like, my, like, turning and stuff. It just would just be, like, is that still okay? Because I want to play Help Wanted. Yes, I want to play Help Wanted because I want to be scared. I want to be jump scared. I want to get giga jump scared of hell. It's actually pretty fun. It's good. You want to see VR streams in general? Yeah. Both Saifi and Ku have said they can help me set up streaming VR. So hopefully I'm going to get that all settled. Because I want to make sure my setup can even run VR. Like, it runs alright. It runs alright when I'm playing, like, VR chat solo. I do hear my PC chug a little, so I'm not sure how streaming it will be. We'll see. I would really like to. I mean, worst case scenario is I might have to update pieces of my setup, but, like, That's fine. Hello, Chef. Hello, hello. PC talk. You know, like when you like launch something, or like sometimes when I load into a new VR chat world, I'll be sitting across the room and I'll just hear the fucking fans in my PC just go insane. I can like hear the air whooshing. Oh, and last night, Saifi, she taught me how to put outfits on my model. So I'm gonna do the chibi. I'm gonna have more outfits for my chibi model than I have clothes in real life. It's just gonna be like dressing up a Barbie doll or something. Dude, there's so many cute clothes. So thank you so much for the care package, right, everybody? Check your posture, make sure you're not shrimping. Stretch out your limbs, wiggle those antennae. Saifi posted swimsuit pictures. Oh yeah, we did. We went to a world that was. Has anybody played the VR chat map? Project Summer Flare, something like that. It starts at like a beach or whatever, and then it turns into like this weird thing. Like this weird simulation thing. And there's this like segment where you have to climb ladders and like shimmy and stuff, right? To like get to the top of this like broken tower to grab this like weapon or whatever. And we were playing it together. And you might know this about me already. I get frustrated very easily, and I will doom and I will give up. I don't know. I'm just like, if I can't do something, I'm like, I'm so stupid and dumb and ugly and I'm never gonna be able to do it. I just give up. I shut down. Whatever. So like, she could see me getting frustrated and struggling. I probably fell like fucking 10 times trying to get up there. And so she was like, oh my god, I have to do this. I have to do this for Vesper. Because I would have just left. I would have been like, alright, let's go do something else. So she's like doing it, and she needs this gun we have to shoot a bridge to have it come down. But she's like way up there, and I am on the ground because I fell again, and I'm pissed off. So I'm taking a break. I'm just sitting down there, and I see her like motioning at me, and I'm like confused. So I like pick up the gun and I try to shoot where she's like pointing, and I'm trying to like shoot at her. I'm like trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And she's like just dangling from this ladder. And I can just very vaguely hear her screaming at me in the distance. She's like screaming. I have no idea what she's saying. And I just start cracking up. Like, I'm still holding the gun too. I'm just like cracking up because she's dangling from this ladder trying to tell me so. I can't hear her. And I'm holding onto the gun this whole time so she can't grab it. And she thinks I'm like trolling her. I didn't hear her say this, but apparently she screamed at me. She was screaming at me. She told me she was gonna kick my ass. Cause she thought I was fucking with her. Eventually I drop the gun and she does it. And when she gets down there, she's like, what is your problem? I'm like, and like from her POV, I must have just been standing down there with the gun fucking, I was laughing so hard, dude. I just like, I could see us having this situation real. She's like dangling, one arm holding onto the ladder, fucking feet just wiggling, and her just like motioning at me, and I'm just down there like, can you speak up? What are you saying? I have no idea. It was fun though. I'm really excited to go exploring in VR with her again tonight. I love streaming with Saifi because honestly, like, it doesn't feel like, I don't know, hanging with Saifi is awesome. I like streaming with her because it doesn't even feel like we're streaming. It just feels like we're hanging out, and it's really comfy and nice, and I love her. I love Saifi. I took your Tati one swimsuit pictures. This was in that world before all the crazy shit happened. I don't know. Hanging with Saifi is awesome. I like streaming with her because it doesn't even feel like we're streaming. It just feels like we're hanging out, and it's really comfy and nice, and I love her. I love Saifi. I took your Tati one swimsuit pictures. This was in that world before all the crazy shit happened. Tiny bee. It is so funny when we spawn into a new world and we're just so fucking tiny. We're so tiny. She also taught me how to like add like she taught me how to take better pictures, like you can like blur the background, like focus and stuff. I really like this one I took. I think this one looks cute. It looks like a buggy tried to take a picture of me and I'm like, no, stop, I'm shy. I really like this one. Just like the subtle blur and like the focus and stuff. It's not like exactly the same as being in VR, but I do think it makes like the I'll try to remember to upload these to the VR channel. I forgot to do it. It makes it feel like a lot more, I don't know, like how it felt to be there. If that makes sense. We're probably gonna play with the chibi models tonight, though. After stream, I'm probably gonna dress up my model a little bit more, cause she taught me how to like make toggles and all sorts of stuff. I feel so smart. I know how to do stuff in Unity. My first, cause I mentioned wanting to learn Blender. I think my first Blender project is I'm gonna try and make my mandibles in Blender. Cause I took them off. Like, it was a really creative idea. She, like, took demon horns and, like, moved them, like, where my mandibles go as, like, a placeholder. And, like, they looked cool. But especially on the TV, I didn't like them because they're very lumpy. Like, they had, like, all these weird bumps on them. It was like somebody took my mandibles and crinkled them or something. So I think I'm gonna try making my own. I feel like it shouldn't be too hard, like... They're pretty, like, simple shape. Did I make my Blender donut yet? I haven't gotten to the advanced stages of making a donut, but I have made an orb. One day I'll move on to being able to make a donut. And if you think about it, a donut is pretty close to the shape of my mandibles. The curve. There's a really good series on YouTube called The Moon Wakes Up that's all made with Blender. Dude, I'm really excited being able to use... I'm excited. I would also eventually... Even if I don't become, like, really good at using any of these programs, I think, like, learning how to use, like... Because I was thinking about downloading a test model or something and practicing just live 2D. Just to understand a bit more how it works. Just to have, like, a better understanding of, like, the things that I use as a VTuber, how they work. Do I have a YouTube? I do, but it doesn't have anything on it. If you're on desktop, you can scroll down. There's links. Alright, bye. Thanks for hanging out. It's a good skill to have. Yeah, exactly. You need to learn Blender for your own model? You have any Blender tips? You put them in Discord? I should make a hobby channel. That's a really good idea. It was so funny going through the media channel and seeing Buggies posting like 1 billion pictures of food. I was like, perhaps we need a food channel. 99% of Blender is just learning it. Syfy made this really cool, like, she made a website for herself. I think it was for Unity, not Blender. It might have been for Blender, actually. She made a website that was just a repository of all the hotkeys. And, like, she can click on them and it goes more in depth on the hotkeys and, like, other hotkeys that work with it. I was like, holy shit. It's cool. A Blender term to memorize that will be very helpful if you haven't heard it yet. Edge loops. There's a good bunch of those. Yeah, and until I actually start like putting my hands on it myself, it's just not gonna stick. I'm a very hands-on learner. I've been watching some videos and stuff, but I just need to do it myself. You need to remake the Laval model. It's been on your to-do list forever. No worries, man. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Have you made a 3D hobby channel? Yeah, I should. I mean, we actually do have quite a few Buggies that make 3D stuff and 3D printers, shit, and stuff like that. So it'll actually probably be a very smart idea to make a hobby channel for those different things. I might also, because we have a lot of artist buggies too, like drawing and music. So I'll probably make a channel for like posting your own work and talking about it, because I don't think we have a channel for that either. When it has a gazillion micro workflows, the rule of thumb is that if you're stuck wondering, there has to be an easy way to do this. It exists. It's just super arcade. Yeah. Because I know, like a lot of you. There's actually a lot of buggies who have like. I think we have some that are in photography. I know we have some that make like physical hands and crafts, and we have lots of artists, musicians. Like we have a lot. We have a lot of creative buggies. You like to write, but nobody likes to read anymore. I was super inspired. I want to make a short horror story that takes like my experience like with agoraphobia and like living outside, like out of my apartment, and like turning it into a horror story. A lot of the no sleep stories were like super inspiring, and I was like, damn, I could really make a story out of my situation. I really want to. I really like the idea of framing it as a no sleep, because like the premise of no sleep is you write it as if it's like a real problem you're dealing with. I'm in like a position where I'm like, oh, I need like a good creative outlet. I've been drawn in so long, and I'm like, I need to create. I need to do something. Thank you, Sardini. I'm glad. I think writing would be a lot of fun. I think writing would help me too, because I think writing would be a good way to vent out some things without like saying it directly. Like being able to vent something through symbolism and whatever is a lot more comfortable than just like outright talking about it. A grain of sand that forms the pearl of good writing is often someone going, this horror slop is badly written. I could do better. What is it that's especially horror? Why are they so bad at writing endings? The amount of movies and shows and God, even games and just like everything, like not always, but it feels like horror just really struggles to end things properly. And they'll have such strong starts. You think writing endings is just hard and you might be right. The ending. I was gonna say that in Discord, I forgot to. It makes me so unbelievably happy when I talk about reading or watching or doing something on stream, and then like buggies will like go out of their way to watch or read it too. I think that is so cute. I love when you guys do that stuff. We need more Silent Hill Dog. I agree, we do need more Silent Hill Dog endings. But horror movies often get bad endings because of the core pursuits. I don't know, because even like indie like stories and stuff, like they just end so abruptly or strangely. Like I really liked God. Tales from the Gas Station? Tales from the Gas Station started so good. I don't know if it's like a book series or not. It's a horror comedy. I don't know if there's more to it, if it's like been like edited or like published under books and has like different ending or something. But the way the story just like ended on like I think it was on Reddit was so disappointing. It was very Welcome to Night Vale-esque. You liked the book? Yeah, I wonder if like the book or something had a better ending, but the original like No Sleep post, I think it was posted there, I did not like the ending at all. I think the trick is to have an ending in mind to begin with and then work towards it. I think you're right, Carrick. Yeah, like knowing exact. Oh God, there was. Dude, I wish I could remember. There was something I either watched or read recently that felt so much like the entire thing was heading in this direction. It was so satisfying because of it. Reaper Crimson and hey Siri, Google gay segs. Okay, there we go. Thanks for the follow, man. What if I actually had a Siri and it went off there? That'd be crazy. Can you spoil what's so bad about the ending? Yeah. So they kind of... I am spoiling this story, so if you want to read it, you might want to mute me for just a minute. So basically the ending... Like, the story kind of alludes to this, like, entity under the gas station. And the ending ends with them going under the gas station and just having a conversation with this entity. And it was more about the way it was written. Like, it is a horror comedy, and I just felt like the way the entity spoke and, like, the way our main character spoke to it, like, it just came off just like, the humor didn't land right to me. I don't know. It just didn't hit. I really didn't like it. It wasn't funny. It was just kind of, like, cringe and just disappointing, I guess. Came off like a Marvel... It did kind of come off like a Marvel movie. And I really don't like... Like, I get maybe that's what they were going for. Like, ooh, most horror doesn't let you talk to the monster or whatever. I don't like when we get to talk to the monsters in horror. Especially when they're described as, like, something otherworldly or inhuman. Because at the end of the day, it's a person writing this story. And they're not going to be able to write the dialogue in a way that comes off as anything but human, I feel. I agree. I don't like seeing the monster either. I think these creatures work way better when they're left entirely to imagination and are just vague suggestions of what they are. It's like the Lovecraft approach. Like I've said before, the Lovecraft approach where it's like, this being is so horrible and insidious and indescribable. Proceeds to describe it. Like, okay, dude. Whatever, dude. I have heard of My House.wad, but I've never played it. Yeah. That just happened. Low-res horror? Yeah. Or things where they just leave things up to imagination or assumption, I think work a lot better. At least for me. She thinks you have to be good at Doom to play My House. I actually do. Do I not have to be good at Doom to play My House? How am I supposed to set up a WAD? I don't know anything about Doom. I'm stupid. Yes, the thing was awesome. No? Oh. Lovecraft is a bit juvenile, IMO, because it's like, there is no god, but I'm inventing the devil to give myself the heebie-jeebies. I do like the idea of there, like, being these, like, giant, indescribable, uncaring entities. But, I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of a hater. I think I've said before, I like the concepts and stuff that come from Lovecraftian works, but I don't actually like Lovecraft. as a person or a writer. It's just, it didn't age well, and I feel like even the, like, it's not, Lovecraft stuff is so hard to read because he was such a fucking, well, I mean, yeah, that aside, not even that, but I've been told that, like, towards the end he was starting to get better, but, like, he was such a hateful person in general, and so nihilistic, and it feels like it seeps through everything he was writing. And it just makes it, like, agonizing to read, because it's just like, this is written by someone who hates everything. It's just like, okay. But yes, I do agree that there's a lot of cool concepts, and, like, the impact that a lot of his stuff has had on horror in general is, you know, undeniable. So. He hates and more importantly fears everything, which is why he is a pioneering horror writer. Yeah. Yeah, better to. Yeah, that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. But like, I don't know. Gen Z is canceling Eminem. I've seen those like fucking clickbait articles that are like Gen Z hates this and Gen Z is canceling this, and it's like literally nothing. Like it's something nobody has even heard of. It feels like an old person read like a one troll comment and got by it or something. I don't know. The modern state of the internet. These are weird times we live in, chat. The irony of making your stories about the insignificance of human existence while also centering about human existential angst is so fun. I feel like that disconnect in writers and just people in general is like pretty common though. They fired up chat GPT and was like, make an article. Did you chat last time? So I've been uploading my VODs to YouTube. They're just I need to hit publish on them. It's cause I got roadblocked because I need to make a thumbnail for just chatting streams and I'm like stupid. I'll figure something out. Anyway, last time I was checking on a VOD. I was in the video creator for YouTube, right? And there's a tab called Inspirations, and the fucking YouTube like just AI generates topics and titles and thumbnails. Like, what? It's like, and they call it inspiration, and they're like, yeah, we'll just give you your next topic for your fucking YouTube content. And like they use like if you're a bigger channel, like they use like they'll take what videos of yours actually did well and try and just like a SpongeBob YouTuber talked about it. He had made like an iceberg video that got really popular, and the AI was like super set on him making a sequel to this fucking iceberg video. I don't know, it's just so weird and stupid. Go with the mantra that people who are happy with things like that are living the life they deserve. Yeah, probably. We're in the age. It's just bizarre to me because I remember a science YouTuber talking about how like the science side of YouTube has like suffered an irreparable amount because people are churning out these like long form science videos that are not fact checked, that are just they're just spouting like nonsense and shit, and because of the way they're made, like people will just listen to it and not realize that they're fake, and it's like they're just being slopped out so that the fucking creators can get all the ad revenue. And the fact that like YouTube sees shit like this happening and we're like, yes, what if we aid in the creation of this? Okay, weird flex, but alright. I mean, that's always gonna be a thing. There's like a huge disconnect from like regular consumer / creator and like mega giga corporation of hell. You fuck with science? I like learning about stuff sometimes, but only really weird stuff. I like, and usually when it has something to do with something really fucked up happening. But like, if we're talking about like just space, last science thing that I was watching videos about was deep space. I mean, not deep space. Deep ocean exploration. Like what? Well, I learned about the vents that they found in the deep ocean that have those little microorganisms that they learned. God, what's the name? They don't get their energy from the sun and stuff. Yes, hydrothermal vents, and they like process like the nuclear heat energy or whatever from down there. Yeah, it's so cool, and how scientists are researching them because there's like lots of ores and valuable stuff in the ocean that people want to mine because, you know, we've sapped it all from the earth. But, you know, these organisms aren't used to having light or sound, so even just like taking a submarine or something, like any machinery down there, can like severely impact the wildlife down there. And we don't understand entirely what hurting these creatures would do. Yeah, and it's crazy because like this isn't like the like I think the hydrothermal vents and the like discovery of life actually being able to thrive like that deep in the ocean was something we discovered in like the 70s. Like I think this was like a massive discovery because it proved that life doesn't need sunlight. Like they can get their energy from something else. So it was like a really massive discovery. And it's like really cool because like, God, if we're still discovering things like that so recently, there's all sorts of shit. There's all sorts of shit. Alarmist, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, Krat, yes, I am a beetle. You're one of the few first-time chatters to actually know that. Thank you for getting it right. Mount Etna spewed a strange substance. Wonder what else goes on. I know, dude. I'm not scared. I'm not scared of the ocean. I'm just like, well, I want to know what's going on down there. And like the fact that there's potential for like other creatures that we have no idea how they work and how they survive and shit. Dude, it's so cool. It's so cool. Yes, exactly, Rita. Which proves that the way we think about like life in space is like completely like if they don't need sun, like not even that. Just if something can live in those extreme environments, like who knows? Who knows what the hell can go on in other planets? Beetles are cool. You were looking and getting a rhinoceros beetle tattoo? Ooh, that'd be cool. I like rhinoceros beetles. I like beetles a lot. Tardigrades? Yeah. Hi, Alarmist. Welcome in. You would love a Buggy Subnautica playthrough? I do, want to play Subnautica. I do really wish, it was like, multiplayer just because the base building is a bit sad. Also, thank you, Murakhan. I'm so glad that I can help you get some rest. I appreciate that. Thank you. Enjoy your lurk. There's planets out there where it does goofy stuff like rain lava or wind speeds that shred stuff. You wonder what... I know. I just really love... It's just like... I know it's just like a little microscopic little guy in the ocean and it probably doesn't even know it's alive. But the fact that some form of life can actually, like, survive in those environments is still just, like, so cool to me. It's so cool. I want to be a little guy that just lives in the ocean and wiggles with the other weird little guys. Who wants to go hang out at the hypothermal vents? There are meteorites on Earth that started out on Mars and got launched off by asteroids, and we know some organisms could theoretically survive it. Really? And lives in a pineapple? Yeah, and lives in a pineapple or something. Holy shit. The Twilight Girl, Kristen Stewart, plays in a 2020 movie called Underwater. It's actually a good movie. Ooh. I like her. She's cool. I have to stretch. Oh, God. And take water. I'm taking an unauthorized break. My mouth feels kind of dry today. I don't know why. Thank you, Zenza, for the hydrate. Everybody take a sippy. There's a theory called panspermia that posits that chains of asteroids hitting planets and the ejecta for impacts, or spreading to other planets is how... I think that makes a lot of... Space is so fucking scary. But, like, what if the thing... Oh my god. What if the thing that made people originally was just like a little thing on an asteroid? And I came from space. What if we're insane cat? What if we came from space? But like as a little guy. Like a little speck. Maybe that's why I'm so scared of space. In one of my old lives, I was actually one of those things that was on an asteroid that hit Earth. And I know what it's like being out there, so I'm just really scared of going back. Okay, don't remind me of what. I'm actually horrified of space. It's so fucking scary. I feel like it's like, because I'm pretty scared of heights, and I'm really scared of falling. So I feel like space is just like, all you do is fall. And are really high. So... Oh, thank you for the follow. Come on. It's just scary. What if we came on the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs? That'd be sad. Your parents gave you their old telescope so you've been on a space kick? Chat, what if instead of playing a game today, we read a short story together? About space. A scary story. The real aliens were the friends we made along the way. No more. This can't be good. Dude, not last night. I think the night before after VR, we were like in a high, I fell so many times in VR. I was laying in bed and I was just laying there so anxious. I was like, I'm falling. I'm gonna fall. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd feel like I was falling. But, like, it wasn't, like, the falling asleep. I don't know. It was making me crazy. This VR's been doing weird shit to my brain. Me in the 2nd grade when I learned the sun will explode. I know! It's horrifying! One of the signals in Voices of Void you think was a coffin, and in the audio of the signal you can hear... Really? What the fuck? I feel like we didn't get any of the scariest signals when I played Voices of the Void, and it totally isn't my fault because I never process signals in chat. I swear. Next time there's a big Voices of the Void update, we'll play, and I'll actually do the signals for once, okay? I promise. If Vesper's afraid of space, there should be a space disaster movie night. What space movies have we watched? We've watched Interstellar, and we've watched, I feel so horrible that this is the only thing I remember. What's the one that cut the orgy scene? Event Horizon, yeah. God, I feel horrible that that's what I remember from that movie. Chat, it's so hard not to think of it because the movie alludes to it the entire time. They get flashbacks. To it. And then chat's like, oh yeah, there was actually a full scene of this and they cut it. Like, what do you mean there was a full scene and they cut it? I need to know. I need to see it. Hello, Elko Link, you. Hello. Silly Muffin, thank you for the follow. Come in. Yeah, we watched Interstellar, we watched Jason X, we watched Event Horizon. I guess we watched Aliens. I've seen Alien by myself. I didn't really like that movie though. Okay. Hold on a second. How long is this story? We fought. should be able to get through this in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, I think maybe I'll try reading a story today, chat, if that's okay. If you're not gonna hate me and want me dead. The recording of Event Horizon took some kind of emotional toll on the cast, really? Alien seems kind of generic now because so many... I didn't even think it was generic. I don't know. I can't really tell why I liked Alien so much. Or didn't like it so much. I think because it was... You're a hate watcher. I think it was because it was so hyped up for me, and then I watched it and was like, alright, I guess. Okay, chat. I am going to BRB. I need to use the bathroom. I'm going to get up and stretch my limbs a little bit. I also might eat a little bit of honey because my voice feels a bit hot, and I don't know why. Alright. You should also get up, stretch, get some water, refill your water, get some snacks, whatever you need to do. I'll be back. I'll be like 5 minutes, okay? Don't worry. Has he been yapping? But I always yap this much. Usually it doesn't bother me. Cool, thank you for the follow. Alright. Take care of yourselves, I'll be right back. Mwah. Hello. Okay. I'm like trying to gauge the time because it's almost 4. I feel I'll be home at 11:30. Hopefully this takes that long. It's shorter than Ted the Caver. I think. Hold on. Let me just see something really quick. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay, yeah, this should be totally doable. It should be fine. Okay. So, I would, since we were talking about space, it made me think of this short story. I think it'd be really fun to read this together. And I've been wanting to read something on stream for a while, so I know it's kind of impromptu, but that's just how it be. I have water. I don't have a way to show it on screen, so I think what I'll do is I'll just link the story and pin it. You're pumped, but also no gaming. I don't really feel like playing Look Outside today, and I don't know what else I would play. It sounds stupid, but I haven't been enjoying playing games on my PC. The games I've been playing TFT on my phone, Fantasy Life on my Switch, and then VR in bed. I literally haven't been playing any other games at my PC. I think if I get a better chair, it'll be more comfortable. How about Wordle? Chat, if I started doing the dolls, what would you do? TFT. I would never, ever in a million years stream TFT. Okay, that's what we're gonna read. There's a link if you want to follow along. And then, you know, credits the author and all of that. You would still watch even if I were bald. 1, TFT is boring as fuck to watch. 2, I'm not good enough. I'm only like Emerald 1 right now. Who the fuck wants to watch an Emerald 1 player play? Even if I got to like a Masters, who the fuck wants to watch a Masters player play? I feel like when you watch games like TFT, you're like, usually you want to watch like people who are actually good at the game. At least me. If I'm watching TFT stream, I would rather watch someone who's like good so that I can absorb some of the strategy or something. And also, TFT chatters are really mean. I'm not tough enough. I'm not tough enough for this shit. Also, this set kind of sucks ass. It's actually quite bad. You only watch Mario 64 speedruns? So it's really hard for you to watch a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh streams? Weenie Hut Jr. is more her speed, true. Isn't there a category for reading on Twitch now? Didn't they add something? Or am I crazy? I don't know what the category is called. There's a category called books that has 1 viewers and 3,000 followers. I thought they added writing and reading. Is that what it is? Yes. Okay. Maybe we'll try this one. I could just stay in just chatting, but We'll try this. Okay. The short story. I wanted to read it because we were talking about cosmic horror and space and stuff. It is a story that was posted to No Sleep a year ago by Christian Wallace. Let me actually... You know what? Where should I put this on my monitor? Because I want to be looking at you guys while I read, like I'm reading it to you. At least on desktop, how it would look. But then if I put it over here, I can't see chat. Close. Are you the type of motherfucker that has 10 billion tabs open, or do you keep your tabs organized like a normal functioning member of society? You close them when you're done. More tabs than that. It feels bad to kill them. You hold on. Even if it's something I want to use, if I'm not using it in the next like 30 minutes, I will bookmark it if I have to. Otherwise, I'll just close it and find it again later. I hate having tabs open, dude. It makes me feel disgusting. I don't know. Okay. This should work. You get anxiety when you have too many tabs, so you constantly call the week. I never have tabs. Like, I mean, if I'm not watching YouTube or SpongeBob, my browser will just be closed because I'm not using it for anything. You have 70 open. You have 100s? But they're organized. I don't even understand. Never in my life was I ever somebody that had like a bunch of tabs open. 10 billion? It used to be 3 tabs max, then you lie. I don't understand. Doesn't it like... I don't know. I don't know. How do you navigate them? I just use bookmarks too. Even then, I feel like I don't use my bookmarks too much. Although I will say, okay, maybe you only have my tab open. Ooh, I'm special. Maybe I kind of understand it because my mobile browser, that is a completely different story as compared to my PC. My mobile browser, I just don't even close the tabs. It automatically closes them. Like it'll like sleep them, but I just forget to close them. I just open a new tab. Especially because when I'm playing like a game in bed and I'm a Google gamer. I'll look shit up. I don't give a scallop. I don't close anything on my phone. Let me switch this to here. Okay. I really do have some prep stuff I need to do before I stream a sci-fi, so hopefully this doesn't take Giga too long. If it does, it's fine. It's not a huge deal, either way. I actually don't play Limbus on mobile. I actually haven't. I logged into Limbus, I think, one time since I got home. I pulled on the banner with Faust, got the Faust ID, and was like, awesome. I just haven't been in the mood to play. Okay. Is this a few years from doing the why is my phone slow? My grandma, okay, sorry. We'll read after the story. My grandma Bug's best friend, she had this friend that she was friends with since she was in elementary school, right? So like she's known this lady for years. They would call They would call on the phone at the same time every single night, and they went out for lunch together on the same day every week. So they would always call and talk. It's like 6 or 7 p.m. and they would always go out for lunch on Tuesday. So like, and they'd known each other since like elementary school. And I remember when I moved into my first apartment, her best friend was like really nice and like helped buy a lot of stuff I needed for my first apartment. And she needed help with her phone, and she handed it to me, and like, I swear to God, like every minute a new like pop-up ad would come up. Like she had downloaded some like spamware or some shit on her phone that was just spawning ads like in the home menu and stuff. Like, what the fuck? I ended up just uninstalling anything that didn't look like it was like a base part of the phone, because I was like, what in the fuck? How do old people even manage to fuck their shit up this bad? I don't get it. I don't get it. Zedge, Springlock, and Kuroshi, thank you for the follows. I'll come in. Insane cat, phone's haunted. It's actually really easy. But like, why? I get scared downloading just regular apps. How are they even on the App Store? I don't get it. Grape, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, I'm starting the story. Link is in the pin if you want to follow along. The story is called The only other astronaut on this mission died 6 weeks ago, but the computer insists their life signs are still stable. When Ben died, he made very little noise. Ben? I don't want to interject too much, but Ben, because like this is No Sleep, which is like creepypasta, the first thing I think is Ben drowned. I just get redirected all the time and tap this. Oh, that's right. I understand. Do you want to Ben drowned in space? Do you want to rename Ben? No, we'll call him Ben. He made very little noise. It was the computers that alerted me. Shrill alarms and flashing lights. I hadn't even gotten out of my sleeping bag before my smartwatch had lit up with half a dozen messages about system failures. Astronaut 1, heart rate monitor failure. Astronaut 1, skin conductance. What is skin conductance? Monitor failure. Astronaut 1, VO2 monitor failure. The situation didn't sink in until I was shaking an unresponsive Ben, white eyes rolling back into his skull, blood pooling in his ears like red jelly, viscosity, mass, no gravity. They made me nauseous to look at. HQ would later say Ben died from an aneurysm, 1 in a million, a freak death that just happened to occur in low Earth orbit. What is an aneurysm? What is an aneurysm, chat? Is it like a blood clot in your brain? Whoa. Oh, your brain like bulges and does it pop? Does it pop or ugh? It happened in other places? Not just brain. Well, he had a... It said he had... Oh. It didn't say brain. I just assumed. I guess it's because whenever I hear people talk about it, they talk about it in terms of a brain aneurysm. So it can happen anywhere. Oh, I assumed it happened in his head, I think, because he's bleeding. He's got blood in his ears. He's got blood in his ears. You get a bad headache. I'm so scared of that. Getting like a bad headache out of nowhere. Also, what are the chances you go out into outer space and you just fucking die because you had an aneurysm? Oh, and you're just left in space. So you're already like up in space, which must already be like lonely and like fucking weird. And then you have a dead body with you too. Okay. So what now? I asked after the panic had died down and the reality of my situation finally settled in. HQ sent me a rarely used or discussed document that outlined what I'd have to do. Bodies pose a unique threat in microgravity, it explained. All that order becomes disordered. What is solid turns to liquid. What is liquid turns to gas. First thing I needed to do was put Ben's body somewhere that had no oxygen and was freezing cold. Somewhere he would pose no danger to himself or me. Isolated but easily retrievable. The conclusion was obvious. I knew what they suggest before I even reached that part of the booklet. It happened so fast that Ben was still warm when I put him in the special bag designed to endure the vacuum of space. Wait! Are they just gonna put his body in space? I kept expecting him to protest as I pulled at the stiffening limbs and manipulated swelling joints. Every step of the process, every zip, every bit of Velcro. I had to remind myself he wasn't going to complain. It felt intimate, but it wasn't. Intimacy requires two people. I don't know if I agree with that. By that point, Ben was just meat. Hello, Elliot, hello. Intimacy requires two people. By that point, Ben was just meat. Why don't you just chop him up and eat him? Why can't you... Chat, why is food in outer space dehydrated? Yume Joshi's beg to differ. What is the definition? Because, like, can an atmosphere, like, a restaurant or, like, a place or something can have, like, an intimate feel? I thought intimate was just, like... Yeah, I thought it was, like, familiar or close. Like, even, like, comfy or, like, just, like, private. Like, it doesn't have to... I guess maybe... Oh, it saves on weight. Expensive to launch stuff, so lighter is better. Okay. What causes potential mold? How long do people usually stay in space when they go up? Is it like a long time? Yeah, I guess it's like he's still kind of like hoping that this guy, like he still hasn't fully wrapped his head around that the only other person in the literal vacuum of space with him has died, and he's now like touching this man's body and stuffing him into a bag. Hi, Camilla. Hi. Do you remember the Tesla floating around space? Wasn't there like an experiment where they put like a bunch of people in space just to see? No. Oh, didn't they get trapped up there? Wait. I don't think I ever heard that result. Wait, chat. Pause the story. Did those people come home yet? I don't think I was around for the resolution I completely forgot. Are they back yet? Are they still up there? Holy shit. I forgot all about them. They weren't really trapped? What? Wait, so what happened? They floated away into a different galaxy. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Also, I wanted to say, Kemi, your new model is so cute. They got brought back. Oh, thank God. The people were trapped, but they're safe. But they're back now? Like, when did that happen? Wait. In March? I did not hear about this. How long were they up there for? June? Wait. They were up there from June until March of the next year? They weren't really trapped, essentially just missed the first... But like, they just kept them up there for 8 months? And it was just 2 of them? Did they like? Are they okay? Did they like it up there? What if when like their ride got there to pick them up, they're like, I actually want to stay up here. I think I like it up here better. They probably got a bit stir crazy. It's a shame that people like me can't become astronauts because like I feel like the kind of person who doesn't go outside anyway, coupled with just like being stuck. I don't feel like I'd be bothered. I guess like I don't get bothered because I can like talk to my friends online. I guess I can't go on Discord and be like, hey everybody, what's up? So maybe that would drive me a little crazy. Is there, okay chat, don't call me stupid. Is there Wi-Fi in space? Don't call me stupid. Do they have Wi-Fi in space? Like, could you still go on Discord in space? There is internet? I don't know how it works. I'm not gonna call you stupid. Okay, you're not allowed to think it either. Well, they have to have, like, some kind of, like, way to communicate with Earth, right? They have a connection, but it's very slow. Okay. Beyond Earth, it's hard. There's hard caps on the speed of light, so no signal can ever go faster to Mars and back than 30 minutes. Really? Icky, thank you for the hydrate. Everybody take a sip. I can't believe I forgot all about those people. I'm glad they're okay. Also, I would still say they were trapped, cause like, what was the bug fact? Oh, there was no bug fact today. What's a good bug fact? Okay, so I have to check one because I don't know. I don't want the science names because I can't pronounce them. I'm stupid. Okay. There are three types of metamorphosis in insects. There's the first kind, which is no metamorphosis, which is kind of confusing. Basically, when they hatch from an egg, they just look like a little baby version of what they'll be as an adult, and then they just grow into like that, right? So they start as an egg, then they turn into like just a little baby version of what the adults look like, and every time they molt, they get bigger. So they just slowly grow up into like an adult size. And then there's an incomplete metamorphosis where they start as an egg, and then the nymphs, like they start as nymphs, and then as they like grow, they slowly start to take on more like characteristics and stuff that the adult bugs would take on. So like there's still changes, but it isn't a complete metamorphosis because they don't completely change the way they look, and they don't ever like pupate or go into a cocoon. Like they go from egg to nymph to an adult. And then complete metamorphosis, which is what beetles like me do, is they start as an egg, and then when they hatch from the egg, they're the little baby like larvae. So like butterflies do this, beetles do this, flies do this. That's like maggots and caterpillars and larvae. And then they pupate, and then they turn into a cocoon. And then when they come out, they're like bees as well. They turn into a whole different thing. Like imagine crawling into like a fucking sleeping bag, and you come out of it, you're just a new creature. Like it's so sick. And what's really cool, so butterflies they liquidate inside their fucking cocoons and are like literally reshaped. But yeah, they become a goop. They become a goop inside their fucking cocoon, and they come out as a butterfly. But what's really cool is there's been studies with butterflies specifically where scientists think that they actually retain memories that they had as caterpillars. So even though they literally liquidate into a fucking goop and reform into an entirely different shape, they still have, like, it's still them. It's so cool. Bugs are so fucking cool. I love bugs. But yeah, that's the 3 different types. There's no metamorphosis, incomplete metamorphosis, and complete metamorphosis. And I just think complete metamorphosis is so cool. It's sick. Chat, please stop fighting with each other. It makes me sad. What's your case out of 3? Modify memory thing was it is so cool! You heard about that? They shock the caterpillar every time? And they made it smell certain... Okay, that's a little fucked up. One of my one more bug fact that makes me sad. Sometimes when you see, like, a really pretty, like, photography, like a photo of a bug, and, like, it's really posed and really pretty, and you're like, wow, how did the photographer get that? Chances are, if you look really closely, the bug is actually dead and it's been pinned and posed. It's actually really, really common with, insect photography. And yeah, they usually pin them and pose them. And when you look, you can tell that they've been pinned and posed. Do you know some memory is stored in DNA where natural predators can be learned through DNA? And like, really? Is this why I spaz out over everything? Good morning, Maziel. Insect photography is yeah, it's actually like horrible. I think it's because like I've noticed that people tend to take animals that are like the smaller the animal, the less likely some like a regular person will like view it as alive. It's like fucked up. They're living creatures too. They're just like, I don't know. It's fucked. That's why fear evolved. Anxiety is basically just... Does that just mean my ancestors' monkey brain? Like, did I just come from a line of people who had anxiety? Or like, were my ancestors in real danger and I just inherited, like, the learned danger? Like, at one point did it turn from, like, an actual valid fear response into me just being like... We all did, because if you... But then why doesn't every buggy have an intense amount of anxiety? Okay, sorry. Sorry. I'm gonna continue the story. So basically, guys in space, 2 astronauts, his astronaut buddy had an aneurysm, fucking died, and he is stuffing him into a bag to put him into the vacuum of space. Because it's like... safer to do that or something. Yeah, that's true. That's true as well. Well, I feel like a lot of people, like, even with small animals, like... Hamsters? Chat, I'm telling you right now, I will ban you. Do not type fucked up hamster stories in my chat. You will get banned. I don't want to hear it. But I always see people with, like, horrible hamster story. It's always these small ones. Like, it feels like they just have, like, a... Like, I refuse that some of these were just genuine accidents and it's just carelessness because they just don't value the life as much as they would, like, something bigger. Or something easier to, like... I don't know. It makes me sad. How hard is it to, like, take a cup and a piece of paper and put the bug there and just, like, fucking put it in the grass or something? Why do you have to, like, crush it? Hamsters all want to die like Vikings? I don't know! One time your hamster ate a Cheerio without any milk, holy fuck. Okay. We've just packed Ben up into some space-safe packaging. The spacewalk itself is something else. The bag that surrounded Ben's body inflated in the vacuum, and I instinctively felt the urge to undo what I'd done. There was a body in there. And bodies are meant to have so little between them and outer space. When I touched the bag, I could feel him beneath the paper-thin material. Crease of an elbow, the bump of his nose. By the time I reached my destination, his body already felt brittle. Attaching him to the station was easy enough, on a technical level. Leaving him there went against every instinct I had. I guess they just don't account for, like, a body... Would they really do this? Like, if somebody died in space, they would just tie them outside? That doesn't seem right. Okay. Suspension of disbelief, chat. I don't know. It just seems fucked. I don't know how big these, like, space stations and shit are. Oh, they don't have anywhere else to store it. You're right, it would, like, rot. That makes sense. Okay. I guess it's just not... Has this ever happened in real life? Like, somebody dying in outer space? That we know of? I guess there must be, like, insane, like, health checks and stuff to make sure you're, like, okay to go up there. After that, there was no pretending he was coming back. A day later, and I began to pack his things away. There was a catharsis in it that I found calming. I catalogued his belongings with thin detachment. Most of his things were dry and uninteresting. Photos of him with a dog, a copy of a Michael Shea book, a certificate of excellence from NASA that I received when he was 10. He discovered a comet, he told me during our first meeting. Backyard with a telescope. NASA let him name it and everything. That was how he knew he wanted to be an astronaut. Described it as a calling. Ben was like that. A real-life Boy Scout. In life, he'd had no edges. That's kind of cool. If this actually happened, they'd probably put them in a cold storeroom or depressurized section. Part and everything. So, like, if you, like, want to be an astronaut, but you were just, like, given, like, a frail body, it's just impossible. They're, like, you'd be stuck on Earth, like, doing, like, logistical stuff, I assume. You wouldn't actually get to go up there yourself. That's actually kind of sad to think about. Somebody, like, really wanting to go to space, but they just can't because they're too sickly or something. That makes me sad. You think some died during re-entry? Going to space, then as you come back down, you just fucking die. You're a monkey strapped to a giant missile? Chat, wasn't... Hold on, let me double check that I'm right. I want to make sure that I'm not spouting misinformation. Yes! Fruit flies! Did you know fruit flies were the first living organisms that went to outer space? And they actually came back safely too? They just sent some fucking fruit flies into space. And they came back okay. Like, bugs were the first ones in space. Let's fucking go. Yeah, they had to test to make sure going to space doesn't instantly kill life. July 9th, 1946. And they came back. Dude, they were up there. The fruit flies were up there from July 9th, 1946 till February 20th, 1947. Dude, they kept them up there for so long. It's so funny, like, I know flies can't, like, think. Like, they don't... It's really difficult, like, when you're, like being a, like, you know, humans, you know, most of us can, like, empathize and stuff. I find it really hard to, like, remove that, like, empathy from things that, like, don't think or feel in the same way we do. It's just, like, crazy to me, like, a fucking fly, like, it doesn't even know. It does not have any inkling of any idea of like what it helped do. It's just a fucking fruit fly. They don't even have. It is funny to imagine them just fucking screaming like, "Oh shit! Oh fuck! Where are we?" Damn, that is crazy. The original moon landing operation, there was actually an idea plan for a body bag. Oh, I wonder. I wonder if that's what this story is taking inspiration from then, because he did just put the body in a vacuum bag and put him out. He's literally just floating in outer space right now. Okay. He's still talking about men. You'd think given our history we'd be close. 2 men selected based on extensive psychological profiling. Together we had simulated multiple missions to Mars, 2 on the ground, 1 in space, all of them highly secretive. An official mission to Mars was meant to be next, at which point the whole project would be made public. But the key to having 2 people work together, alone, for nearly an entire year, isn't to find 2 guys who are best friends forever. It's finding people who won't grade on one another. Neither hate nor love. 2 men who enjoy their own company, but don't mind one another. Ben and I had become acquainted over all that time together, but it wasn't like we were brothers in arms. We worked so well precisely because there was no meat to the friendship, no stakes, nothing to argue over. To me, Ben was a nice guy, but that was all. I figured he was plain and simple all the way down, no dark secrets, no real problems to speak of. The journal changed that. Getting yaoi vibes. I was literally thinking the opposite. I was like, oh, they're like really hammering and they're like, there's nothing here. The speech that President Nixon had written, oh my god, that's like public? Doomed yaoi? They're not yaoi! We have to read about the journal. We're getting to the cool parts, I think. It was taped to the inside of a panel of a computer at his workstation. He must have hidden it close to his things, somewhere out of sight, but easily retrievable. Frayed leaves and yellowed pages, like some ancient artifact. Last thing I expected to find in a space station. I almost mistook its leather cover for some sort of personal Bible. The sort of well-worn tome held up by a preacher making exclamations about the devil. But its insides were handwritten and hardly in keeping with a Bible. I really like that description. I can totally, like, have you ever, maybe not even in, like, a super religious house, like, you know that, like, specific leather, I feel like it's always Bibles that have that very specific, like, weird leathery, like, cover. I like this description a lot. Like, I really can just, it reminds me a lot of the Bibles my grandma Bug kept around. It, like, we had a specific table. It was the Bible table. And it was literally just a little table with the Bible just sitting on it. And, like, they would just go and they would take it and they would read their, like, Bible verses for the day and then they put the Bible back on the Bible table. I also feel like I really like the smell of, like, old books, like, when they are kind of, like, old and yellowy and have that, like, a weird old book smell. I really like it. I think it's nice. It's, like, weird, because it's, like, one of those scents where, like, you wouldn't really want to bottle it for, like, an air freshener or, like, a cologne or something, but it's still, like, pleasant, you know? Scribbles, shapes, phrases repeated and dissected. Some of it was even in binary. It seemed like the ravings of a child or a lunatic. I thought it was maybe a mindfulness exercise, empty-headed doodling to help him get his head straight during stressful moments. But that didn't explain why he'd hidden it, and why the numbers and pages seemed strangely organized. I don't know how to describe it exactly, except to say there was this vague impression that it meant something to the person who made it. Every last gram on a shuttle is accounted for. What you bring up with you, it can't be some random crap you want last minute. Ben would have had to clear the journal. I'm assuming he kept the content secret. One look at what he had been writing and NASA would have had him in a psych eval before the end of the day. But the book's size and weight would have had to have been logged and accounted for. It could not have gotten on the station by accident, so I knew immediately that Ben had wanted it for something. I studied it for over an hour trying to figure out what it was. Looking from one page to the next, glaring at rows of numbers, strange fractals, something that looked like a cross between an eye and a textbook drawing of an atom. Ooh, that's cool. Given the way his writing and art skills developed throughout the book, I began to suspect he'd been adding to it since his childhood. Ooh, which was just another layer to the growing mystery. Okay. Theory? If he's been reading this, if it looks like he's been keeping that, because whenever I read stories like this, I like to assume that everything is done on purpose, right? Like, especially with short stories, when an author is including a detail, maybe this is like not true for all writing, but I like to say everything is on purpose. They're telling these things for a reason. The only other thing we've heard of Ben's childhood is that when he was 10, he was given a certificate of excellence from NASA because he had discovered a meteor. I wonder if that at all lines up to when he began keeping this journal. Like, he saw something in space, maybe it wasn't a meteor, maybe it was something else, and he just started keeping this journal for some reason, perhaps? I'm not sure. It's fun when you notice an element that they sprinkled in and then maybe had to adjust the narrative to fit. I do like when stories like have all their details in line and things connect. It's very fun. One of my favorite parts of like media in general is being able to put all the pieces together. I thought I was never going to get any insight into the book until, about 3/4 of the way through, I came across yet another page filled with rows and rows of numbers. Only this time, one of the strings was underlined and a single word had been scratched ragged and angry next to it. The only bit of English, or any human language, in all of those pages. The only thing written in a way that could make sense to a living human. The word itself made me stop dead in my tracks. Made my blood run cold. 17031804266. Aneurysm. Ooh, child freaky. Ooh. Beauty time, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I wonder what the numbers are. Did we get a date? I don't think he gave us a date, so I wonder if that's like a date or a time. Oh, actually, I read ahead. Hold on. The suspicion that came over me felt like a kind of madness. I told myself it had to be nuts when I checked the data from Ben's biomonitor, that I had to be crazy to even entertain the notion. But the information recorded by several different machines confirmed it. Ben's exact time of death was the 17th of March, 2018, 04:26 hours and 36 seconds. It has the date all the way down to the second. Holy shit. Hello, Slim. Welcome in. That would be such a horrifying thing to... I would feel like I'd be going crazy. Yeah, just... There's two type of people. There's one kind of person that would go absolutely fucking neurotic. Just like, oh my fucking god, like, there's no way this is possible. Like, how? And then the other guy's like, huh, that's a weird coincidence. Anyway. Just like, completely nonchalant, completely unbothered. I really like this setup. Like, the isolation of being alone in space, the weird journal, the wow, like writing his death down to the second is crazy. I don't think I moved for a good 15 minutes after that. Just stared at the data as my mind worked its way around a giant, impossible realization. Finn knew he was going to die. Of course I tried to rationalize this. Anyone would. I came up with half a dozen reasons he'd written what he'd written. None of them were comforting, although they at least fit in with a more rational worldview. Take, for example, the idea that Ben had killed himself at the exact moment in time to meet some sort of prophecy he'd scrawled for days or even hours before. I feel like, would you be able to induce an aneurysm that kills you exactly down to the second? I mean, that feels insane, unless you're like super researching. Like, imagine going through this guy's Google history and it's just like, how long does it take for an aneurysm to kill you? Like 50 different times, reworded different ways, trying to figure out how to make sure he got it down perfectly. It's duty time, hello, welcome in. Maybe if you're a medical expert, not to the second, but you can't cause one. Yeah, the guy's definitely panicking, but it is funny to think of. What did it mean for me? Ignore the logistical issues. What poison can be timed to the second? Let's say that is what he did. That left the hair-raising question of why? And there was no comfortable answer that I could see. Of course I went through that book with a fine-tooth comb, looking for any more clues. I wish I hadn't. I eventually found another word, this one closer to the very end of the journal. Another date and timestamp. One that lay 6 weeks in the future, and another word scratched painfully into the paper by a clumsy fist. Immolation. Ooh. So he's got one cause of death down to the second, and he's got another cause of death in the future. Creepy. I feel like I would lose my mind. I feel like I would just open the door and let the vacuum of space take me. So the second is like the stuff extremely experienced anesthesiologists do. But that's anesthesia, not for aneurysm. Yeah, he's definitely just coping. It is very weird. Hi Scarf, thank you for the follow. And the man with Dr. Pepper, thank you, welcome in. Yeah, poison that makes you die in mysterious ways. How to die instantly and freak out your friends. Yeah. Kicking that corpse into space immediately. Yeah, and like the corpse is still with you. I really like this, like, it feels like, I think so far my favorite thing, like, about this story is, okay, the way he described Ben is just like a regular guy. Like, he's smart, he got into NASA, like, he's not like, he's kind of lukewarm, like he just seems like just your regular guy. Like there's and our protagonist has spent like a good chunk of time with him, right? Like because like he said they're getting ready to go to like Mars on a mission. So for him to like have spent this much time with the guy and for him to have like such like an important job, like it's crazy. Like, I really like that he just seems like a down-to-earth normal person that is keeping, like, this weird journal just filled with just, like, incomprehensible shit. Like, other than aneurysm and emulation, our protagonist hasn't understood a word of the journal, which I really like. I really like this, like, insanity belonging to someone who seems normal. Where I feel like a lot of stories would, like, make the owner of the journal be like an eccentric. You know what I mean? Finding the first one, ooh, freaky. Yeah, I really like that they had a second one. Oh, there's an ad break, so I'm gonna wait to read the next bits. Hey bro, watch this Gmod death flop. If you saw somebody die in such a mysterious way, surely you'd try to rationalize it before going to shit as man. I feel like he's trying to rationalize it, but it would be so, like, it's just, how do you rationalize down to the second is what's crazy. Like, just freak coincidence? Just like freak coincidence, I guess. Although I do feel like people's brains try to, like, rationalize everything, especially when being presented with, like, knowledge that is, like, contradictory to what they already know, right? Like, your brain tries to, like, stick with the familiar and try not to contradict, like, the laws of the universe as you already know them. So I guess he would just continue trying to rationalize this journal rather than, like, thinking it's anything, like, supernatural or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I would be really freaked out. I can feel my, like, the way my heart would race. It'd be so scary. Okay, it looks like there's a little pause in time since you read the journal. Permission denied. I bit my lip and took a deep breath. What about the station's integrity? I asked. No sign of any issue from external cameras, they replied. I can hear something banging on the hull, I told them. Nothing is visible on the cameras. That's why I need to go take a look, I wrote. It's hard to argue with a computer. You can't shoot at a death glare. HQ could have easily arranged video calls, but really they wanted the distance. Made it easier to say no. So this spacewalk is incredibly dangerous, they quickly wrote back. Microphones in Station Hall are reporting nothing of concern. Usual impact from debris, nothing that corroborates reports of external tapping. Permission for spacewalk is denied. He's hearing tapping on the hull. I would go crazy. I can't. Repetitive. Oh god. Alone in space. You just put this guy in a body bag outside and you hear. Oh, I can. Would you look at the. No! Well, I assume he's tried. He wants to go out. I'm assuming because he's asking HQ if he can go outside and look, that the way this is, like, positioned, he can't see that way without going outside. Oh, God. I can hear it just like... Oh, God. Ew. I'd be so scared. I'd be so scared. That actually happened to a real astronaut. He hears continuously tapping. I was like, ugh. I wonder if your mind would play tricks on you too, like in outer space like this. Especially because you said they're like kept up there for like a year sometimes, and there's not very many people up there. You go stir crazy. I wonder if you would start hearing things and stuff. Could also just be a rattle. I know, but like, I feel like, how long do all these things keep happening before you're like, there's too much happening at once? Guy dies of a fucking aneurysm. You put him in space. You're already like unsettled as fuck because you had to put this guy's body in a bag. Somebody that you've spent like a year with, stuff him into a bag, tie him to the fucking space station. He's just floating out. I imagine him just like floating there, right? What would happen to his body? Like, I thought like being in outer space like causes your body to like boil and rupture and do weird shit. Like, how is he okay in the bag? Well, he probably isn't. He probably just froze. Astronauts are super duper mentally strong. You assume he's gonna keep... Yeah. Well, I mean, this guy already seems like he's cracking though, because he's arguing with HQ. Like, he wants to go and look. So, like, he's obviously not able to just tell himself it's just debris. Like, he wants to see. So I feel like it's already gotten to him, and you can't really blame him. The journal's fucking weird. If you're in direct sunlight, you will burn up. You freeze if you're in the shade. It can get really hot out there. Oh. Okay. I made no further response, but instead closed the screen and wondered if they were being entirely truthful. The tapping sound, coming and going over the last few days, was unmistakable, even over all those whirring machines and motors. Space stations are loud. They even give us earplugs to handle it. Well, whatever was out there was somehow louder. Or perhaps, given the circumstances, I was just sensitive to the thought of something, anything out there. There was no denying it annoyed me. Just one of those sounds I found impossible to block out, like water dripping in a bathtub at 3 a.m. Tap, 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 tap. No sense of order, not on the surface level, but something, maybe, underneath. Some sense or reason, some kind of regularity that the brain detects and can't let go of. How could the microphones possibly miss it? What if the taps are Morse? Oh! The journal did mention binary and like other like non-human, like I guess Morse is a human language. That would be interesting. Like it's tapping in Morse. If it is something, I mean, this is a horror story. It's gonna be something, chat. I feel like we can pretty confidently assume that the tapping is something. That's a cool theory. I think I like that theory. Your brother says hi. Hello, Ozzy and Ozzy's brother. Welcome in. Chronicle, thank you for being here for 2 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It says horror stories can't have happy endings. I actually don't like when horror stories have happy endings, and I'll explain why. I don't like when horror has a happy ending, because to me it feels like a lot of the stakes in the horror are pointless. Like, it feels like everything that happened, if nothing bad actually happened in the end, it's just like it goes from like a scary story to just more of like oh, these weird things happened, but everything's okay. I don't like happy endings in my horror media. I hate me too. That's a sad name. Hello, welcome in. Sleep was getting progressively difficult. At times, I thought the station under some kind of hidden stress. Materials freezing and warming in irregular ways. No atmosphere, no conduction of heat. Things get hot in the sun's rays. Objects warm and cool to both extremes. This is routine stuff for anything up in space, of course, but it didn't stop me thinking about all the ways the station was just a pile of metal that could come undone, could break and tear, bend and stretch. Like watching the wing of your plane wobble during turbulence. It's an uncomfortable reminder that you're just a monkey in a fancy toy. Hey, somebody made that that comment. They're like monkeys strapped to rocket ships. But what if something had come loose? Something. Oh, haha. At first, I stuck to this notion strictly, asking myself what if some antenna or strap or bit of metal had gotten loose and was banging against the hull. That would be bad. But of course, that wasn't really what I was thinking. It's what I wrote to HQ about. Over and over and over. But what was really on my mind was the thought that maybe, somehow, he had gotten loose. And of course that's not so silly, right? The specially designed bag he was in, the one that would vent any gases produced by decomposition while maintaining his body's integrity, was brand spanking new. Know how many times it had been tested? Never. Never ever. Ben was the first. So of course it might come loose. Just because it's space-age technology doesn't mean it's sophisticated. I actually really like that line. That's a good line. He was strapped to the outside like a Christmas tree to the family sedan. That is such... I love that. Just the car. Instead of a Christmas tree on the car, just a fucking body bag. That's insane. I like sedan, sorry. I really like the way this guy writes. I don't know. I really do like that we can see that the author does have some great imagery. Like I have like a hard time like imagining things visually, but I feel like I have a pretty good idea of like how I kind of imagine, for some reason I imagine the space station as kind of like a circle, and I don't know, kind of small and cramped, and then just like... Wish you'd give more time to let the setting breath describe the station. Oh, so let the setting breathe. I think that's the biggest problem with a lot of short stories. Is like they always kind of yeah. But he does pick cool language. I do like the way it's written so far. Also, hi Doom Guy. Happy. I'm fine with like there being survivors. I just don't think one person or a few people surviving is a happy ending. If like there was like tragedy, I don't know. I think it depends. Okay, Christmas tree. Maybe I wondered one of the straps had broken and now he was thumping against the side every now and again. Never mind that there wasn't anything out there to prompt that kind of buffeting. No air, no wind. If he'd come loose, he'd just float a little farther away. Wait! So if he had come loose somehow, his body wouldn't like move anywhere? It would just sort of just chill in that same spot? I guess because there's no like force to move him? So if you were put in space perfectly still, you would just float? Like you wouldn't like... It would take like a push or a swing or something to like send you in a direction? So you... Wow. I honestly never... For some reason, whenever I imagine space, I always imagine like falling or like floating through it. Unless a gravitational body changed your trajectory. I just mean like, he's like tied to the space station. I just thought like, well, if he gets untied, is he gonna like just float towards the fucking... He's gonna like float towards the fucking sun or something? Hi Callie, yeah, we're reading a no sleep story. We were talking about how scary outer space was, and I remembered there's a scary outer space story I wanted to read. I've been wanting to try reading streams for a while. I don't know, I think that's creepier. You just... Now, if I were to like... Okay, if I was like floating in space and I kind of like kicked my legs out, would I start floating in a direction? Like, would I be able to propel myself? You wouldn't. Now, if somebody came up behind me and pushed my back like they were pushing a swing, like I was on a swing and I was getting a push, would they be able to like send me into space? If they had forward momentum? Interesting. And then once you start, like if there's nothing to grab onto or nothing to like bump into, are you just stuck propelling in that direction forever? You would stop moving eventually. Okay. You both go flying in opposite directions and keep going forever. An object in motion remains in motion. What? So you were just... Ooh, dude, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. I don't know, space is fucked up. Space is fucked up and evil. Also, they... Where did he say they are? They are... Low Earth orbit. I don't know what that means. At least that's when Ben died. I don't know if the space station has moved. I assume space stations like stay still. Read that. Okay. They tried this? They threw a rock out when they were in space and it just stopped moving eventually. Means right above the atmosphere. So you still, but it still has like normal space laws, like the orbit. So is it? Okay. They orbit very fast. So then, would it not be strange to think that he came undone if it's like moving? But then he would also be in orbit, and he would be orbiting at the same... Would he be orbiting at the same rate as the space station? Like, if whatever signed him to the space station came undone, would his body, like, stay with the station anyway, because they're both moving? There's a pair motion... Okay, so to the guy in the space station, he doesn't see, like, the orbit. It's, like, normal. Like, how the Earth is spinning for us, it's, like, normal. I think I'm understanding. No, thank you for the follow. Come in. Vaguely? Like riding on top of a car? You're both in motion at the same speed? Okay. Okay. Hi, welcome in. If it came undone and was tapping, you would almost certainly end up getting knocked. So he's just creeped out. Like, his his colleague dying, and then the weird journal just has him freaked out, and he's like, it's gotta be him. It's probably just, like, maybe some guilt, maybe, even though he didn't do anything. Like, I feel like a human might feel guilty if they had to stuff another human into a bag and then tie them to the back of a space station. Maybe this is, like, some kind of manifestation of guilt, even though it doesn't make any sense. It's kind of creepy, and it's just like, oh god, like, he's alive out there still or something. I can totally like understand like why he's feeling the way he's feeling. Pyramid head in space. The gases from the body could fill the bag, and if there was a leak, that could make... Well, he said the bag was designed specifically to let the bags vent out. Like he said the bags were like specifically designed for like bodies and for them to be able to vent the decomposition out. So like maybe it did I don't know. Okay. Only problem was I had cameras, lots, and all of them, every single time, showed the same thing. Oh. The bag barely changed from when I last saw it in person, strapped firmly and securely to the station's hull. This should have reassured me. Should have, but it didn't. Something was out there, tapping at the hull, on and off. No pattern, no reason, no correlation. It came and it went, seemingly choosing its moments to bother me the most. Sleeping was difficult for multiple reasons. The tapping was bad enough, but lately my nightmares had taken a strange turn. Black, cold. In them I was trapped in a suffocating film, freezing cold. Non-stop agony, fighting fiercely to free myself from this black void of a nightmare. Ooh, it's like he's having a nightmare, like he's trapped in the bag. Does that read like that to you? Like he's having a nightmare as if he's like in Ben's position but alive? Like cold and dark and suffocating and like unable to escape. That's exactly what that reads like. Like all deeply terrible dreams, it colored my thoughts for the rest of the day, and each time I had it, it got harder to shake. I tried to endure, compartmentalize, take my mental turmoil and put it in a box, right unhinged across the lid, and sit rocking back and forth waiting for my rescue. And that was an option. A good one. There was one little word that stopped me going the route of hunkering down and ignoring my own madness. Immolation. I really like that. The idea of taking your thoughts, putting them in the box, just like unhinged. I need to start mentally imagining that when I know I'm being fucking insane. The writing is very fun, very colorful. Hello, Legrand. Welcome in. When HQ told me the date of the shuttle would reach me, I spent quite a bit of time wondering if this wasn't just some big experiment. Oh my god, it's the same date as the journal. The sheer coincidence of it all, the magnitude of it. They'd sent me the message in the subject line, and the subject line had 3 exclamation points, like the communications officer on the other side couldn't wait to deliver good news for once. Let their professionalism slip. That's really cute. I like that. I like to put exclamation points when I type. They finally arranged a shuttle to retrieve me. Sorry. After I was done dropping some guys off at the ISS, International Space Station. It was lucky it had come so soon. A stroke of logistical genius allowed them to sneak Ben and me back without it being too conspicuous. I should be very thankful, they told me. But I was just stunned. The date matched the one Ben had written out. Factoring in travel time, I'd be entering Earth's atmosphere at the exact time the prophesized moment would come and go, ripe for an error, a misplaced heat pad, a mistimed thruster, something, anything, to go wrong, and leave me plunging to my death in a burning metal tube, ripe for immolation. Ugh. I feel like, man, I would be so, like, you would want to go home, but you would be terrified, right? Like, your options are stay in space or, I mean, just like, I know logically, like, the journal is, like, nonsense, but, like, I would be so fucking just, like, I don't know if I'd want to go. I'd be so scared. Yeah, no thanks, I'll wait. If it wasn't Ben out there tapping away, I wanted to know. I needed to know. I was a rational man, a skeptic. I did not believe the natural world would produce a man that could predict his own death down to the minute or the second. Nor did I believe he could predict mine. But I am only an animal. I am made of meat. This is like the third time he's like said this. Just people are just meat. I feel like that's such a pessimistic way of thinking. I do like it because it does. Maybe maybe you're right, Lucy Goosey. Maybe the guy's just hungry. He's like, damn, I'm really tired of freeze-dried strawberries. I just want some meat. I want a big old steak when I get back home. Yeah, maybe it's a vegetal man. It just makes him feel very pessimistic. I don't know. I like it. I like that we get like little snippets of like who our protag is through the way he thinks. Horror creators in 3 sentences without entering the meat dimension. Insane cat. At least he hasn't said like the monster, the creature yet. You know those like the shitty subreddit, the two sentence horror, where it's like, I heard tapping at my window at night. I looked outside and I saw the creature. It's just like, okay, dude, relax. The creature from the meat dimension. Yes, no, yes. I think people go on there to write like silly stories. There's one where it's like, he was like, the 2 sentence horror story was like, the anesthetician was putting me under for surgery. The last things I heard before going under were, take him to the penis explosion chamber. Like, this is the type of shit they write on 2 sentence horror. It's so fucking stupid. Tim Miracle, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. That's scary. What the fuck? Where were we? Oh yeah, meat. You'd be down. It would be so funny. What else can you do? Well, there's yeah. Well, the thing with like 2 sentence horror is it feels like rather than because like there is very little you can do with 2 sentences, so it's like better to be funny or something, I guess. I don't know. I don't feel like you can properly scare somebody with 2 sentences. There's like no tension. There's no to be on point. There's no meat to it. That'd be funny as fuck to do to somebody as they're going under. Is it true that some people, like, anesthesia doesn't work for them and they're awake during their surgeries? For, like, hours while they're being operated on? Bruh. Your dad had that happen? Is it scary or is it just boring because you're there for, like, 3 hours? You can wake up and tap the doctor for more? Are you still, like, numb? Just awake? When I get put under, I get put under. And I get freaked out. I get, like, freaked out when I wake up. I remember this one nurse I had. So when I had my appendix burst, like, 2 or 3 years ago or something. And I had to have, like, same night, like, emergency surgery. And when I was coming to after the operation, I was, like, super out of it and super confused and, like, scared. I was fine. I was, like, having a panic attack, I guess. This nurse was so annoyed with me because I kept, like, I was, like, crying. I was like, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And I'm, like, talking. I'm, like, fine. But I'm, like, freaked out. She's like, you're fine. Be quiet. It's okay. And I'm like, no, I can't breathe. Help me. I was so out of it and I was so confused. When that happens, you're able to feel everything? When you saw the piece of paper my mom gave me, I almost choked. A job employment application. They took her they took my appendix. I wish I had it. I mean, I don't think there was anything left of it to, like, formaldehyde and put in a jar for me to shake around. Oops. Oh. Wrong button. Wrong button. Hey, didn't see this coming, boo. Okay. I'm kind of hooked. I wanna read what happens next. I'm interested. I'm only an animal. I am made of meat, vulnerable, a raw nerve in a world of jagged rocks, and I am risk averse. That word, immolation, not random. Not chance. Up in the void, surrounded by pure oxygen, fire was a constant risk. Ben's little numbers loomed large in my mind. I had to make sure everything was in place. I had to make sure there were no errors. If it was a prediction, which I refused to accept at face value. Okay, hold on. Then maybe I could take heart from it. Okay, what if it's like what if Ben knew the change in atmosphere would cause him to have an aneurysm, and by going up into space, he caused his own death? And then what if our protagonist is, like, so afraid of dying in an immolation that he accidentally causes his own, like, immolation by, like, because, like, their fate was, like, spelled out for them, they, like, acted in a way where, like, you know, where, like, you, like, cause your own fate after learning it instead of preventing it? Like, that kind of thing? Like, Final Destination, like, self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah. Oh, you don't have pins here. I'll, copy and paste it for you. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, it kind of gives that vibe, right? The knowledge of your fate dooms you to fulfill. Yeah. Exactly like that. That's how it reads to me. Pirate, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello. We're reading a spooky story. Auto suggestion and paranoia. Yeah, and we already see that our character is paranoid. Like he's even lying to HQ about the reason why he wants to investigate. Like they told him no to going out, so he's like, oh, it's an antenna, it's something else. He doesn't mention that he's, like, paranoid that somehow it's Ben, even though he saw Ben, you know, dead. Causes of death are many and varied: old age, illness, suicide. But out of that long, morbid list, there's one end that people fear above all others: death by fire. Death? Did I tell you guys how... Have you ever heard the song The Hamburger Lady? it's just depressing, sad. It's a sad song. That song makes me feel horrible. And I remember hearing that song when I was a teenager, and I was absolutely fucking terrified. Terrified of spontaneous combustion. For years, I was convinced that I was at risk of spontaneously combusting. I was so fucking terrified of it, chat. Like, unbelievably terrified. Like, it would make me have panic attacks. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking combust. It can happen right now. Why did you think you were at risk in particular? I don't know, because, I mean, I remember reading, like, about radiation, like, a long time ago, and, like, thinking, oh my god, this is gonna happen to me. Even, like, why? During immolation, you actually lose your nerve endings after the first few seconds and no longer feel pain. Oh. Crispy, thank you for the follow. Come in. Sunscreen stocks are rocketing. Oh, well, because I, like, read about spontaneous combustion, and, like, people don't actually just, like, combust. It's usually because of, like, electrical, like, problem, like, with a socket or, like, a device, or, like, if there's a smoker, or like, a lighter or something that doesn't go out, or, like, a candle. I lived in a house, literally, everybody but me and my grandmother were smokers in the apartment that we lived in when I was going through this, like, intense fear. So, this was also when I had first, like, I had, I mean, I'm able to cope with it a lot better now, but I had, like, thanatophobia so severe, it was, like, kind of, like, I like, stopped, I remember I just didn't do anything, like, I guess it made me depressed, like, I didn't feel like there was point to anything, I was just so, upset, fear of death, I was like, there was, like, no point to anything. I remember, like, trying to scroll through Tumblr, and I was like, this is literally, like, pointless, none of this matters. I just couldn't do anything. I was so like, overtaken by it. And after I started, like, getting better with that, I started having, like, fears of, like, specific causes of death. Like, I would just get high, like, instead of just being afraid of it as a whole, I'd be like, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking combust, or, oh my god, like, I'm like, oh my god, my heart is, like, failing and stuff, like, just, like, crazy stuff that made no sense. It doesn't help that I, like, have, like, legitimate, like, health issues, so it's, like, even more reason to be like, oh my god, this, like, thing that's wrong with me, that doctors say is wrong with me, is gonna cause, like, even more things to be wrong with me. Insane cat, you know? You had to leave, and when you got back, your iPod was mine. Sorry for jump scaring you. Okay, back to the story. He's scared of being immolated. And his ride back to Earth is right on the date where Ben's journal had written the word immolation. What is Yeah, we're reading a short story. If you can see the pinned, we're reading that story. If it wasn't Ben out there tapping away, I wanted to know. I needed to know. Oh wait, I already read that one. I think. Yeah. I had to make sure there were no errors. If it was a prediction which I refused to accept at face value, then maybe I could take heart from it. What could Ben do in the face of an aneurysm? Nothing. But immolation, fire, an accident? That sort of thing could be avoided. It really does feel like self-fulfilling prophecy. Just so long as everything was in working order, just so long as everything was where it was meant to be. What did HQ know? Cameras and remote operators? Not enough. No one else was in that tin can except me. Why even have humans in space if you wouldn't trust their instincts and judgments? I needed to know what was making that noise. I needed to get out there. Oh! Buggy, who said he was gonna go against orders. You were right. HQ caught on too late. I was inside the suit, the airlock cycling by the time they realized. I chose my timing well. Halfway through my maintenance shift, told them I was taking a look at the suit, make sure everything was in order. Meant they were slow to catch on to what I was doing. Technically, they could stop the process at any stage. They could do anything from their side. But I threatened to force a manual override that would shut them out from that part of the system. They told me they'd court-martial on return, but that was a piss-weak threat. What does court-martial mean, chat? In this context? Like, with what, like... No. This is by some buggy on no sleep, Maziel. Military court? Well, what does that mean? Hey, mods. If either of you are here, if you see a chatter asking and they don't see the pin, this is the link. If you could just post that for me when somebody asks, I would really, really appreciate it. Thank you. They'd get in trouble and be punished. All astronauts are in the military. Oh. NASA's part of the military? I didn't know that. I mean, I knew it was, like, government related. I didn't know it was, like... Okay. Let's thank you for the follow. Come in. So they're starting to take him to court. I assume he'd be, like, fired and lose his job and whatever, but he's more terrified of Emily. He doesn't care about this. For me, the stakes were higher than a court-martial. In the end, they backed down. Know how hard it is to build a space station in secret? It came first. If the spacewalk went wrong and I died, the station would still be there. A billion-dollar asset awaiting the next top-secret mission. It was my neck on the line, not theirs. I accepted it. Under time pressure, HQ accepted it too. By the time the door finally opened and I was able to gently guide myself out and around the rim so that I was clinging onto the station's exterior, they'd already tapped into the cameras and were guiding me along to my destination. But it was background noise to me at that point. Their voices and little pings, constant readouts of suit temperatures and the distance to the station hull, meaningless. All of it. What mattered was the sound. Tap, tap, tap. Chat, how in depth is Morse code? Like, can you, like, with Morse, can you, like, say full words and stuff? Letter for letter. Okay, this is like a weird. Okay, what if it's some kind of like eldritch or like insane cat thing, like tapping in Morse? What if it's like tapping? Like maybe even if he doesn't understand his Morse, what if it's still tapping some kind of like words or something that like are like subconsciously like driving him crazy? Like it does feel weird for this character to be so paranoid and hyperfixated. I feel like even in this situation, like I feel like he's being kind of reckless. I don't know. It's alphabetical because he said it's been going on for a long time, and he says it doesn't have actual like rhyme or reason, so it's not like. So it's like the taps are different each time. Dead-eye communicating. Yeah, like what if it's like tapping to him? Suspension. Yeah, well, I mean that's why it's fun to like think of theories. Like maybe it's just like saying things to him that even though he's not like consciously like absorbing it, it's still like having an effect on him or something. I don't know. Space madness? Similar to sea madness. Oh, really? Hello, Pasta. Hello, come in. Morse code mimetic hazard. Yes! I was anxious by this point. Or perhaps, if I'm honest, scared. Space is all extremes. Not just heat, but light too. The shadows cast are vast and strange. You move in and out of the Earth's shadow like it's a hand in front of a projector. And the ones cast by yourself and your surroundings are a special kind of black. The station, with its myriad of pipes and cables, was covered in abyssal shadows. Long, warped things with ambiguous origins. Sometimes I looked at the darkness and wondered if there was anything there at all, or if the station was simply bisected by some kind of strange cosmic force, like I might fall into it somehow, forever lost. Normally I'd think it was beautiful. Spacewalks had, for me, in the past, been an almost religious experience. This carried the same sense of weight, but for very different reasons. I felt watched. I guess it's just like you're paranoid, but like walking in like the vast emptiness of space and feeling like I live alone other than my cat, and sometimes I get the like weird feeling that I am being watched, and I just chalk it up to me being a fucking weirdo freak. But like having that feeling in the middle of space is just something I tried to ignore, but it got harder and harder. I kept looking over my shoulder, kept overthinking every little bump and vibration I felt on the station's hull. By the time I reached the place where I had strapped Ben's body, I was close to a panic attack. That whole part of the station was covered in darkness. Kind where I couldn't see a damn thing. There was only HQ's voice telling me I'd reached my destination that let me know. Ben was lying just a few feet in front of me. Under their direction, I found him. And when my light fell upon the bag itself, I saw the metallic fabric littered with ice. Touching it, I felt Ben's frozen body inside, hard as a rock. Gave him a nudge and he didn't move an inch. The straps holding him in place were still there, firm as ever. I almost wonder if Ben is maybe a red herring or something. No, but the journal seems so important to the whole story. Malthus, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Worse when you get it in a room and you get a horrifying cold sweat out of nowhere. Okay. What else could be causing the sound? I asked. There is one option. The nameless voice on the other end sounded reticent? Reticent. I don't know what that word means. I don't even know what context clue. Search Google. What is this word? Not revealing one's thoughts or feelings. Okay, so like reserved? Hesitant? Okay. Okay. That makes sense. HQ always sounded like they were holding something back. What's that? We're not 100% certain how corpses respond to the changing temperatures in vacuum. Obviously, parts of the body will freeze and expand, fluids in particular. Right now, the bag has a lot of surface contact with the metallic hull. One theory is that blood may be freezing and sublimating as the surface beneath changes temperature. Oh my god, so he's like melting and refreezing, and they think turning to vapor because of the way the like you said, like the light and stuff, he said things freeze and unfreeze and it gets hot and cold, so they think the tapping, this is crazy. It is like a cocoon, Grimbo, like he's melting and reforming. Oh my god. So so they're saying as he like melts and solidifies, that might be causing the sound he's hearing. Even if there was no horror and they're like, yeah, that's the sound of that guy you worked with for a year, melting and freezing and melting and freezing, probably. Ugh, gross. I have this a weird fear that you're this, I don't know. One of the things I'm scared of happening when you die is you still somehow being in your body when you're dead. but you can't do anything about it. I don't know. I don't know why, but it's something I imagine pretty frequently. So, like, coupling with that to the, like, feel, just, like, being in a fucking bag in space, melting and... Ooh, dude, what the fuck? It literally... Hold on. I imagine... Images.jpg already exists. Okay, good to know. What if it feels good? I imagine his corpse looking like the human version of this. In that bag? I imagine his corpse being the human equivalent of this inside the fucking space bag. He's so happy. Universal, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. With or without the gumball? Definitely with. Do I want to eat human corpses? That's a different discussion. We're reading a spooky story and there's a dead body in space. Okay, blood may be freezing and sublimating as the surface beneath changes temperature. I looked at the bag and grimaced. How much blood exactly? We cannot possibly say for certain how much would have left the body, only that the bag's job is to contain it until return. We are able to confirm using instruments in the station that the panel you are standing on is well below freezing. Everything should be in a manageable state, so to speak. Solid, likely one large clump, they replied, and after a moment they added, "You wanted this? It would be a waste of resources now that you're out here not to investigate further. You need to look inside." What a bizarre thing for HQ to say. I don't know if I'm just reading into that too much, but that's a fucking crazy. You think you imagine that? That's incredibly bizarre. That or they know something. But like how? Cause the story is told from our protagonist's point of view. So how much of the like hesitation and feeling of HQ hiding things? How much of that is just his paranoia? Like, what if HQ isn't that way at all? Like, maybe he's just paranoid and that's how it's coming across to him, and that's just not reality at all. Of course I'd wanted this, hadn't I? Satisfy my morbid curiosity? To address the rabid thoughts in my mind that kept me awake, filling what little sleep I had with nightmares. Now that I was at the threshold, I found myself so afraid that even moving my hand took a kind of effort. And yet I had no choice. I had to see this through. Alright, chat, really quick. Make sure you're not shrimping. Stretch out your limbs. Wiggle those antennas. Take a sip. Ooh. I want to know what's in the bag. I'm so excited. Maybe it's all part of an experiment. Yeah, I think some buggies were theorizing that earlier too. Perhaps. Like some kind of fucked up experiment to see what like being in this kind of high stress situation. I hope it's something more than that though, because of the journal and like the little note that he saw a meteor as a child, and he'd been keeping the journal since he was seemingly a child. I hope it's like bigger than us. Okay, the bag opened with a specially designed zipper. No sound, but I could feel the click, click, click of the specialized teeth opening up. It's stupid, but as I unfurled the flap, I could have sworn a terrible fetid fetid? Is that how you pronounce it? Stench passed over me. Lasted no more than a few seconds, but was so vivid I turned and snapped my eyes shut as they watered. Power of suggestion, I told myself as I reopened them. That was all. Nothing more. No air, no sound, no smell. I took a few deep breaths, tried not to let the incident unsettle me further, and looked inside the bag. Multiple people watching my video feed gasped while I made a fairly unflattering noise somewhere between a moan and a cry. I'd expected something... God, at worst I'd expected something ghoulish. Loose skin, icicles collecting around the eyelashes, like a body found in the Arctic. But Ben had transformed. Great, jagged shards of frozen blood had erupted from the eyes and ears and mouth. His jaw dislocated at an unnatural angle as an icicle the size of my forearm forced its way out. His neck was broken, his torso shredded with strips of flesh hanging off in ribbons, and his hands were clawing at his face with bizarre yellow nails. They'd even left grooves in the skin? Oh my god, like these, what if, oh my god, what if he's transforming, but it only occurs while he's while it's hot? Like, what if it being frozen, temporarily stops him, and then when he, thaws out, it, continues, and he's, clawing at his face, and, oh, Jesus. If he had been left inside the space station, I wonder if, something different, I wonder how things would have played out oh, God. Yeah, he was still alive, how would he have, clawed at his face? If he was dead? Possessed or something? What the fuck is this? I asked no one in particular, only to realize that HQ had been talking amongst themselves the whole time. A malfunction in the bag? Unexpected pressure? Temperature changes. No, this isn't normal. Let's not pretend this is normal. Guys, I shouted, splitting the chatter and leaving silence. Why are his arms like that? Rigor mortis? Yeah, but our guy is the one that put him in the bat. If your hands are down at your side, would they go? But he said that it looks like the nails had left grooves in his skin. I don't think. Muscle spasms, possibly caused by, well, whatever caused the unusual reaction in his circulatory system. Maybe that caused his arms to curl up towards his face? There are scratch marks on his cheeks, I replied. Skin under his nails. Are we sure he was dead when I brought him out here? A dozen urgent, alarmed voices, all desperate to avoid even the slightest hint of responsibility, told me no, that was not possible. Looking down at Ben's tortured face, I couldn't help but feel a bit of doubt. I was about to ask what I ought to do next when the sun rose across the station. Unlike Earth, it wasn't a gentle morning. It flipped like a light switch. Thankfully, the suit reacted before it had a chance to blind me, but the temperature began to rapidly climb. I watched as something beneath Ben's skin began to writhe in the new warmth. Oh, dude. That's definitely not normal. We can offer no further insight into the situation as of this moment. The footage you're sending us is under review by a panel of experts, HQ told me, somewhat urgently and robotically, like the person on the other end was stifling a panic. Current orders are to take the samples, reseal the bag, and return— Take samples? I'm sorry, are you fucked in the head? What? No! Get back inside! What the fuck? No, wait, Nuh-uh. No. Bring home a few blood crystals. Aren't they taking his whole body back home? Why would they need samples? You sure I should be taking this stuff inside? There was some mumbling before the same operator replied. Forget samples, seal the bag, return to the station. Gladly, I replied before pulling the zipper shut. Ooh, I'm sorry, I'm like I want to see what happens. It's getting exciting. I was keen to leave and made the journey back faster than I should have. That crawling sensation you feel when being watched, it was all over me. It made me clumsy and I knocked myself more than once on the way back. Like I was suddenly unused to the suit's controls. I just couldn't escape the notion that everywhere I looked, someone or something had darted back just out of view. Of course that was impossible, so I told myself, what could survive out in space? But it only made it that much worse to imagine something slinking into the shadows, tapping on the hull, stalking me every step of the way back. When I finally reached the door, the tension inside me rose. If something was going to happen, it would happen now. With my back turned on infinity, I had never felt so vulnerable. Like the worst. I completely forgot about this feeling because it's been so long since I've not to sound pathetic and sad or whatever, but it's been so long since I've like gone out with friends or anything. I would never ever if I was walking with a group of friends like in middle school or something, never ever would I ever let them walk behind me. I always had to be the one in the back because I would get so paranoid. I just nope. So somebody could push me or touch me or sneak up on me. I wanted to be the one in the back. I was the one doing the stalking. No, nope. I completely forgot that I was that way too. Hello, Macwin. Hello. Also, this next line reminds me of, the, it's right behind me, isn't it? Reynolds? It's right behind you? Reynolds? The sound made me jump. I've been so focused on my surroundings, I'd forgotten I was being supervised by a room full of people 1,000 miles away. What is it? Reynolds, we're seeing something here we're not sure of. Being told you should hold off on returning. What? They don't want him to go inside? Something about the voice on the other end made my stomach sink. They didn't just sound confused. And make no mistake, when you're clinging to the side of a station, all on your own, confused would have been bad enough. No, there was something else. Fear. There's an anomaly, they added. No one down here knows how to proceed. We're currently seeking input from higher-ups. This is unprecedented. What's going on? It began with, well, signals from some of the biomonitors, specifically Ben's. The last word hit like a truck. What? Yeah, and the cameras are... At first we thought they were malfunctioning. It appeared as if Ben's bag was empty. Oh my fucking god. And then, Reynolds, we noticed something. Something else. Guys, what's going on here? I'm being told I can't say more. Just wait. I tightened my grip on the railing, my heart pounding. Finally, the door cycled open and I was ready to disregard all orders when the man ad. Oh, wait. Oh no, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It's a stalker restalked world. Oh, dude, I wonder what it... So, I guess when they put him in the body, like, What do they wear? What do they wear? Do they wear like a Apple Watch or something? Like, you know, those health watches that like track your pulse and shit? I wonder if that's like how they're getting all the like stuff from. Don't. Yeah, it really it does. It reads like the "don't move." There's like a huge ass spider on your fucking shoulder or something. Yeah. Dude, I swear to God, if this dude, it's either like near him or already inside the station. You know what I mean? Like why he's in the he's like. Why else would they not want him to go inside? It's either already inside and he's stuck out in space, or it's like following him. In his suit? That would be... I don't think it's in his suit. I don't think I would be able to believe it's in his suit. Because he's like out in space. How would something get in? Maybe on his suit? Save this... Well, he was talking about how the station is... It's a secret project that costs them, like, tons and tons of money. And surely the station is more important than he is. Okay. I tightened my grip on the railing, my heart pounding. Finally, the door cycled open, and I was ready to disregard all orders when the man speaking to me from HQ practically screamed in my ear. "Don't enter, Reynolds. Do not enter the station. We're seeing on the cameras. You can't let that in. If something's out here, I'm getting to safety before it reaches me." Tap, tap, tap. I stopped. My brain processed. I'd heard that. I'd heard something in the vacuum of space. I looked around at my hands, my feet. That couldn't be possible. Not unless... Tap, 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 tap. Without moving my head, I turned my eyes towards the very edge of my helmet's vision and watched as a single yellow fingernail tapped gently on the glass. The man in HQ spoke in a terrifying whisper. "It's on your suit." The terror that shot through me was electric, white fire coursing through my veins. Without even thinking, I reacted like I just found out there was a grenade strapped to my back. All instinct. No rationality. I cried out and swung around, trying to knock Ben off my back, but all I accomplished was setting off some alarms as I damaged my suit. "Get off!" I screamed to no one in particular. "Get it off of me!" I thrashed desperately and felt something shuffling around the exterior of the bulky suit. Finally, my eyes fell on something useful. The jet controls. I fumbled my hands into place and immediately blasted myself into the open pressure chamber, turning at the last minute so the back of the suit smashed into the thick secondary door. I only hoped that whatever was clinging to the back of me was destroyed by the impact. But when I looked up, Ben was still out there, gawping at me with a mouth full of frozen blood. Slowly, his movement packed with the eerie confidence of a predator. He prepared to enter the station. "Reynolds, get away from the door. We're initiating an emergency shutdown." Ben had one hand inside the door. Had one inside when the door slammed shut and cut it off. Even in space, with the bulkhead between us, I could have sworn I heard him scream. Dude, what the fuck? So the monster's real. HQ can see it. Oh god. I really like that, like it's still human, but he's like all broken. You know how like some, I'm gonna think of like WoW, you know how some MMOs have those like humanoid like crystal golems where they have like shards of like gems and stuff sticking out of him? I imagine him like a zombie version of that, where he's like all twisted and contorted, like his bones all look broken. And I really love the imagery of like his jaw being broken and dislocated and just like, dude, it must be like stuck in like a huge like scream, because he said the icicle in his mouth is as big as his fucking forearm, like, and I mean, I'm looking looking at my forearm, and I'm like, you know, like, just like a dainty girl. Like, imagine, like, a astronaut, like a man forearm, you know, like, holy, like, ugh. Reminds you of necromorphs. Yeah. Oh, that's such a cool visual. Just, I think that's my favorite part. Like, just imagining the face with the jaw. And, oh, Jesus. What a horrifying thing to see when you're stuck in space as is. You pull it out and it's the guy with his jaw ripped off and... Yeah. Like a Resident Evil monster. Hopefully it is just a monster and he's not some... Well, there's no way he... Well... I'm going to stick with the... Dude, I swear, I had no idea. The fact that we talked about metamorphosis and, like, the different types of them before reading the story is such a cool coincidence. I am going to stick with that. That he was, like the bag he was in was like a cocoon. And he was... Especially because they left in the detail of him melting and freezing and melting and freezing. He's definitely, like, transformed into something else. Oh, that's so cool. That's really cool. There was no ignoring Ben or the sounds he made. Not anymore. Terrible thumps that battered the station, their location changing seemingly at random. This drove the people on the ground insane. Oh, I'd heard my fair share of rationalization over the last few hours. Been sent books worth of written material from every type of expert you could imagine. Ever since my colleague's death, I'd been wrestling with all sorts of bizarre thoughts. But after the spacewalk, it was like they'd spilled out of my head and were now terrorizing other like-minded skeptics. Try as they might, no one in HQ could make any sense of it. They didn't have the journal. After what happened during my spacewalk, it became a priority for me to figure out what the fuck was going on. Those numbers Ben had recorded weren't gibberish. I'd sort of known that from the start. To read them was to feel like you were reading another language, something secret and hidden. And while I never cracked the code, not even now after all this time, I did figure out where Ben had found it. Light. The trick was to dig deeper into Ben's research, specifically a pet project of his he'd spent nearly his entire life chasing. A little comet, a ball of ice, weighed out in the Kepler belt close to where the solar system abates and the great cosmic void begins. Something small and insignificant that rotated and shifted and occasionally caught the sun, bouncing photons right back at us. Oh, thank you. A glittering snowball so faint as to be invisible unless you happen to look at the right place at the right time. Dude, like Ben did when he was just 10 and playing with the hobbyist dad's backyard telescope. The idea, thank you Zora for the gift today, I appreciate it, thank you. I really like the idea of, like, maybe, you know how in Look Outside, it's, like, just, like, the light of whatever the, like, celestial, like, being or whatever is, I haven't beat the game so no spoilers, can, like, turn people? They, like, talked about how just, like, the light being exposed to it can, like, I wonder if maybe Ben didn't even see, like, a creature. He just got, like a reflection of it. Like, just enough of just seeing, like, a brief, like, glimpse of it. And I wonder if okay, so he saw it once as a kid, and he has the journal, he's been keeping the journal since he was a kid. And he's, like, so much so that he's, like, going to NASA. I wonder if, like, he must have just kept looking at it, right? Like, seeing it the one time just compelled him to keep looking and keep researching researching. But that makes it even creepier that he came off as like this sane person. Like to the people around him. That he's like a bug drawn to the light. Yeah, but I really like the idea that he's just a regular guy. He has like a great job. He fucking works for NASA. You know, the person that works with him doesn't notice anything wrong, and he's just like worshipping some giga fucking Cthulhu space monster. A light in the darkness. A light that spoke to a few instruments Ben had adjusted. Oh, a light that spoke to a few instruments Ben had adjusted to record each little emission. Flash on, flash off, flash on, flash off, flash on. Tap, tap, tap. That buggy was right. It spoke to him in Morse, and now that he's this... Maybe it isn't Ben. Maybe he's possessed by, like, whatever that creature is. Like whatever he found? Like, maybe it, like, predicted or even orchestrated his death so it could, like, take over his body in this, like, specific scenario? Because it was speaking to him through light Morse, and now he... Oh, that's such a cool detail. Oh, that is so cool. Binary, hexadecimal, and from there, God, something else. Something that spoke to him. Something out there had spoken to him. I don't know what scared me more. The sound of a reanimated Ben pounding away at the station, an imminent, all-too-near threat, or the thought of something in the void whispering unknown secrets to a man for the last 2 decades. An idea that occasionally rose over me like the tide, swallowing me whole if I dwelt on it for more than a few moments. I never did figure out what the transmission was saying, but I was transfixed nonetheless. Not just by Ben's little journal that contained hundreds, thousands of handwritten records, but the live transmission he had set up on his computer, the one he'd converted into a sound, was like an earworm on steroids. Like white noise made of acid, the flood of alien ideas that left me confused and drooling if I listened for too long. All told, I spent no more than a few days with access to that transmission, and by the end I felt like I was on the verge of melting away. But Ben had been exposed to that thing since his childhood. Spent years and years listening and recording and waiting, working towards something none of us could really hope to understand. Had to assume that transmission was responsible for his death. And even worse, what had happened to him afterwards. Had it always been the reason for his coming to space? You feel like this kind of makes it not cosmic horror? Yeah, true. I still really like this idea, though. I really like the symbol, even like from like a non-horror like lens. If we're just looking at it like there's symbolism. I love the like imagery of dude is 10 looking through the telescope. This one chance interaction he has seems to have driven his entire life up to his death. And it's cool. I like that. I like that kind of commentary. I think it's neat. Just one little thing can like completely change the course of your entire life. Less about the incompatibility of scale and human insignificance and more... Yeah, in fact, it's less cosmic because it's putting so much importance on one individual. This story, maybe it's just the way I'm reading it, like, and interpreting it. It feels more like a comment on, yeah, like the butterfly effect and fate and those kind... I guess we'd have to finish reading it to know for sure, but that's exactly... That's how I'm interpreting a lot of it. Was he trying to figure it out with all forms of different encodings? Maybe his last attempt at grasping at a sane explanation to it all? Yeah, maybe when he converted it to sound, it drove him crazy. I guess we don't know how long he knew he was going to die for, because he knew when he was going to die, and he knew the exact time, down to the second, but we don't know how long he's known. Had the bin I'd known just been a sham? The sound, the light coming from out there, it felt wrong. It wasn't a gentle lull, or a siren's pull. It was dark and overpowering. Why had he given into it? Why had he done everything it wanted? How much of his life had been lived because of its needs and wants? One thing I could be sure of as I spent days listening to Ben's furious rampage on the exterior of the station, whatever had spoken to him, it was hostile and it couldn't be allowed to come back with me. It could be like a... It could be like a creature that... Maybe it's like some kind of like almost alien invasion type thing? Where it's... Yeah, I think it seems more eldritch as well. It feels like maybe it couldn't like... For some reason it can't go from space to Earth directly. Maybe it needed like a person to... Like as a buffer? As a host? Or something? I'm not sure. I do feel like less interested in like what exactly like the creature or whatever is causing this is. I think I'm more interested in... I really like the monster. I really like... Even a dead person? Yeah, I'm not sure. Mocha and Pablo, thank you for the follows. Welcome in. Okay, we still got a little bit to read. We're almost done. The same RPG series as Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines has a book that has a bit like this in it. There are spirits on the moon and they hijacked a ride home. Yeah, I feel like... I mean, he's obviously possessed or transformed or something. Like, that's not what bodies do. But then, I guess we have to finish the story. Like, but why? Take this life. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Like... Ben is just a regular guy. Like, I mean, he works for NASA, which is kind of cool, I guess. But, like, it doesn't seem like there's anything else special about him other than him seeing the meteor, so... You get a feeling they're not going to explain all of it? Well, they shouldn't explain, like, how and why this happened. I feel like when stories try to explain... I think one of the worst things you can do in horror, especially, is try to explain everything. I've read some creepypasta and some no-sleep stories that over-explain, and it takes... When you over-explain, we don't get to have these discussions. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's fun thinking about all the different possibilities and the theories and why does this exist, why did they do this? You know, I like that we get to talk about it. If you over-explain, you completely kill all that kind of discussion. And I think those kinds of discussions can actually help your story, like, not that it's, like, important, like, you should do things for fun, but it's also why, like, a lot of these stories get popular, because people will talk about, like, people still talk, like, okay, some of my The Thing and, Blade Runner, two of my favorite movies ever, and they are great movies, but they also have ambiguity in some of their characters and the story that lets people debate these things to this day, and probably for, like, the rest of time, right? Like, it's awesome. I love when media lets you theorize and debate and keeps it vague. Yeah, I hate when stories over-explain. The mystery should be left open-ended for sure. Why don't you take a sip? Ooh, did you hear my voice echo when I talked into the bottle? I didn't know I was gonna do that. Sorry. What the scallop? Reynolds, I'm being told this is going to be a bit of an unconventional pickup. I scoffed as I finished suiting up. That was an understatement. What did they tell you? I asked as I pulled the helmet down and initiated the door's opening sequence. There are concerns about contamination, the pilot told me. Not sure what that means. Didn't say if it was biological or chemical. All sounds a little weird if you ask me. But we're meant to pick you up mid-space. Or spacewalk. Is that right? Yep. I replied. Huh. You up for that? We're told we can come about 200 meters away. Chat, I'm American. What's 200 meters? $200 meters? Actually, chat, I don't think. 600 feet? Whoa, wait. Okay, I can visualize like 20 feet. I'm 1 meter tall for reference. Is that true? So that's like a long, like that's a big gap? That's 2 football fields. So he has to like cross 2 football fields of space by himself to get to his rescue? You'll have to close the rest of the suit's thrusters. Gonna be something else for you. Untethered journey from one vehicle to the next. It's never been done. So he's just gonna... He's just gonna be floating in space? Oh my god, I already know what's gonna happen. I can imagine it. I can imagine it. Every spacewalk. Yeah, but they're saying he has to do it untethered. In theory, if you kick off from the station, you just drift. But it'd be scary! Well, would they not have a tether because the distance is too long? Like they probably don't have a 200 meter long tether. So that's just yeah, chat, don't forget this has never been done before, even in our real life. 200 meters and Ben is out there. Yeah, I guess you don't want to tether because it could probably just grab the rope and yank you back. I'm well aware of the risks, I said. Just keep your eyes peeled. This time it was his turn to scoff. What? He cried. You'll know it when you see it. Some of the dialogue between the, HQ and Reynolds is a little cringe. But it's okay, I forgive the story. Or try catching a ride with you. All I can imagine is this thing as he's trying to leave, leaping. Cause you said you just need something to kick off of to get, to make distance in space, right? As long as you have like a point of where you like can push from, you can propel yourself. I can just see this thing propelling itself from the fucking space station. Okay, here's my theory. Ben, this is why I'm not a writer, chat. Ben propels himself off the space station, tackles our character, fucking, they both fly into the sun, and they both immolate and die. The end. That's what happens. Chat, if you were, hello, Eds, welcome in. If you were, okay, how long the sun, well, immolation, he said they immolate, so what else is big and fiery in outer space? Okay, wait, if you're not, okay, wait. If they've just fell into Earth's atmosphere, would they also burn up? Maddie, thank you for the follow, come in. It just needs to tie into, Yes. Oh, okay. Well, then maybe they fall into Earth's atmosphere or something. Either way, Ben tackles them and they both die, and they both burn up and die. The sun, I don't know. Ben tackles him to Earth, and they both. Oh, like what if there's like aliens or something that this has happened to before, and the meteor that they saw was like another one of the Ben creatures or something? That's kind of cool. You're still in the same orbit as the station. You have only deviated a fraction from it, so that leaves you stranded in orbit in this Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that they're in orbit. Burning up in the atmosphere, though, that doesn't require any insane thrust from the creature. Okay, so maybe they don't get thrust out into space. I don't. We'll just read. We'll just read. We'll see what happens. I made the journey with my back to the shuttle, floating in the wrong direction at a slow but consistent speed. My eyes glued to the station, looking for some signs of Ben. There was the occasional flash of something red, a slight shimmer of movement, often obscured by some of the station's panels and antennae, that let me know he was still on the exterior, skulking around somewhere. Isn't it? No, his suit got damaged, but I assumed they have multiple because it was meant for 2 people, so he's probably just using a different suit. Probably Ben's. So long as he stayed there, I knew I'd be okay. But the entire time I kept waiting for the other foot to drop, for the tension to finally explode into that life-threatening danger I knew was waiting for me. It came as a surprise when I finally approached the shuttle without incident. The pilot told me I was a few meters away and it was time to turn around. So I did, drifting around as gently as a driver returning to the surface. Oh, so you can spin yourself? Oh, he's got like thrusters or whatever. Every time antennae goes off, you go over you Vesper. It's true. Chat, you have no idea. You have no idea the things. You have no idea what these bad boys pick up. You don't even want to know the things I've heard. Yeah, the little thrusters. Yeah. They're called a reaction control system. I had my back to the station no more than a few seconds when the pilot grunted. Huh. That's odd. He sounded nonchalant, but the object that hit me was anything but minor. Ben, uninterested in making the journey safely, had launched himself off the station as fast as he could, and with no way of slowing down, he hit me at full speed, slamming me up against part of the door frame and sending us both tumbling out into the void before anyone had even the time to register his attack. How the fuck? So he's only a few meters away from the ship, which is supposed to be... How fucking hard would Ben had to have kicked off the space station to send him flying at our protagonist, that insane cat? Whatever, suspension of disbelief. He fucking hates the narrator. This time he was not letting me get a door between us. He scrambled over my suit like a deranged insect. I'm a deranged insect. One that I desperately tried to swat away as the great void spun around us both. Stars turned to lines, the shuttle swooping past my helmet's field of view in almost random directions. It was sickening and terrifying, and I hoped to God I'd be able to correct the spin before it got out of control, but all of that came second to the monster who was clinging to my suit. At some point, he crawled around in such a way that I got a good look at him, the first in a few days. Up close, personal. Even with the helmet's glass between us, I could make out such stark and startling detail that I momentarily froze in terror, aware only vaguely of the pilot's panicked transmissions. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is that thing? Reynolds, you need to get yourself stabilized. Much further and we won't be able to help. And whatever you do, you need to know the fucking thing isn't coming aboard the shuttle. Okay, quick break. So, What does he mean, spin out of control? Correct the spin before I got it out of control. You need to stabilize. Is it just cause he doesn't have anything to grab on? Ran out of thruster field? If you're spinning in space, but would his thrusters not help him? Couldn't he just like, I don't know, do something to like make them not do that? I don't know. They help us. Is this a real thing? Has this happened to anybody? I mean, hey, anybody in chat been to space and spun out of control? They don't have a lot of room for fuel. I guess that's true. That's why, like, isn't it the same reason why small devices have like less power? Like they stay on for longer because the size makes the battery smaller, so they have less of a charge or something. We've had 3 blood crystal zombies. The only room for little adjustments, not. Oh, okay. Base Station 13. Is that the one Seth made a video on? We need to stabilize the spin manually with the like, controls, and not an automatic. So what do? Do you just spin so much that your head like blends up into a soup? That's the schizo game, yeah. You might fall unconscious. Space Station 13 can be. I thought that game was a pain in the ass to set up. Is it not? I watched the Seth video years ago. I thought that game was like a pain to set up. But I might just be confusing it. It's old, but it still works. Okay. The ad break is over, which means we can read. Basically, if you missed the tail end of what I said, the pilot's like screaming. He needs to like stabilize and he needs to get Ben off of him because they're not letting him on the shuttle if Ben's with him. Straightforward enough to play, but there are a lot of rules. Super complex. Okay. So he's like crossed almost 200 meters. Ben flies out of the void, tackles him. They're like drifting off course and they're spinning. So if you start spinning, does the spin get more and more intense when you're in space like this? Like, will he just keep spinning until like, I don't know, what's like the maximum spin of a human being in space? It stays the same. Oh, so you just, okay. So you just spin forever. Oh. Maintain the same, but trying to correct it could make it worse. Okay, and right now it's even worse because he's like wrestling with like a monster basically. Okay. I wanted to reply, but I was busy trying to get an arm between me and Ben, who is now a profusion of jagged red crystals of varying sizes. Some as big as kitchen knives, others like sewing needles. The spacesuit's worst nightmare. A puncture wouldn't lead to the immediate decompression you're probably thinking of. Instead, I'd have a few moments at most before the air enveloping the suit dissipated, and after that, my lungs would collapse, my blood would start to boil, and the water inside my eyes, nose, ears, and other soft tissues would vaporize and try to escape. That is a lovely image. Yippee! Like frostbite on fast forward. But punctures weren't my sole concern. I knew I had to stop Ben's hands getting a grip on the helmet. I don't know if whatever had animated him had access to all his memories, but Ben sure as shit knew how to remove a helmet from the exterior. All my focus went on keeping his nasty little fingers away from my neck. I love that, nasty little fingers. A puncture would still leave me enough time to return to the shuttle, but with no helmet, I'd be doomed to a very painful death. Wouldn't you die really fast? Just a thank you for the follow. Big and Maddie, thank you for the follows as well. I know, it's cause I'm like trying not to be horrified reading it, Grimbo. Like, Jesus. You lose consciousness in less than a minute? Would it hurt the whole time? Would it be like a minute of just like pure, agonizing, horrible, disgusting, terrible pain? You die really fast, but it would hurt? Okay. Well, that's... I don't like it. What's something... Okay, wait. What's something that kills you just as fast as getting your space helmet removed in the vacuum of space? No. You can't do emulation because I don't think you die. It has to be something where you die in the same amount of time. Nerve gas? Does nerve gas hurt? A train getting hit by a car? Would you rather... head explosion machine without air pressure? Dude, first up, you know those... Whatever, actually, never mind. Those gifs, those gifs of just like, the little pixel gifs of just little anime girls, and it's always them just getting absolutely just torn apart in the most brutal ways. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, the girl gifts. Imagine instantly freezing while boiling from some... no. Cameron, no, you did not, we're fine. Speaking of weird violent... I don't know, why did head explosion machine... Well, I think it's because you said machine, so I was thinking of like a big death machine. Vesper, I cannot stress this enough. Do not step onto that machine platform that looks like a laser. Yeah, you're gonna get lasered in half. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's more. I mean, not that I would know or have any experience in the subject, but I'm pretty sure there's others. Anyway, yeah. Where were we? Oh, we were talking about death. Okay, we were right here. So I fought the best I could, knowing everything hinged on me pushing him away. But Ben was lithe? Is it lithe or leaf? I know what lithe is. Lithe is like, agile, right? Like, I guess I always imagined it like thin and agile, like quick and agile. Is that what it means? Lithe? Lithe. An insectile, constantly slipping out of reach. I love that they thin and nimble. I always imagine as like a not lanky, but like I always imagine as something pretty. I don't know. I love that they keep describing him as like insect-like. Lithe. Like that? Lithe? Constantly slipping out of reach whenever I got close to giving him a good shove. His fingers could easily find purchase on the suit and its many little greebles? What the fuck is a greeble? Is this a typo? Is this a real word? Small, detailed elements added to the surface of models, particularly in science fiction, to enhance visual complexity and realism. What? I have never heard. What a cool word. The fucking greebles. Hero, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Just bits of detail. Okay, so it's like a sci-fi. Just imagine like a sci-fi shit. Hold on, let me. Oh, like when they put like a bunch of plates and like weird little detail. They kind of look like a CPU chip or something, right? Like when you look at like the insides of a computer. They just make it look like the inside of a computer, basically, right? Why the fuck are they called greebles? I'm sorry for getting sidetracked. This word is insane. Also called greeblies. It was coined by it was coined by George Lucas? Why did he call why did he I need to make something famous so I can just come up with some fucked up word. He just calls them greeblies. He just gets to call them that. That's so I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Oh, I really love that. Oh man. If anything, I learned something amazing today. Awesome. Okay. His fingers could easily find purchase on the suit and his many little greebles, while I was basically wielding oven gloves that offered no dexterity. I had no hope of shaking him off the usual way, but I did have something on my side. Inertia. The whole time we'd been spinning furiously, and that rotational force was just about the only thing trying to peel the two of us apart. So far I'd been fighting it, but why? I realized at the last moment I had one option left, so I jammed half thrusters on and decided to make the nearly out of spin control much, much worse. George Lucas is a famously terrible dialogue writer. And I need to discover some things. Vesper, yes. Hello, Fiddly. Hello, welcome in. Okay, so his plan is to just spin so insane cat that maybe Ben, like, just goes flying? Can't hold on? But won't he, like, die? How fast can you spin before it, like, kills you? I will say that the formula of this, like, the way it's written, is very sci-fi horror. Like, it starts with, like, weird unexplainable things and then it escalates to like a more action scene. It's like a short story version of like a sci-fi horror movie. Like it just fits that formula, I guess. And I imagine if this were like a sci-fi movie, we'd have like romantic like nostalgia shots of Ben as a child, like learning about the meteor stuff, and then as it gives us those flashbacks, they get more and more sinister, like reveal more and more about the story. I can see it. I can see it in my head. Spacewalks? Child, am I gonna freak out if I Google a spacewalk? Spacewalk. Okay. So you're telling me they're just on a rope and they shimmy? Is that what you're telling me right now? Oh, well that makes this story even more worse because I thought there was like a little ledge or something. I thought... Oh. Oh, that is horrible. Good morning, Izuru. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Try a spacewalk in VR. There is nothing. They're just oh God, I'm never gonna be a child. I know I'm really smart and it's like a waste of my potential, but I'm never gonna be an astronaut. I know I'm really healthy and sane and smart, but I'm never gonna be an astronaut, okay? Jesus Christ. You were the #1 NASA prospect investor. I'm sorry. I'm throwing my career away. God, thank you for the follow. Come in. Hello, Gal. Welcome in. We're almost at the end of this story. Okay. So he's gonna try and fling this crystal bug man away. Okay, so he's okay. I know where we are. Normally an uncontrolled spin is one of those nightmare scenarios any astronaut dreads. Humans are irregularly shaped, and once you start rotating along more than one axis, applying more force is likely just to make it worse. Correcting takes a huge amount of experience and insight, and even then there is no guarantees you can stop it. More likely is that by the time you figure out what you need to do, the rotational forces will have you on the brink of unconsciousness. And from there, death is just a stone's throw away. So it's like... I don't think I get it. Them bugs would be capable of spaceflight. We should build tiny spacesuits and put some bugs in space, but not me though. It must be a pain to make a spacesuit. Yeah, I think it would be fine. As you spin, it forces your blood out to... Oh! Okay. So you, like, lose... Okay. Does it hurt? Or is it just, like, not... What if you... What if you puked in your spacesuit? It feels good. What if you puke in your spacesuit? Is it just in there with you? That could kill you? I guess I have to make sure you're not like a nauseous type of person. Damn, I gotta like look into everything that you need to do to be an astronaut because like holy. When you hang upside down too long, does it start to hurt? I'll be honest with you, I don't know the last time I've ever hung upside down. I am not a bat. So I'm just gonna be in there, you can drown in it. You could dude, I'm like when I get sick, sorry, if you're sensitive to vomiting, I'm sorry, but when I get sick, I throw up a lot. I remember one time I was in the ER during one of my vomiting episodes, okay? And the ER was very busy. So they didn't have any rooms open. So I had to sit. I had to sit in the wait. I couldn't sit in a chair. I was just like in so pain. I was so nauseous. I was sitting there and like, I don't know if you've ever had to like throw up at like a hospital or something, but they give you these like, it kind of looks like a really long sock almost, like a plastic sock. And then at the top, there's like a plastic ring that helps keep the bag open. And you throw up in there, and it like measures like the amount of throw up that you've had. So I'm sitting in the waiting room, fucking puking into this bag. It's so much. Like when I throw up at home, I usually like throw up in like the sink or something. So I like don't actually see. If I threw up in the space hole, I would. Ew. I think I just unlocked a new fear. Wearing like a helmet that encases my head, and then I get nauseous and puke and drown in my own puke. How horrible! How fucking terrible that would be. Okay. I accelerated the spin and kept accelerating, holding the button down until the forces at play pulled Ben further and further towards the front of the suit. That's where inertia wanted us. Two objects in near symmetry, ready to break off in opposite directions at any moment. Ben held on for longer than I did. At some point, my limbs went weak, my vision dark, and my arms fell to my side. No longer able to fight the monster off. But by then, it took everything Ben had just to cling on to me, and he could no longer attack or fumble at my helmet. Eventually, even he had to just give in as the spin grew faster and faster, and the forces trying to separate us grew too strong. It was like every roller coaster I'd been on merged into one and ramped up to 11. Ugh. The last thing I remembered before I lost consciousness was the sight of Ben's monstrous face being flung off into the void. Oh, we're right at the end. Okay, I'm just gonna finish this and then we can talk about the story. I came to aboard the shuttle. Several men and women crowded around me. Jesus Christ, you're a lucky son of a bitch. I groaned and made eyes towards the person who had spoken it. It sounded like the pilot. Nice to put a face to the voice. I don't feel lucky, I gasped. He spun right towards us. We were already suited up and on our way, timed up well. That suit was riddled with holes. any later, and we wouldn't have been around to catch you and get you into safety. As it is, pal, you're going home. Medical check shows no real issues. I think you're gonna be okay. Where's Ben? The people around me shared a funny look before one of them realized. Benjamin Waitley? The other astronaut on board. Is that... But... Who was attacking you? I nodded. Well, he's gone, they replied. If that really was your colleague, we're sorry. I feel like there's a story we're missing. Yeah, literally... Dude, how fucked up that they tell you... Sorry, I know I said I just read it, but how fucked up that they told these people to go pick this guy up without telling them to, like, at least be careful? The fuck? I'll catch you up when I'm feeling better, I coughed. Well, whatever happened to him, he'll be re-entering Earth's atmosphere in the next hours, the pilot replied. What then? I asked. Pilot thought for a second. Human body on re-entry? He'll go up in flames. Immolation. Okay, wait. But what if... Okay. Cool story. I like the start more than I like the end, as kind of happens with these kinds of stories, which is fine. I like the way it was written, very colorful, very descriptive. I especially loved the description of how fucked up and evil his body looked after he had, like, the red crystals and whatever. What if this is what the entity wanted, whatever it is? If it not only had enough, it knew enough and had enough control over Ben, it predicted his death twice. It knew this was going to happen. Whether it's Ben or the creature's death. What if it wanted to fall to Earth? What if it can, like, infect other people? What if it can, like, infect the Earth or something? Wouldn't that be kind of neat? Would that be very different to survive re-entry? Have you ever seen the movie Life? No. Do you know what he reminds me of? I'm spoiling Jason X, but didn't the end of Jason X have him fall down to Earth and, like, it started all over again? Because he, like, there were still remnants of him on Earth when he fell? Or, like, a different planet or something? It reminds me of the Jason X ending where, like, yeah, like something like that. That was a cool story, yippee! Hey, chat. Life? Is it worth watching? Should I add it to the watch list? Also, Jason has made advanced sound. Jason X was insane. Okay, I'll... If somebody could type it for me in Discord, actually, I would appreciate it. Unless it's already there, well, you can just type it twice, it doesn't matter. Very topical? Okay. Whether or not you like the story, chat, do you like this kind of, like, stream? I won't do them, like, all the time, but I would like to, like, hang out and read a story, because I really like talking. I really haven't been feeling, like, super into playing games lately, like, especially stuff that's, like, stream worthy of gaming. So having more stuff that we can do. I also saw Sophie did, has anybody here ever been in a stream where they did gaggle? I know Sophie did one. What'd you miss? I'm just now ending, actually. What's that? It's like, gaggle, it's, they have, like, licenses for, different game shows and stuff. And they have, like, an overlay for, like, chat and stuff, like, where you get to, like, it'll pause and you, like, get to predict what'll happen and stuff. It's like, yeah, it's like making the game show, like, interactable for the streamer and the chat. You vote on things with a leaderboard? Yeah, Sophie showed me a clip from one of the from the stream she did, and it looked really fun. Project Moon stuff? Yeah, I think I'm gonna start working on a script for talking about Project Moon 2. I think I would have a lot more fun. Yes, she was watching Baggage. Yeah, she watched Baggage. They had a bunch. I signed up for it. I'll look into it, but being able to yap and then like find other things to do helps a lot when I'm feeling just kind of low energy and blah. I had a great time. I hope you guys did too. I love hanging out with you. I had so much fun. The story was cool. I didn't really like the end. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know how I would like have had it gone. I don't know. It can vary from fun to annoying, but you like the watch-alongs either way. Well, we'll see. I'll look into more stuff that maybe we can do besides gaming. I'm gonna do all sorts of fun stuff with you guys, and I feel a little bad that like some of like watching stuff together is like almost exclusively Discord. So I don't know. If I get brainwormy about it, maybe I could even make an alt just for like when I want to hang out, but I don't want to like exclude people, and I can just do like I don't know. There's all sorts of stuff. Yeah, and then one more time in case you missed it. This was the story we read. I am going to end stream here because it is almost 7. I would like a minute to rest my voice and relax a bit because I am streaming again at 11:30 p.m. EST-ish. Around then. This is not the last of Vesper today. Yes, me and Sophie, just me and Sophie. We're going to impromptu. We're just gonna hang out in VR chat tonight, me and her. So if you're interested, first, please go follow Sophie, because I will not be hosting my POV. I do not have my shit set up for that right now. Sorry. And also, I will ping Discord, so if you're new here, I'll probably also, tweet, whatever. Those are the places. I need a second to rest. My fucking voice, holy fuck. Urga, thank you so much for being here for 22 months. Thank you. 7 Sins, thank you for being here for 23 months. Bears, thank you for 7 months of Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Thank you for the stream. I had fun. My feet are cold. Why is it so chilly? I thought it was supposed to be summer. I've been so cold all the time. And yeah, I want to look into hosting VR myself. I think this might be one of the first times I've ever ended stream at this time. You know, this used to be my old start time. I used to try and start around 7 p.m. EST. Following. Live. Never in my life. Rodney, thank you for being here for 14 months. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining. I have fun. Sorry, I'm like, my energy is like dying. Oh, I know who. Okay, we're gonna go Barry. I love Barry. Barry's a bug. Just like me. I love Barry. Yeah, we're gonna say hi to Barry. Yeah, I need to eat. I need to get some water. I need to rest my voice. I need to make sure my VR stuff is set up. Again, I will see you guys at like 11:30 EST-ish if you want to watch me there. Otherwise, yeah, there's about to be an ad break and I'm going to stream before that happens. LOL. Thank you for hanging out. I love you. I had a good time. I'll see you later tonight, okay? Okay, come here. Wait. Mwah, 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 mwah. I hope they saw. I didn't have any more stops. The ads. I'm sorry. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Alright, bye everybody. Bye. Talk to you later. Bye everybody. See ya. See ya. Bye. Mwah.